the order. Let's go ahead and get a roll call just specifically so we know who's all present and online. Suvella, I'm doing a roll call.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Kell is present. Thank you.
Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr. answered the roll call. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not answer roll call. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty did not answer roll call. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Good morning, President.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Good morning, Present.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Panal Halona. Honorable Panal Halona. Honorable Panal Halona did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Henyo.
Good morning, President.
Honorable Jamie Henyo answered roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present. Yatepen.
Honorable Ricky Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is present in the chambers. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
I'm here.
Honorable Daniel So is present in the chambers. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Winnicott. Honorable Edison Winnicott is present in the chambers. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Here.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie answered roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay, present in the chambers. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not answer roll call. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty.
Yes, Shema, this is Delegate Amber Canespa-Crotty. I'm calling in route to Window Rock. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty answered roll call. Honorable Panal Halona. Honorable Panal Halona. Honorable Canal Haluna did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not enter roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not enter roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not enter roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. entered roll call via
I'm
text.
present.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. entered roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not enter roll call. Now, Mr. Speaker, you have 17 members that entered roll call. Mr.
Speaker, this is Delegate Brown. I'm present as well. Thank you.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown entered roll call. Mr. Speaker, you have 18 members that entered roll call. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vella, and thank you very much, all colleagues that are on the line. That we have 18 members present at this morning's Naabik'íyáti committee work session. That, let's go ahead and continue on down with invocation this morning. And I think currently there still is a Navajo Nation Hopi Land Commission meeting going on right now. And at that invocation, or at that meeting, at the beginning of the meeting, there was an invocation that was done by Honorable Vince James. And Vince James did do that entire invocation for the council and for the nation, and specifically for today's discussions too as well. So I will take that as our invocation for the day, colleagues. So let's go ahead and move on down to item number 2 on our work session agenda. Are there any recognizing guests and visiting officials at this time, colleagues?
This is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, good morning again, Madam Chair. Floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I'd like to recognize the chapter's officials, staff, and community members who are on the line. I appreciate the chapter officials from District 12 following the conversation. That would be Tohaku, Sheep Springs, Two Gray Hills, Tolbina, Sanoski, Red Valley, Cove, Gadiai, and Clabato. In our region, we have Newcomb, Burnham, Fruitland, Hogback, San Juan, Shiprock, Teeth, and of course all the way up north to Utah and Annan and Sweetwater. And I think in terms of the chapters who are really invested in hearing where their community-based projects are located in this legislation, and the continuous work that they're doing to help with direct services as they continue to provide emergency packages to the COVID positive families, and continue to be providing that local support. So I know I missed a few of our 19 chapters in Northern Agency, but I want to appreciate their support and their guidance, and continuing to offer suggestions on how this legislation can best meet the needs of their chapters for our region, and of course for our great Navajo Nation. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, Delegate Freeland.
Honorable Madam Chair, I'm Crotty. I think you cut out.
Here, put me in the queue. This is Daniel.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Speaker Damon, Speaker, I'm done with my recognition. I just deeply appreciate some of them are on the line with our Northern Medical Center right now, and getting the latest updates on COVID and distributing the home test kits. It's amazing. I'm so proud of the officials and the staff and our CHRs and everyone who's just helping our people out of pure love and passion. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair McCarty, for that recognition this morning. With that, let me move on down to Honorable Freeland. Honorable Freeland, on recognizing guests and visiting officials this morning.
Thank you, Speaker, Chairman, colleagues and staff. Good morning from Eastern Agency. Speaker and colleagues, I too want to emulate my colleague, Honorable Amber Kinsba-Crotty as well, and say good morning to all of our officials and staff and PEP workers at our 110 chapters. My 8 regional chapters, especially Crown Point and Nahadishki, Vicente, White Rock, Lake Valley, Herfano, and Nyaza, as well as the 23 other chapters in Eastern Navajo Agency. Good morning. We do have a agency call this morning, or excuse me, on Saturday. So I look forward to that discussion. I also want to recognize our children, our Crown Point Eagles Lady Eagle basketball team, and our young men, the Crown Point Eagles varsity boys, will be playing this weekend. The girls will be playing here in Crown Point with the beginning of the state playoffs. They're going to be we'll be hosting Tucumcari. The Tucumcari Rattlers will be coming into Crown Point from the other side of the state. On Saturday night, we're going to have the Santa Fe Prep school coming here to Crown Point as well. I want to say thank you to all of our people around the area this morning and getting ready to host our visitors. We have some of our people out this morning picking up trash along the road. It's very, very nice to see that. I want to encourage all of us through these playoffs and through the state playoffs to be good hosts and good sportsmen. I think it really emulates and acknowledges that as leaders, we too will take this and of course cheer for our teams, win or lose. All the teams that will begin playing this weekend, Crown Point, you also have Tohatchi, you also have Theroux, you also have Kirtland Central. Farmington has a full team of varsity young ladies that are going to state. All the teams that have all of our Navajo children beginning this week in the state basketball playoffs. Good luck. Best of luck to each and every one of you. We're so proud of you. We're very proud of all of you. And I forgot to mention Gallup Bengals. But here in Sago Speaker, and we wish them all the best. Go Crown Point Eagles. We look forward to great games on Friday and Saturday night here in Crown Point. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland.
Speaker, this is Edmund. Can I say something in the queue?
Yes. Good morning, colleagues. Add you all to the queue. That, let me move on down. Honorable Herman Daniels, floor is yours at this time.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Naabik'íyáti committee members, Mustandigi Kudo Senat in the staff, in the Office of Legislative Counsel, Chief Legislative Counsel Kudo Ms. Marba. Kudo Nana Kudo DOJ, in the Kudo Executive Branch, Judicial Branch. Good morning. In the Kudo Benda Tuliaza. Delegate James, thank you for the wonderful prayer this morning. At this time, I just want to say, say thank you to the chapters that I work for. I see them since day one. With this pandemic, since day one and up to now, they're still at the chapters. But on the grade down, starting with Shanto chapter, I see them for helping their people, constituents, with their needs. Chapter President, Mr. Roland Small Canyon. Vice President, Shama Marsha Grayeyes. Arinta Shanada Chapter Secretary, Mr. Robert Black Jr. Arinta Shama Miss Whitethorn Finale Arinta Shama Miss Erlinda Mailboy Arinta Miss Yazi Aja Office Miss Fawn Yazi Arinta the 4 regional reps Honorable Stanley Yazi Arinta Arinta Shama Miss Arlene Ed Nagay Shanto Economic Development Corporation Aja Daimish I don't know there's other subcommittees AIC but I'm Asagi that I don't know with a big Kennesaw Shitna Ash Chapter Manager Earl Sombrero Arin Katna Zengi Ash to Bebanan A Dodo Arin Danat on or Jet I so the Asagi that Kodona Gate special duty pay has a paid and the Hasia a code the date or Lana or there's ain't nothing I thought about City Kosoy Shatanani vehicle but as it so Eddie, I just want to say thank you to the chap work for Kodo Arinta Kodo Shika Magic Working Kodo Kodo Miss Elsie Small Canyon, the stock Kodo here within Chicago. Eddie, I say Arinta Kodo. I sit on Navajo Commission as a chairperson. The 70th chapters called the Shag Kodo. So Kodo either. Bad Kodo Diego. I don't know what about that. It's Kodo not understanding Donana. Kodo came a sending Diego that Hasian Kodo as Kahas things Kodo. What about his speed on that? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels, for that recognition this morning. Let me move on down to Honorable Elmer Begay.
Speaker, other than the members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, yet other people that are on the line though, that is not I though, yet other than Kodo is recognition then though is additional. So I'd like to recognize all our local schools, public schools, that some of these students and they demonstrated their physical talent in playing basketball. So the first one would be Holbrook Roadrunners. The varsity boys and girls, they made it to the playoff. But and all the parents and then all the supporters to that school to other Winslow Bulldogs, so the girls varsity, they made it to the playoff. So but I can't the last one Flagstaff Lady Eagles. So they took runner up down this Monday night. So the representative for 4A class division called to all the students there, the parents, and then all the supporters, the fans there. So, but the last one that I want to do is the Nahat Association. All the traditional practitioners that are still performing ceremonies out there for people. I guess you could say that the aftermath. pandemic that is redo hasn't so good a barely did that is just not having so legal. So quickly get a habitation go. We need go after this even the pandemic is going away and then all this virus is going away. But people they're going through a lot, missing the loved ones. For example, home place has has three so the ed husband tahidi kriselinko nana hat khati julo hutla husband dobne and chehed some of them left ko ko banta case Khalid adorni ko hode ya Khalid it's not orgi da no ya ita ko di hundreds and da na hodges ye da dorni to da dorni being that maybe we could look back. Maybe there's some word that we need to fix, redo, undo in that old need. Being that the old blast. So I don't know if harder that old need. So end that old need is Khalid. And then with this economic crisis, all the areas for the high Jessica, where's the government? What we can do to done yet go. So they're performing this ceremonies out there. Then on that the dobiga the business at end the outcome the not on has he's on that and the currently are not the is another it's not and he to them he could eat the never on it la na was the ra or what is to the minute into that case go what are they in here traffic has no that go DG so I just want to make a notice that the Cove, you get the Cove, Arizona, the home place of Severe Nelson, and they're hosting this ceremony. Khalid, where do we stand? Where are we at today? That's the question. So what or you can go this go. Shall we wait down, Speaker? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Alma Brigade, for that recognition. That, colleagues, if you're just joining us or just listening in to all our listeners, we are on the second item on our agenda this morning, which is recognizing guests and visiting officials. At this time, I do have Honorable Keon Brigade next, and then let me just go down the list on our members of the Naabik'íyáti committee who are on the queue. I have Honorable Keon Brigade, then Chairman Daniel So, then Chairman Edmund Yazzie, then Honorable Paul Brigade, then Honorable Wilson Stewart, then Honorable Chairman Hino. So with that, let me go to Honorable Keon Brigade. Floor is yours at this time.
Get me on the queue. Thank you.
Good morning. I should say, if you hadn't hit any of this Kodo, shut that Untitled. Kodo acknowledge doesn't it as far as recognition. Niki, Kodo need it. Brother such in basketball in Danaki. I want to extend my. We should extend our congratulations to all of our students that plays in the high school. How can we acknowledge them? Could we do a PR? I think that's one thing that our young kid looks up to, that they are being acknowledged, they are being recognized, they are being then he can't out and I think that's one thing we need to do and congratulate and encourage our young kids, especially in the New Mexico side. this weekend I chose to be in Phoenix to root for our kids, Chile High School Lady Wildcats. They made it to the final. Unfortunately, other than but we appreciate their effort and their teamwork. High School Lady Wildcats, and then also the boys, the Wildcats, they made it up to some Phoenix school area. Other surrounding communities, and the other thing, I don't want to make this as a political statement, but I think as a government, somehow we need to review how they play with a bigger team down in the for Arizona. The bigger, and then our kids have to travel so far. Who would take the stand or a position to this? I think the AIA will yell they organize and play after and we support our kids and we encourage that. But the way it's structured, I think the Navajo Nation and tribe somehow has to stand up to say that we really need to have our young kids enjoy the game, and somehow they need to be successful. As a Navajo Nation, but we hardly see our kids to play over the state line. Shiprock or Crown Point or Tohatchee don't play much in the state of Arizona. Same way with Utah. Or Halet Atkinson Ban Saskatchewan Zinge. On Hatchin and Lindigi's these goose system, we need to really make a stand or position. And I don't know, Speaker, I'm requesting again to send out a PR to all of our kids that have made it out, and encouraging our New Mexico kids to play their best. And we follow them, we encourage them, and we support them. But and hit Washington, the best boss on the clinic on the Hatchin and Dingit Ego Kodo acknowledge Ilya and Jondo. And then a lot of them goes off to school, off the reservations. Go Yun Hatchin as the off the reservation. So in there, we really need to ask our state that there needs to be additional high school system on the Navajo Nation, and I think that's how we need to structure our schools as well. A lot of our schools are just I guess academics is important as well, but sport is also keep them going as well. So again, I just want to congratulate the Chinle High School Lady Wildcats for the effort making to the final. Unfortunately, they did lose by 2 points, but nonetheless, we congratulate each and every school on the Navajo Nation and those that are part of the team that are off the reservation as well. So, Speaker, I could request a slot to start. I give the floor back to you.
Thank you, Honorable Kiambi. There has been other requests, and I know the Elroy and his team are currently working on that. So I will get on that with them continuously to make sure that they get that effort out there. So again, thank you, Honorable Kiambi, for that request. Let me move on down. down to, I do have Chairman Daniel.
Akela, Satsila, Speaker, Chair Damon, Chairs for the Naabik'íyáti Committee, Otto, Benantai, colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, Otto, legislative staff, and all the folks that are on the call, chapter officers, and other folks that are wanting to hear about legislation 0257-22. 21. My announcement, colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, is I just got word that our most distinguished senator from New Mexico, Senator Benve Lujan, he suffered a stroke weeks ago, will be on the floor of the Senate chambers this morning. So he returns to work. And we say thank you to the Holy Being, the healing hands to allow Senator Benve Lujan to return to work. And certainly we are thankful for that. We need his voice to help push for Navajo projects and Navajo issues, as well as all the folks in New Mexico and across the United States. I also would like to express congratulations to certain of our public schools who qualified their teams to the New Mexico basketball state tournament. Foremost is the Cuba High School Lady Rams. They'll be playing Tohatchee Friday night at Tohatchee. And I want to congratulate the Lady Rams. I also want to acknowledge that Navajo Prep is also in the state tournament. They'll be playing Sandia Prep. And and I also want to acknowledge that there's some young ladies that are playing for some very high-profile teams in Albuquerque. One young lady is the starting with the starting five of Volcano Vista, and she's got family ties to Torreon. And we really appreciate the fact that she's excelled in the sport. The other is, as we move forward, we have to realize that more and more of our people will be getting their home site leases. And in today's session, we can't really lock down and say this is a final. As we go forward, we realize that a lot of our folks have moved back and they're trying to get their home site leases so that they can get power lines and water. So I want to acknowledge all those folks that are on the ground trying to make a better life for themselves. Like you have. And from us, the council, we have to really assist them in any way we can, and most especially with this ARPA fund. And thank you, committee members.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for that recognition of the teams as well. Again, with that recognition, let's go ahead and continue down on colleagues. I do have Chairman Edmund Yazzie next in our queue. Good morning, Chairman. Floor is yours.
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, my colleagues and everybody that's listening on call, our chapter's officials and staff on this work session. Yeah, it is true. I second the motion of Mr. T. Allen Begay. Was going to ask if we could do a press release on behalf of the Arizona teams and the New Mexico teams, Rehoboth, Mimira, Gallup High. You know, all the kids had given their hearts and just playing basketball. And according to Mr. So, I do agree. There's also colleges that our Navajo kids are playing in, golf, rodeo, all the sports, and we're just so proud of them. And I know back in '86, playing at Rehoboth, when we went to state, we didn't have no kudos from the council, our leadership, and now we can actually, I'm so thankful that we can do this for our kids and giving them the pat on the back for all sports in that our Navajo kids participate in. So that's all I want to say. And Navajo Nation, we continue to keep up in our prayers, just be with our pastors, and then also our traditional medicine men, and their prayers are causing the COVID numbers to go down. I know it's not totally out of the picture, but let's just continue to pray for the Navajo Nation, and that the numbers will still stay where it's at. So just keep up in your prayers, Navajo Nation, and to my colleagues. Speaker, we all are going to have a good day and have a good work session. Sir.
Thank you very much, Chairman. That moving on down, Honorable Paul Begay. Morning, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, Honorable Septic, also members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, my fellow colleagues on the 24th Navajo Nation Council. First of all, I'd like to say thank you graciously to all my 5 chapters in Botaway Gap, Dorothy Lee, Madam President Dorothy Lee, and her team, also chapter staff, the Chi, Madam President Joanne Yazzie Peochi and her team, Copper Mine, my brother Ellen Fowler Jr., his team, Ado Shichi from Kaibito, Shichi Tom Franklin, and your team from Kaibito. Here, Ado Tana Halita, Daryl Jim, chapter officials and staff. Thank you very much for everything. I would also acknowledge, and this is, I want everybody to hear that there is a family in Tuba City that have been doing everything that they can to help our Navajo people, not only in Western Navajo, but they've delivered wood as far as Shiprock and other communities where wood is needed. Amos Myers and his family, A.J. Myers, Sofina Calderon, Sylvia Chile, and all they do is do volunteer work, and they cut wood, bring wood to Tuba City Fairgrounds, and that's where they do their project. And this is all volunteer work. I'd like to thank them very much for all their work. So, the daughter, Sofina Calderon, is a doctor at Tuba City Regional Health Care, but she comes out and pitches in her time all the time over there. I hear mention about AIA, the state playoffs with our teams going down. There have been many people that approached us, not only me, but other members of leadership. Away Arizona go, we know that every year many of our reservation teams go down there to compete at the state level. We end up playing our state playoffs at the old Arizona Veterans Memorial Coliseum. If anybody's been there recently or within the last few years, you will know what I'm talking about. They have broken chairs. You can't even sit in them. They are unsteady, unsafe, very worn out. The facility itself, Arizona Veterans Memorial Coliseum, is over 57 years old. If they're going to have any type of venue for a high caliber state playoffs, I think Phoenix and the Valley needs to find a place for our people to go down there. Our people, they even raise the price of hotel stays because they know that the whole nation is coming down. And so they jack up the hotel prices and hotel rooms, food, and in the meantime, while waiting for other games, they go sightseeing, spend more money out there. So I think we need to address this issue to AIA or whoever is responsible for scheduling these state playoffs. That Arizona State or Arizona Veterans Memorial Coliseum is not a very good place to be holding high caliber basketball playoffs like this. And we as the 24th Navajo Nation Council and Speaker, I hope that we have some type of a letter or some type of a letter to tell them that people are not happy with this. And I know that there are people listening in from the executive branch. I hope the president, vice president, and their department is also listening in. Maybe a combined, a joint letter indicating what our people want would be good. One last thing. Next Friday, March 11th, my chapter at Tonalea chapter will be opening their doors for that new Tonalea chapter house. And I would like to personally invite the speaker and also everyone of the 24th Navajo Nation Council to come join us to celebrate the opening of Tonalea chapter house. So, and also staff members and all those that want to come. It'll start at 9 o'clock in the morning. I know that me as a council delegate did sponsor the legislation, but it was you, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, that ultimately approved this building to become a reality. So I would like to ask for your presence there and come join me and the community of Tonalea to celebrate the new chapter house. Thank you again, Chair Shahar.
Thank you very much, Honorable Paul Begay. That, we can go ahead and continue on down. And then definitely Honorable Paul Begay about next Friday's recognition. Looking forward to that. Honorable Wilson Stewart, good morning. Floor is yours.
Good morning, Select Chair.
Oh,
Thank you. Out on the colleagues, out of staff, out of here from Sunday this morning. I want to give a shout out to our counselors for mental health and also for the Day at a Time program in Fort Defiance, who continues to do their services, providing services to our recovering alcoholics even through the pandemic, not only serving those on Navajo, but abroad by providing counseling services to them. And then our counselors at are going through this pandemic as well with their patients, trying to keep them calm, trying to keep them safe, and all the things that they hear that we don't really know about as leaders. I want to give a shout out to them this morning, and listening to my colleagues, and appreciation to not only the veterans, but to these individuals as well, and also our educators. March being read across America this past Tuesday was Dr. Seuss, and our educators, time we went to school, those first steps that we took into that preschool, that Head Start program, to learn to read, to write, to thinking of my elders, what they would say, education is not only in the classroom, education is everyday life. You learn something, you educate yourself on it, learn something. So for our young people listening to us today, our community members listening to us today, not all of us, yes, we're leaders, but we also still educate ourselves every day to become better individuals across the board. So again, thank you to our educators that continue to do the services of providing that education to our young Navajo children on the reservation to become doctors, nurses, practitioners, lawyers, even educators themselves again, whatever their dreams and hearts desire, to push them in that way to become better individuals for our Navajo Nation. So thank you to our educators and our counselors in that way. And the other one, Chairman, is just like my colleague, Mr. Delegate Chairman Edna Yazi stated, our cowboys and cowgirls as well. We had some that qualified for the semifinals, that tried out for semifinals for the All-American. Cody Jesus, Billy Bates, Michael Bates, the Yazis, all the individuals. Aaron Sinajane, Derek Begay, they all qualified for that. They were taken out so far again. But they continue to let the world know, in the rodeo world, that Navajo Nation is there. We had one young individual as well compete against other Anglos and African Americans not too long ago, and what they call Guts for Glory, to try to win that title to represent J.B. Mooney and the All-American. That was a young cowboy, Dean Holyon. So those dreams again, from looking at those role models from the past to now to our present, and the young ones coming up again. So blessings to those cowboys and cowgirls out there trying to make a living every day, traveling the roads near and far with their animals. And then also our chapters that I represent: Sawmill, Crystal, Red Lake, Fort Defiance, the leadership there, the community members there, the staff there that do their job every day to provide a service to our community members, and all across the nation as well. All the chapters, it's very good to see them when we meet as Resource Development Committee members with our chapters and hear their concerns and try to help them out so we know how. So thank you again. And leadership, 24th Navajo Nation Council, President, Vice President, thank you for all the things that we do every day for our community members and our Navajo Nation, and working with the states, New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah. So with that, Chairman, I just want to say that recognition, and thank you for the time.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Stewart, for that, for those recognitions this morning. That, colleagues, let me continue on down in the queue. I do have Chairman Hinyo next in the queue. Chairman?
Good morning, Speaker Damon, Chair of Naabik'íyáti Committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee. Those on the call here listening, recognizing, we have our chapters to recognize. We're grateful that we have these the chapter officials and the staff out there working for us and with us to accomplish some of the projects for the people. And notably, my chapters, Rema, Alamo, and Tojile. Although at the same time, our young athletes, they're out there proving themselves. Right now, we are in the midst of a high school basketball tournaments, and the Rainbow Mustang, the boys, have our district champs and playing Saturday against Magdalena. Although you have Tojale girls who are district champs, also Tojale Warriors, and they'll be playing tomorrow evening in Tojale. Just best of luck to all the teams from the Navajo and represent the Navajo Nation and our Navajo kids that are going to different schools in Albuquerque and so forth. Just one thing is recognizing our first responders for always being out there for us, protecting us, and during the call when there's a call for their need, or they're always there. But one entity that's always not recognized when it comes to emergencies, especially during when we had those high winds, or right in the middle of a winter, or a real strong snow thunderstorm when power goes out, is our people that work for Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, our Nakanel Divide Electric, Socorro Electric, Jemez Electric, Arlo linemen, and they're out there right in the middle of the night when there's snow is blowing, it's 0 degrees or below, power goes out. They're the first ones there. They're the first ones there to respond and make sure that power is restored again, so we can have heat, light, and so forth at our homes. And we take them for granted. So that's one entity I'd like to recognize this morning, Shananta Akudo, is the linemen and the employees that work for our utility companies within the Navajo Nation. So a big shout out to all the linemen. Chair Damon.
Thank you very much, Chairman. That, colleagues, and thank you for that recognition too as well, Chairman. Colleagues, if there's any of these further recognitions that want to be recognized, I know Mr. Hardy, Mr. Kyron Hardy is here to help too as well. If there's any plaques or formal certificates that need to be done, we can do that as well. So I just want to remind colleagues that that's available as well. With that, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on.
Hey, did you get me?
Yes, I have you, Honorable Eugene. So with that, Honorable Eugene, so you're next in the queue. Floor is yours.
I said that's true. Då är det nytt varje dag och till hon. Jag säger att jag jägar. Jag jägar så. Bara det är söndag då. Den nästa jag har nytt om söndag. Det Jesus det. Har så det. Så jägar är det. Idag jag gick ner till Chinese High School då. Jag jägar. Det snart education doesn't. Jag säger simply the snide all this. I did all someone for case all this. I don't know Craig on get AD. Grade sitting now at that is not on for case all this. 82nd Airborne Brigade. Auto others brigade that she's out the house quick Poland. Auto in honest to help with NATO. She Hans she in NATO this. I bought to the behind so the come on for kiss all this and then their bravery. Hot echo. Although they could Untitled Chapter officials, although staff, I had a don't hold these throughout the pandemic. So I did a Nick on the shot share with the need all this. I don't that the permanent art and linear across 110 chapters that I on down the short there. So I just thought they call water line, that's a called line. Homicide, Lisa that they call I led development does not call large busy days that call the hot launch that's car non-suggestion Ada ego shehe tabato nido this. I don't in the in Arizona, one of the representatives, Las Washington, and his auntie is a chance to Navajo Hiskiji Ajit Ada or Lisa in his auntie is Republican. He don't hunch it out in all, but hope he changes into more caring. All I don't such area. Con I see kind of con the Kagi do ego data who yakon nasi Kagi share ali tade contact not out of the hotel you know alarm it all that shouldn't don't should need on this. Thanks, should take.
Thank you very much, Honorable Winslow, for that recognition. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and continue on down. I do have Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith, floor is yours at this time.
Good morning, Speaker,
Navajo
Nation Council, and those that are listening throughout the Navajo Nation and abroad. I'd just like to say thank you for this work session and to recognize some great individuals that have provided services and will continue to provide services for the Navajo Nation. Not just I'd like to recognize our first responders, EMS, Navajo Department of Public Safety personnel, officers and staff, and those that are out there on the front line, and also our natural resource officers, rangers, forestry, fish and wildlife, EPA, and we appreciate their services. I'd just like to say that in recognition of the officers, there is 3 that I met yesterday at Naabik'íyáti at the sub-office. I want to thank them for being down there and getting that sub-office in operation. I appreciate them being there to provide services under the contract of the 638. The other one I want to recognize too is all our armed forces active duty, whether they're on the United States continent or they're overseas providing frontline protection for the United States. And you know what the condition is going on with the Russian and Ukraine. We pray that the armed forces will not be called out there right away. We have to. I guess we'll be asking to be subject to that, but we pray for those folks out there too, on behalf of their safety. The next one I'd like to recognize is our veterans who have served in various conflicts and various wars, in Vietnam, and World War II, and World War I, and all the conflicts that we had up to recent here of the Navajo Nation. Each veteran at each agency, and the Navajo veterans that we have, and also the United States Navajo Nation's veterans too. We have been called to duty, and some have not returned. Those were some were killed in action, some were missing in action, and some have come back with stress on them. Lastly, I'd like to recognize too is our remaining code talkers of the Navajo Nation. I'd like to shout out to them for being out there in World War II, using our language to overcome the enemy. And our language and our code was never broken, and that's something to be in remembrance and to recognize that. I don't know, Senigi. I appreciate that, Speaker. So that's what I'd like to recognize on behalf of the Navajo Nation, and to give everybody a shout out from Navajo Department of Public Safety, our armed forces, active duty men and women, and the Navajo veterans of the Navajo Nation for serving and for providing protection, and our remaining Navajo Nation code talkers that are still with us. God bless you all, and thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. That recognition this morning. That, colleagues, is there any other further recognitions?
Delegate Brown.
Honorable Brown, floor is yours.
Ayate, Speaker, Ado, 24th Navajo Nation Council, yeah, again, Janon Hanaota. Ado, I want to recognize our Monument Valley young wrestlers. There's 5 of them who made it to state, and it's our own Untitled Chapter president who coaches with others, and they continued to do this really important work, being mentors. So there's Melanie Kiscoli, who took 3rd place. Joseph Rodriguez, 3rd place. Matthew Curley, 2nd place. Cyan Batoni. So these are very, and what we have found with these wrestlers is they go on to continue to do great things, going to college. We want more of these, more youth centers in our small communities where we can have positive influence, positive impact. So we will have them come home. And the other thing, it's also this past Saturday, we did have our missing and murdered Dene relatives march in Kayenta. So I wanted to give my appreciation and gratitude to Twittineshit Shelter and the staff who were set up there early. Dressed really beautiful, traditional clothing. They're turquoise. Also, the Dene Studies Conference Incorporated representative from there, Dr. Wendy Gray Eyes, who brought donations, coffee, healthy snacks, and being present with her relatives also during this march. Also, the MMDR group, I know that they meet every Friday, the working group. Thank you to Shamasana Delegate Crotty for her work, constant advocate for our people. These are sometimes the forgotten people. Yes, they're not champions, but they are our survivors. They're our invisible Navajos, but they belong to us. They are our relatives. Although, we had a really good showing from the Kayenta Police Department. Majority are Navajo women police officers there. So I was telling them, be careful, everyone, when you drive in the Kayenta district. Our ladies are serious, and they're there to protect us like mama bears do, I guess, So they were there. Thank you to Sheila Holiday for the breakfast burritos that was provided. I want to recognize some of our enterprises that helped me make this walk possible. It was Navajo Transitional Energy Company, Ms. Cortasha Upshaw and her team from Intech, who provided breakfast, juice, and other snacks. To Navajo Nation Oil and Gas, who helped pay for our T-shirts. And it's these little things that it brings at least a little piece of our Navajo people's spirit up and their morale.
Akoho Yaketans and also to Mr. Dexter Hoshnick, who designed the T-shirts, and my colleagues. It are people who are very proud of the work that they do, and these are local vendors that I reach out to, and that's who we collaborate with. Again, it's buying local, buy Navajo, spending our money. And my colleagues and speaker and one of the things, listening to our people at the Kayenta Monument Valley High School Nash Gymnasium and the auditorium, we had a lot of our people speaking with deeply wounded souls because of their missing and murdered. And a lot of them brought up Hajala Iste, Hajasha, Hajala Halet, Hunet, Hajade's Benda, Dano, Da Chago, Hadahasi, Batahajopago. And I know that on that the net with any Bahanizan. So one of the ladies that spoke at the very end said, why is it do we need to make these MMDR presentations in a basketball game or at the casino? So I think that's our elected duty to listen to our people. I think in this time of a pandemic, so I would encourage my colleagues to let's go back to the community. I know some are doing that, but I'm speaking to myself as well. Showing up at these walks is a part of healing. So, and all of them that spoke, our people said, and also, when we were there, a lot of our Chilchimbito residents came out. One of our relatives, she said, Nate, I don't know how much of this I can take. She lost so many family members, and the week before she mentioned that she lost a mother and another relative. I am trying to grasp that. No, and this is where I'm going to write. And I know the speaker staff is really busy there, but what I want to do, so to the Navajo Nation Behavioral Health team, I'll be reaching out to you to bring your counselors, traditional practitioners, therapists to Chilchimbito community in the very near future. I think that our people just need to vent and let this heartbreak, the journey, out of their system. Our people are very social. We're social people. We miss our nda. We miss our huge gathering. We miss food. We miss butchering. We miss all of these big events, and including the affairs. And these are what our people are telling me. And so I'll be requesting the help of Speaker's office by any ways when we do show up in Chilchimbito, and I'm looking at the Chilchimbito Community School and bringing our people together. So it's to our survivors, our people who fight every day to live and to be here for our land. I want to recognize them. It was heartbreaking to listen to them, but it was very necessary. It for what it did for me was it grounded me again. And yesterday I sat at the Danahoto Senior Center and listened to the staff there, how they're short-staffed, wanting a refrigerator fixed or replaced or repaired. and our farm board that I sat with there, who requested, they're trying everything they can. To our farm boards across the Navajo Nation. And water is always a big concern. And with today's conversation, we are making those requests accordingly to mitigate the drought plan. So I want to recognize the work when I sat in with RDC on the water plan. So, Mr. Jason John is almost seems like a one-man show, and then Dr. Crystal Julie Cordova, and that's something that I'm really will be supporting and pushing is water for throughout the whole Navajo Nation. How do we even start to plan to mitigate the 100-year drought on the Navajo Nation? Our windmills are drying up. Our aquifers, what's the state of that? We're not planting. And again, and I know that it is the duty of elected Navajo Nation leadership, and this is where I will continue to push for traditional ceremonies, prayers, even the war or the conflict in Ukraine and Russia. We might think that we're really far away, but so those are the recommendation that I'll continue to make, Speaker. And my final plea would be, yesterday I did reach out to Chief Yazzie, Charlene Yazzie, that we should, I'm requesting for airtime on the radio station. And from last Saturday's walk, our people were asking what's next, and they want to hear from us. And I think the next step is speaking on radio on healing. So again, we're in a time of needing great healing, and I'm going to need all of your help. And what does that mean? And that's where I would need your help and your support to help our people. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Honorable Brown. That, colleagues, and everybody that's listening in online, good morning. We are actually having a Naabik'íyáti committee work session today. And at this time, we are recognizing guests and visiting officials. So with that, I am going back to the floor, colleagues, to ask if there's any other further recognitions at this time. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Okay, I was muted. Okay, yeah, Speaker of Navajo Nation, Damon, yeah. I'll make it very short here. And I'd like to recognize all 110 chapters, besides my chapter where I represent Black Mesa and the Pinion, Whippoorwill, Heart Drop, and Forest Lake. I see chapters, additional chapters, officials, grades and officials that I had on his law and data and Navajo Nation grades and official. Dan Lenny got here. Yay, not yet. Halian Shitli. He the big Kashi like that is in one so here was addition on the so on the Kododiet over this thing. So, but on they could play after that high school up in there
watched this Arizona one time. They put a bracket together and just to be favorite label the Ghana past area. For your and there's the majority. It happened one time about 10, 12 years ago. Out in the southern one team made a whole broke. And that was very empty when there's no Navajo. But then on a lot of the Ghana that quit and has I think they hurt himself on city business here and then the hard been high. You could on here, she kid on here, they kid on now player. Yeah, on the hard be 95% of it and that has been the Gila River and the Glendale. But Chundana, you lot Navajo. I seen back in the other television. We showed them this leadership up there on the south side of the region, Ghana, on here, instantly, with all about this, over here, that's the station at 24 councilmen. I go on to where on it, and the kid and any clinic, you know, what about here, and though, not that I could COVID-19. Because by honey traditionally basically on that holds on so over here in the Naabik'íyáti the net the Hutchin by hitting the seat don't lay $1,000 in our reservation. This is all you then the their welders, the construction workers, and the Navajo. And the conchete que fund and Lenny Tahiyu there's no Navajo we take fund and Lenny bus driver than high school. I said Tahiyu lamps and Ray Pinda not at the 5 o'clock in the morning. Are the bus and they need to home. Channel card the as Tahiyu are your question and Lenny Navajo. Now Java you're talking about the Navajo Nation. About 75% is Navajo English. Because I used to work with judicial, there's more Navajo lady works at judicials, about 78% than that son and Lenny Knowledge. As Tuya and Queen and English are. Because I was son and clinic my son at that Hayula, last Hayun of Antos case. I don't know that I did Navajo veterans. Navajo woman's kutcha, World War II yet they make a weapon kutcha. They'll talk about this on the streets. Son at all, you know, hot on Lenny. Oh, you does got so to base 8 of 100 ago. Although by 800 history, it was on in the Arole. Out of here, 24 councilmen. Team Marina Shout, Yegon, 1972, 1974, Kaya, going to distributed card, probably close to over 11,000 Navajo relocated over the Ilya one. But one begin that Spago, the hot, Liga Hatalia, Sani, Madame Lende, but it's so nice, the Argent, Kaya Parajich, 1974, the Ghana. One hatches Bakia and House Pound Hotel Christine. But if it I'll stay hot that one, but hot Italia, Batalia, Totadia. So on Batalia, what's Hinko, by hasting to relocate these neighborhoods as a kid in the Jillian Barrage. Around the Nalt for the Pebble Nalt sauce, Nahas, 1974. So cancelled Dalia. But this street and never Nalt sauce at then. All of the copy in the Jazeera's copy, Eric Honda Isni, Aro Lera Kudota Hidni, NPL, Nihiget, Ozen Hahia, Arnab Honish, Nihiga, I don't have Yard, and the federal government Hahalia, Arpia, Ebitanahan, Tatna, they like us to wish, they like us to struggle, NPL, the raised out Hunarat and that sea. And free that you will tell each and now. Error here and here this. Thank you for the time, Speaker. I don't think you want to let me talk and give some answer in that. Here, Thank you. Once about Shane, so I teach a seat on the question. Go back on mute now.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yellow Hair, for that recognition. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and move on down. We do have Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
That is another speaker. Ado Naabik'íyáti. Oh, yeah, it is another speaker. Ado Shanat Ahnoleniki Kodo Peshmasa and Nitlini. Do is not Anki, that is not Ayat Eco. Hansa Goshin Hoyolt Iloko Konzate. Or just a ya quacky. Ado la a hair Winton has Annie a ya quacky. Ni his the last saw than Leniki Kodo. Ashike do san has tui san in linigi. De kodobich hittenisi. Can that let she look until it's it trahuye jadetro cut out in his last so hello. Donana no chike na hodes a coco. Kayata with dojo at alco do tratnas nele at alnas nel oconden hatchene. Nihe away he yaje dan lengo cut on his long zat the hoel jishko. Swanjet ya bedishnen so di o asli ben bi gunna ako. Halan lede trotsat nande jo adet ya Da hit ground ya ibach na ol de selin ako hat egi da has tweedo san da le ya yaltit ako. Ashon days so cash nale cash up nalni. Late yate lini dated jeda. Benachet benalni ndalt o dat is not oftan dalt o. So there's in traditin holie better dolzen no shabenalni. Na dalt going na dalt sui that diem bizad tahit ash has age ashon det no da benak is to istele ako. She away she yaji to hondo kasta ayoya be hoye be tradiya no da sweet san late ya yalti ako. Ben in this case do big kodo ni his last so but he tenis ni so on hit the snako ad aye go sa holo dot aye go da hit ga ba ha all days leko yud nen etkita hil on ba ha all days leko hot ad kodo be hadis sen ako ado nana akona sonje na ho denne kombilke huit ini betroda danigi tro dobelhatas ahiki to bedish now. I would like to recognize those families, those individuals that don't have running water to into their home, to where they're still hauling and going to the windmills and getting in line to get water. I wish we could assist every single home. It's taking us this long. Edo kwaiki benashni do listen son Shinale speaker Doshinat Arnoslini Ayot the hot niho. But hit the hini niho at Echo Tonda Hiketo Naho dan ni he tank on at that Hoban da Hikeo. Oko Ado Toda Anana thing or Onana Elako. Oko hot the ne artho the Tot Danigi Bedish Nito Bish Cheetah. Dobelli hadas the Igi Bedish and so on the snare. Ako sonje ya edishno enashnio the ako shinale speaker could khasi do the in hilta holodo ni is a lot so do the in bilta holodo little what khasi do little yala could
Thank you very much for that recognition, Honorable Vince James. and everybody else
Speaker.
that has been recognized today too as well. That, colleagues, we are on recognizing guests and visiting officials. Are there any further recognitions at this time?
Speaker.
Chairman?
Yes, if I may just real quick.
Yes, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Speaker, members of the council, everyone that's listening. On recognition to the employees, Ms. Yellowman, and to the staff, I'd like to make a request that Ayambato's project's not on the opera listing. If Ms. Yellowman can go ahead and add those on before the work session. Speaker, recognition to the staff. Ms. Yellowman, good job, and to your team, thank you.
Thank you. I think when Dr. Yellowman does get on the line, she'll have further clarity on that. That, colleagues, any other further recognitions at this time?
Request to speak, Delegate Nez, sir.
Good morning, Chairman. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I'm a Senate speaker here. I just want to recognize my 6 chapters, the chapter officials, as well as the chapter staff. Some of them have been distributing a lot during COVID, just like any other chapter has. I just want to say thank you very much. Chapters in Dasnishigi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. With that, colleagues, again, is there any other further recognitions at this time?
Speaker, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair. Good morning again. Floor is yours.
Hi, Speaker. I'm looking at the documents that are being submitted. There's an error in terms of my request for equitable distribution. I was not in the tabling. The document that I'm looking at has equitable distribution for bathroom additions, housing, and regional projects. No, I was talking about the remaining amount of the legislation. There's $0 for my district when it comes to water or water projects. There's $0 for at least 4 delegates versus other delegates who are getting 53 million. There's nothing equitable in that. And I'm not going to fight those projects. I just want equitable distribution. We need a new document that reflects that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we get down into the work session, I can explain the process of what we're doing and what your recommendation is and what the president's stance is, as he does have that line item veto authority. So when we get there, Madam Chair, I think we can discuss this further. That, colleagues, any other recognizing guests and visiting official recognitions at this time?
Speaker, Thomas Walker.
Yes, good morning, Vice Chair Walker. Floor is yours.
Yes, good morning. Speaker, though, Chair, though, committee members, colleagues, and then our staff, and everyone that's listening in on this call this morning. Although I want to recognize the men and women at the Delcon Medical Center construction site. Construction is in progress for the new medical center there in Delcon. Earlier this week, Resource and Development Committee had a site tour and had a meeting, sit down with the new hospital owners, which is Winslow Indian Healthcare Center. Ada, we took a tour and we were very much impressed and appreciative of what is being built there in the community of Delcon. Of course, the hospital will serve eight chapters in that area. That'd be the Winslow Service Unit. And then, of course, beyond, anyone that needs medical attention, medical services, they can come there to get services. So we were very much impressed again. And just wanted to recognize the men and women that are building that hospital every day. It'd be soon now, maybe early spring, late spring, or early summer when the project will be completed. I wanted to recognize that everything that goes into that project obviously is hard to come by. Finances and resources and skilled labor and everything, security, suppliers, the vendors. What the huge. Ben da is so but that in this ba here the tadi na kitais cannot listen. I wanted to just say recognizing them and saying thank you. Yeah. As that in the house there. There's many others to recognize and thank also my colleagues. I join my colleagues in recognizing all that were honorably mentioned. So I thank you for this time, Speaker and Chair of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Walker, for that recognition this morning. That, colleagues, any other further recognizing guests and visiting officials at this time? Going twice. 23 times. Let's continue on down, colleagues. The work session topic. If you can see, introduction and purpose of the work session presented by myself, Speaker Seth Thaman, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, discussion on legislation 0257-21's action related to the Naabik'íyáti Committee and the Navajo Nation Council allocating $1,166,003,000 of the Navajo Nation's fiscal recovery funds, approving the Navajo Nation's fiscal recovery fund expenditure plan for water and wastewater projects, broadband projects, home electricity connection project, housing and house wire renovation projects, bathroom addition projects, and hardship assistance. Colleagues, this legislation was at the winter session, and on January 20th, 2022, there was a referral motion to have this legislation go before the Naabik'íyáti Committee to have a work session. A motion was referred to this legislation 0257-21 to the work session for no more than 60 days to discuss an amendment that was of equal distribution initially allocated Navajo Nation's federal recovery funds. There was a motion by Chairman Hino, second by Madam Chair Charles Newton, with a vote of 17 in favor and 4 opposed, with myself not voting. Today, colleagues, there was as you can indicated, there was a couple of different referrals on the motion, and just to get an amendment to discuss the equal distribution process, there was access to different variable discussions, and there was needed additional input on that. And I know that Ms. Dana Barbroff continuously was trying to get that information. So what had happened was that during the process from then till now, we've been working together with the not only with the colleagues, but most importantly too as well with individuals who had further input on trying to identify what equal distribution meant for the allocation of the Navajo Nation fiscal recovery funds. So with that, there was a presentation that was put together. You'll see that presentation here today under I. First will be a presenter by myself, then by Chief Paulson Chaco. And if there's anything else that needs to be done specifically, now going into the specific tables that we do have on the legislative branch side, I have Chief of Staff, I have Mr. Manny Rico, and Ms. Dana Barbroff, who are able to put the additional input. I do have on the executive side, who has stated that they're here to give a presentation if need be to further identify the referral action. And that is going to be presented by first Chief of Staff, Mr. Paulson Chaco. And I know that he has his team members aside too as well, whether that be individuals from the DCD led by Dr. Yellowman or outside entities from NTUA or NECA too as well, that will give further input. And I know that we do have Division of Water Resources as well on the line. And I do believe outside entities as well that could be called up, including Indian Health Services, regarding further discussion. From that, colleagues, on additional input, we do have individuals that are standing by for further clarity if there need be in order for this to go ahead and be done. Again, I can explain when we go into the presentation if there's any further comments or questions after the presentation. What we'll do is go through the whole entire presentation first, and then questions or recommendations. And final, after that, if there's any final further recommendations or comments on that, colleagues. At this time, colleagues, I'll go ahead and go into a presentation, but I do ask at this time, in prior work sessions, I was still chairing the meeting while being a presenter. I don't know if that's still going to be, if that's going to wants to be changed, or if somebody wants to chair the meeting. So, and we are in work session status, so that's the reason why it wasn't a problem before. There's no opposition. Challenge. Mr. Smith. With that, thank you very much, colleagues. Let's go ahead and continue on down then on a presentation in response to the legislation and the presentation that's going to be done. I know that we have individuals as well, sorry not to include on the Chief of Staff, Paulson Chaco's team from Dibble Engineering. I know we have Mr. Tim Wolf and Shauna Bailey. Bailey, I do believe that's Shauna's last name. With that, colleagues, I know if we look at the handouts, it was our understanding that going and meeting with a presentation that there was a total amount of $1,070,298,867 that was allocated. That was initially available after the allocation of not only the hardship, but also the CSN UFB dollars that were been identified, the defunded CARES projects, and the support and regulatory in order for those dollars to be utilized in those specific categories. Now, in that section, there was in our priority meetings that we've had, there was a specific action to say what were or what are the non-equal distribution, what is equal distribution, and what has not been equally distributed into the delegate regions. Just to go off the base information, I'll go ahead and have Mr. Paulson Chaco explain on some of the specifics on the base infrastructure dollars that you'll see in the handouts, and then also why bathroom additions equal distribution was left in there, and also housing equal distribution was left in there. And the total amount that would be available to each Navajo Nation delegate region for equal distribution would be steadily right now about $9.8 million. But for order for that to further be identified, our goal was to say, okay, there's a way to say what specific projects are in 0257-21. And those specific projects that have been identified in there are the ones that that actually have a project listing named to them that did not state TBA, or is that, what was it? TBD, to be determined, TBD. And that was the funding that we looked at to say, okay, if it's TBD, that's what clarity of in order for us to say that those are the dollars that are going to be identified as being equally distributed. So if you see on those first columns, you'll see, colleagues, that that's the base infrastructure on what has been identified, what has been vetted, what has been gone through the process on 0257-21. And again, Mr. Paulson Chaco and his team will go further in detail. From that point, the rest of the funds were put into that equal distribution columns, but the president did indicate that there was two variables of the equal distribution that he would still like to be seen done, and that is the bathroom additions at $6.2 million and the housing equal distribution at $4.1 million. And that would be $150 million that goes for bathroom additions, and then also $100 million that would be going towards housing. That would again leave the remaining amount of delegate regional equal distribution about $9.8 million. Colleagues, on top of that, though, one of the specifics to note is that when we go into this, there was also recommendations from the president's side stating that if there was going to be additional resources that were going to go anywhere, there was going to be specific resources that needed to go to certain areas. And those certain areas are public safety, cybersecurity, rural addressing, economic development, and health, with a total amount of $175,298,867 that's been identified too. That is a recommendation and negotiation process in negotiating from the president's side in order for them to go ahead and present that forth. So I just want to open up with that statement on why you see that specifically there in this setting, and the base infrastructure with the equal distribution, with the total amount that you see there at $1,070,298,867, not including those amounts that I just or including those amounts that are, you'll see at the bottom of a chart that include what I just now went over, which is public safety, cybersecurity, rural addressing, economic development, and health. So with that, colleagues, at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Paulson Chaco for his overview. And then from that point, Mr. Rico will read the motion if there needs to be additional information. And then I'll go into Mr. Paulson Chaco's team members. Mr. Chaco.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, and also the honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and all the officials and staff that are on the call. Yeah, for the opportunity. So based on the Haiti, Washington, they based on the target. So thank you, Speaker. I want to, first of all, go over 025721. 025721 base infrastructure, okay? What we call the base infrastructure that's currently in the bill right now is water, wastewater, broadband, home electricity connection. These are the three areas that are currently in 025721. Water, wastewater, we have 222 million, 16 million and $76. That's how much, or $16,076. That's how much we have. Broadband, we have 90,564,322. Home and to electric connection, we have 97,026,668. A total of 409,607,066. That's for project-specific funding under 025721. I just wanted to preface that from the beginning of our discussion. That's what's currently in the bill right now in project-specific funding. That's water, wastewater, broadband, home electric connection, and totaling 409 million. But currently in the bill right now, Mr. Speaker and members of the council. I want to give some time over to Mr. Speaker Manuel, go over some of the items, and then we'll go delve into the other options or the other recommendations from the President's office. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chaco, I think it was already written into the record, so we're good to go. You can continue on.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council, I'm not sure if we can bring up the PowerPoint, but let me go into the next
Yes.
area that we're going to be covering, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chief Chaco, whoever's going to share the screen, you're able to share that right now.
Okay, thank you, Tim. Can you bring the screen up, Tim? I wanted to go over again the base infrastructure, which is the 409 million. Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council, we have the proposed recommendation. A proposed recommendation is to keep the current infrastructure under 0257 as much as we can, which is the power, the broadband, and the water and wastewater. In addition, we also understand the council's concern about equitability on some of these projects. Those are the two areas that we took into consideration while preparing the recommendation. Our recommendation is, again, to leave the project-specific funding in place, which is water, broadband, and home to electric. We want to keep those because they'll have an impact at the regional development of all these projects. We also want to include public safety, the E911, cybersecurity, rural addressing, economic development, health. Those are the areas we want to keep as well in our recommendation. We also want to keep the bathroom addition and the housing. We want to keep those in place. However, we recommend we divide that equally among the 24 delegate regions. We also recommend to divide equally the remaining funding among the 24 delegate regions, which basically amounts to $9,808,039 per delegate region. However, when you do equitable distribution in these three categories, which is bathroom addition and housing, and the remaining dollar amount, we will have to require a method of selecting some of these projects. That's basically what is in the outline for our recommendation for the projects that we have. Mr. Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council, I'll go over again the base infrastructure of projects, the equal distribution of the to be determined. That's what there was some concern of the to be determined. Those to be determined are now in areas of bathroom additions, also in the area of housing, and then allocations to the 24 delegate regions. Again, public safety, cybersecurity, rural addressing, economic development, and health. For the public safety portion of E91, our recommendation is $5 million for public safety, $8 million for cybersecurity, $50 million for rural addressing for all of the chapters, $47 million for economic development, $64 million for health, for a total of $175,298.87. So when you take a look at the, I believe we handed out a Excel spreadsheet. That Excel spreadsheet is basically the recommendation from the president as to how we move the dollars forward. Again, we address the infrastructure that's highlighted in gray. That's the basic infrastructure, that's water, wastewater, power, and also the broadband piece. So in it, and what you see in the white is all the equal distribution, which is bathroom addition, equal distribution of 6.2 million, housing equal distribution for 4.1 million, and then the delegate region equal distribution of 9.8 million. The president recommending that, recommending how that will be split up. So, Mr. Speaker and members of the council, I do have all of our team consisting of NTUA, NECA, our consulting teams available to discuss any specific items regarding what I just generally went over. Those are the areas that that our team can, some of the questions that may come up with the recommendations from the president's office to address, which is the equitable distribution and the infrastructure part of 0257. Mr. Speaker and members of the council, this is just a brief overview of our recommendation to the Navajo Nation Council. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. And, with that further explanation, maybe Mr. Wolf, could you bring up that spreadsheet? The basic infrastructure with equal distribution summary.
Speaker, are you seeing that on the screen now?
No. There it is. With that, Mr. Chanko, who else is next to speak?
Mr. Speaker, since we now have the base infrastructure with the equal distribution summary on the screen, again, for those that have the ability to take a look at the document itself, when you take a look at this, you'll note that in the gray area, the gray is what, and it's identified on top. It says water and wastewater project specific. Those are the projects that have been identified, which is in your binder that we provided. Identifies water and wastewater projects in your area. Second is the broadband. Those are the project specific areas for broadband, and they're again included in the binder, and it also has project-specific identification for each chapter and each 24 region. Home to Electric also is project-specific. You ask the council, ask that they see which projects are in your area, and those are the ones that are highlighted in gray. Those are the project-specific ones that we included in this proposal to council. To be determined, listen. So where are those areas at? To be determined, I believe that came up to about 409 million. Instead of the to be determined, we moved all of those categories into bathroom additions, which is equal distribution, housing, which is also equal distribution, the delegate region, equal distribution. That is how we are proposing to address council concern on the to be determined, and also to address council concern on equal distribution. That's how this is what the proposal that we came up with. How presentation will be moving forward this afternoon with the discussion with my team, the team from Enterprises, and the team from the executive branch. So that's the list that we have. Mr. Speaker, I might give a little bit more time to Mr. Rex Kuntz, and also give some time over to Dr. Yeoman to expound a little bit more on the base infrastructure equal distribution summary report that we have on the screen. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to NTUA first and then to Dr. Yeoman. NTUA.
Well, good morning, Navajo Nation Council, Speaker, and members of the Navajo Nation President's Office. This is Rex Kuntz, Deputy General Manager with NTUA. As a team member that put this together, the project-specific projects are based on the need there, and there's a combination of those projects that have to do with there's some capacity improvement. Some wells are being renovated and upgraded. There's some additional wells that would be supplied. As you know, we have a major water rights settlement in New Mexico Navajo and Utah Navajo, and the Arizona side still being litigated. But in anticipation of that water coming, we have to maintain the growth in the system until that bulk water is delivered. So we're using these projects to maintain that capacity and give us enough room to grow, for the nation to grow in anticipation of that new water, and then also to prepare for the delivery of it. So you'll see wastewater plants in there that need to be upsized. You're going to have a mass of water coming into these communities, and you need a wastewater system that will digest that new influx of water. And the reason it doesn't get equally distributed in that area is that not every delegate will require a major wastewater plant. So we're putting them strategically where the water will flow and will grow. Others, the water will expand into the regions, but it may not get there to create massive growth for some years down the road. And at that time, then we can apply and look for other dollars to expand. We have leveraged quite a bit of money from other sources like USDA, US EPA, Indian Health Service, and other facilities like that to build these projects in cooperation at the time that they're needed. So this ARPA money will allow us to set that foundation and give us the ability to move that water. And there is some interconnection between electric and water, because electric also has to be upgraded in order to move that water, but through the pumping stations. So those are being strategically placed in order for that power to be available in those locations, in addition to giving capacity improvements for growth for the communities. And The service projects are definitely an electric for providing power directly to the home, but you'll also see some improvements in trying to upsize the line so that those homes can be served adequately with adequate power, and also some upgrades in order to strengthen the system to be able to handle the fiber that there are fiber projects in the broadband portion to expand that. So there's some interrelation with those, and that's why they have to be project specific, because they have to be strategically planned together. And it's very difficult to break those up and do equal distribution because you may not get the right combination of power, water, and broadband so that those projects can be coordinated and work properly. Now, for those projects that were under the to be determined, many of those were related to further investigation, feasibility. They were going through some preliminary design. Some of them required additional rights of ways and expansions. That's why they were not specifically named. And that's the projects that the speaker and Chief Chaco has mentioned were pulled out and put into equal distribution. So it gives the council the flexibility of having those dollars identified to meet other specific needs that they see that may be immediate or pending that aren't in the foundational projects that we're trying to do. So we're trying to make it possible for us to coordinate through that with you all, to give you some input and some flexibility to pick and choose some projects. We'll all have to jointly work together to make sure that these projects are doable and feasible. But by having the equal distribution, it gives you some flexibility to pick and choose those projects. And as they become feasible, they get solidified. If they're not feasible, you still have the flexibility to switch to another project and attempt to meet those needs. So that's kind of the combination of what we're doing and why we had to maintain some of the project-specific portions to create that foundation for the future growth. On the water side, as far as services, a lot of those were to be determined. We do have active applications. Those were all removed out, and that falls back into delegates and chapters' hands. However, on water, we do have the IHS SDS dollars that we can target services there. So we're shifting that focus to the IHS dollars. We're not disincluding the possibility of serving people with water and wastewater. We'll just take advantage of the SDS dollars on that side. And again, we'll have to coordinate closely with you all as we go through the evaluation of what's in SDS and how projects can be added to SDS. What we're giving chapters guidance is that if they consult with the local OEH office, if their project is already in SDS, then it does have the source of funding coming. If their project is not in SDS, they should pass a resolution requesting a feasibility. Once they do that, IHS starts the feasibility process, and then it goes into the SDS system. And once it's there, it's captured and can take advantage of those SDS dollars. So I hope that helps people understand why we laid this out the way we did. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That we'll go on to Dr. Yellowman.
Speaker, Delegate James here.
Thank you, Honorable James. We'll put you in the queue. Dr. Yellowman.
Really quick, Speaker. We were told that there's an updated binder, but we don't have any updated binder that was provided to us. There's no updated binder. Just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Okay. Just the information that was all sent out this morning. That's the only information we're going off of right now.
Thank you.
Dr.
Okay, so if we could stop saying we have an updated binder, that would be helpful, because I'm going nuts here, like where is the binder? But there is no such updated binder.
Okay. Dr. Yellowman.
Good morning, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good morning, Adonai Naabik'íyáti, honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, members of Naabik'íyáti. Good morning. Good morning, and to the President, Vice President's office, and Chief of Staff, and to my colleagues. Good morning. Along with what Rex has explained, we also have a listing for the bathroom addition, and we have the proposed housing ARPA plan. But I want to speak to several elements of the bathroom addition. The bathroom additions were funded previously under the CARES Act, and we had recipients identified based on the SDS listings. We went with the clustered approach during the CARES Act. But last year, almost a year ago, in April, when DCD opened the DCD ARPA portal, we requested and solicited based on needs. Many of the chapters submitted a bathroom addition request, but the complexity of a bathroom addition is really what I want to focus on. So it was identified under 257 as TBD for some of these reasons that I'll get to. So in creating the bathroom addition listing, we originally started out with around 60 plus chapters that submitted in the DCD portal. When we started having mandatory or critical orientations to gathering specific types of data for the bathroom additions, more and more chapters started producing their need as we identified the process a little bit more in these meetings with the 5 agencies. We have already had in place a bathroom addition team that was NECA, NTUA. We work closely with the chapters, CPMD, and IHS. That was the same base infrastructure team that we worked with during the CARES Act. Last year, prior to the ARPA funds, we had the same team move forward on bathroom additions with Citizen and New Mexico Capital Outlay funds. So we really appreciate NECA's help in the last 2 years of completing the bathroom additions. So we have our team in place and our partners. We've identified multiple training dates and times last year to gather the data. We've been working closely with our partners. The purpose of our trainings really were to identify the types of services needed, and that's going to be a critical component as to why the bathrooms were determined or identified under TBD. For these reasons, one is we do have recipients and their location of their home. So some of that information is sensitive, but the ongoing information that we have that's along with the sensitive information is their name, their contact information, their geographic location. But aside from the sensitive information, here's where we get into the TBD. In order to fully identify the bathroom addition, the renovation, the septic tank only, the cistern only, or a water line only, and if these projects were identified under IHS or identified under chapters, we need to do those types of assessments. Those assessments help us create a construction schedule for those areas. We lean on NECA and NECA's capacity and ability to hire subcontractors. When NECA produces or hires subcontractors and completes those assessments, then we're able to establish the dollar amount for those locations. That's why, similar to Rex's comments, we're advocating that the bathroom additions remain intact so that we can complete the bathroom additions. We started out at 1,200, roughly around 1,200 names, and we're close to about 5,000 names and needs for bathroom addition. The bathroom addition complexity of the construction, we have to assess the type of home. Is it a hogan? Is it a frame? Is it a log, stone? Is it a mobile home? Does the recipient need water? If you recall, during the CARES Act funds, the bathrooms had to be in use by December 30th. They had to be flushable. They had to flush, or the lights had to turn on. Although we have a little bit more flexibility, we want to ensure that we are completing the bathroom addition based on the individual recipient's need. So every home is completely different. That's why it was really hard to put a specific amount. We left it as a TBD. So I just want to make sure that we're clear on that. Additional parts of the assessment in creating the construction schedule is, do these recipients have electricity? And if so, what type of electricity do they have? Do they need a power line extension, or do they need solar? Is their house currently wired? If their house is so dilapidated, would they better qualify for a new type of a home? We really get into the critical need of our community members who live in rural areas. And they're really the people that need these assessments. Do they need these power line extensions? Do they need solar? Is their house wired? That's really sensitive information. So, Speaker, I just want to share some of that. We're here for questions. I also want to touch a little bit on housing. We've presented housing and bathroom additions, but just in brief, housings were very similar. We have a HIP listing, which is the Home Improvement Program under CHID in DCD. We have a listing from recipients who've been on the waiting list. So we do have sensitive information there again. We also have, similar to doing the housing assessments, we have to identify what type of housing would the recipient be amendable to, or what type they would be identifying as a need. And then, similar to how we work with NECA on the bathroom additions, NECA has moved into the vertical bill. We would be relying on NECA as a branch of construction and compliance to building and constructing quality homes. Our main concern is following ADA compliance, following codes, working with NECA through those mechanisms. The other is ensuring that we are following some of the cost increases for materials and supplies. The housing market and the square footage cost has been changing, and watching and following this current war, global changes, has an impact with materials and supplies coming onto the nation. So those areas really need to be monitored. And that's what we've been doing as we're following and moving our ARPA funds with the nation. So I want to touch on that a little bit more as well. And we're on the line, Speaker and members of council, if you have.
Mr. Balsanchaco, any other further comments at this time?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, as we presented our base infrastructure equal distribution summary, again, it includes the project specifics for water, broadband, and home to electric connections. And it also includes the equal distribution for bathroom, housing, and delegate region projects. So that's how the president has made his recommendation, Mr. Speaker, and then we'll stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paulson. Mr. Wolf, can you please bring that before we close out, go to questions? Can you please bring up that diagram again, the chart? Yeah, thank you. Colleagues, I just want to make it clear that there was no specifics on what we thought was, okay, the dollars that were unidentified were in what the TBD. That was the money that was specifically supposed to be divided up equally amongst the delegate regions. And if you look at this chart, colleagues, the very first three lines, the very first three columns is a total amount of $409,607,066. That total amount is specifically the projects that are 100% identified and vetted that are in the legislation 0257-00. The remaining amount of the money that is not in there was what was TBD. That was the unallocated, that was not specifically identified to the projects. That total amount is $485,392,934. That $485 million is what's been divvied up into those three columns that are next in line, that are in lighter colors. That's white in bathroom additions for 150 million divvied up, divided by 24 regions. Housing for 100 million divided by 24 regions, and delegate regions for a total amount of $9,808,039 that specifically you would utilize to go back to your chapters and say, this is the amount of money that we can utilize for services in our areas. And those services in your areas could be utilized for what the Navajo Nation chapters have already put into their portal system. And that's for maybe more water or wastewater projects, maybe more broadband projects, maybe electric home connection, housing renovation, bathroom addition, additional services for bathroom additions. It could be done for warehouses, building renovations, cemeteries, chapter building renovations, clinics, community centers, trash cleanup, earthen dams, equipment, kitchens, remodeling at senior centers, multi-purpose buildings, veteran services, and youth service centers. That $9.8 million is what's utilized to be eligible for those services in the community. So there would be a total amount of $9,808,039 that would be going back to the chapters for you and your chapters to decide what money those would be utilized for. That $9.8 million is what you would go back and identify that. The other monies would be identified for the first three areas as for basic infrastructure projects that's in the gray area. Those are the ones that are vetted, that
Did we lose connection?
I believe so.
Yeah, well, we're all still here.
And everyone, actually, good midday, I guess. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now,
Yes.
Speaker.
Oh,
okay. Thank you very much, colleagues, members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. The internet here at the Navajo Nation Council chambers has went down. Maybe it's the amount of colleagues and everybody that's in the chambers for the first time again. Maybe we're using too much Wi-Fi or data. But colleagues, give us a minute when we get back online. Again, good midday, everyone that's listening in. This is Speaker Damon. We are having technical difficulties here at the Navajo Nation Council chambers. Nobody can seem to get online, so let's give it a couple more minutes. As I have IT now working on it to go ahead and go over some things there to see what's going on. But we are on the discussion of presentation. It seems like the closeout, the discussion is done. And when we do come back into out of session, we'll just go ahead for one last recap from Mr. Paulson Chaco, if there's any further items. And then after that, we'll go ahead and go out to the floor for discussion. But so let's give it a couple more minutes as we're trying to make sure that we're getting back hooked up with all the technical difficulties that we're having here at the chambers.
Speaker, can you put me in queue for questions?
Yeah, yes, we already have you right now, Chairman.
Speaker, put me in the queue too. This is Delegate, so thank you.
Thank you. Also,
yeah, that was Edmund, sir.
Yes, Chairman, I got you already in. Vice Chair also.
Okay. Oh, I thought you called me Madam Chair. I thought my voice was changing. Okay, Speaker.
Hey,
I thought my voice was changing.
Chair Damon, put me in the queue also. Delegate Daniel.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Put you in.
hello, we're still online?
Thank you very much, colleagues. I think we're good to go. I think we're back on. Everybody online in here? Good. Everybody's back online. Oh, all right. That again, we're going over the chart, colleagues. That was on that is currently on the on the Zoom sharing page. So let me go back over to Mr. Paulson Chaco if there's anything else you and your team might have left out. But again, on this listing, if you look at the bottom, you'll also see that included in here, there was a recommendation to have public safety for 5 million, cybersecurity for 8 million, rural addressing for 50 million, economic development projects for 47.8 million, and the Department of Health, you received $64.4 million. That was what is included in here too, to make up the total amount of $409,607,066 for the base infrastructure projects and $485,392,934 for the equal distribution to the delegate region projects. That includes bathroom additions, housing, and delegate region projects that will be decided by the delegates and their chapters, as long as they're in line with the FRF office approval through the approval process. And then last but not least, the total amount of additionally that was given to those dollars for public safety, cybersecurity, rural addressing, economic development, and health. That total amount is $175,298,867. So that would be taking up the entire rest of the amount of funding that is allocated to the Navajo Nation, totaling $1,070,298 or $70,298,867. So that, Paulson, Chief, do you have anything else to add?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. The only item that I would like to bring to the attention of the council is the urgency and the timeline that we have to meet with regards to these funds. In addition, timeline in preparation, if this is approved, is in the preparation and the pre-planning that has to go involved in this whole process. As you're all aware, that the price of metal, the price of oil, the price of lumber has escalated. The price of iron, for instance, has gone up 215%. Price of lumber has gone up 49%. Price of oil is now at 51%. So we have to take into consideration all of that, including the time frame to build these projects, and we still have the ability to do that now. Mr. Speaker, member of the Navajo Nation Council, and the ability to deliver these projects become less and less as the months go by. Right now, we're in the construction season beginning in March, and we need that time and opportunity to develop these projects, Mr. Speaker. So time is of the essence in Untitled. So if I don't have any other clarifications or at this point, Mr. Speaker, so we stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, at this time, let me go ahead and go to the floor as the presentation is concluded, specifically in the first portion of the presentation on the response to legislation 025721's referral. So with that, I do have, this is who I have in the queue at this time. I have Honorable Kealan Begay, then Honorable Vince James, then Honorable Chairman Yazi, then Honorable Vice Chair Otto So, then Honorable Elmer Begay. That, let me go to Che. Honorable Kealan Begay, floor is yours.
Yeah, this is Che. I appreciate the presentation. I guess I'll say that I'm not very much in support of it to some extent. On behalf of the chapter that I represent, Low Mountain, Kachibugat, Salanikan with Noslin and mini farms. Akoko Yego Chitik. Chairman, Doshan and Seniki. The first one is how much has the office been cooperating with the local chapters? Give me some documentation that this particular budget was developed in consultation with the local chapters across the Navajo Nation. That's one. Na kikun na aki a water line. For my area, it does say zero Baka. And I'm trying to think, why would I not get, my 5 chapters not get any penny for water line extension? And I know the SDS listing that I've seen, there's several projects that says lacking funding. Has the office been working closely with the OEH and the IHS about the projects of waterline? That's number 2 regarding waterline. Ado, the third one, Nikki, a lot of these projects in some area upgrades, the Baka upgrades. I guess it's okay, but we will still have situations where a lot of our Navajo people will continue to have no water line or no power line or no broadband. The existing facility or infrastructure or anida anadna ohatna shahani the water line beta taniki to power line beta taniki out of cell tower the beta tenigi ehni large base of ban the nislan. I sent an email to NTUA inni to all the leadership. Cares funding based on that. So hey, let that base of better when chapter officials Masiniki the projects hit the base of Ben Hatos, but then Yard and Liniki has a dig about at the international that the no Kodo chapters, but as a nasle, IHS, but as a nasle, into A, but as a nasle, and other programs, but as a nasle, hold just. According to the project proposal, it doesn't even reflect that. Halet according to budget the document the prime example is, and I'm hoping Low Mountain chapter community officials are listening. And I say this again, and this is the reason why it upset me when looking at the project and the listing right now. That community doesn't have a cell tower in Disney, a permanent one. Low Mountain do Naabik'íyáti. The government get it to attention. The queen the sheet and then didn't get competences. The queen the sheet bahasi. A yank at Naabik'íyáti. Speaker, why isn't that I'm advocating for cell tower in my region, but yet not that particular chapter is not listed for any funding for broadband or telecommunication? And then I sent 2 emails, 2 statements to the NTUA and Cellular One just because that their majority of their cell tower are within our communities. I've asked them almost 2 years ago, can you make me an assessment? Can you do an assessment? The need of cell tower, cell service in my region, at the minimum, each of the 5 chapters that I represent needs two more towers. The Shnigo go Ecuador, Banda Huinshka, NTUA and Cellular One. I know, I guess, like I said, there is listing for mini farms, but NHA housing, I appreciate that. But where's NHA? When are they going to cough up some funding to implement their infrastructure within the housing that they develop? Down peso honey, peso Nistan. Di la Ecuador the nan Delegate ato electricity bed tesiki ato ton Delegate bed losaki ato di cell phone be hanaki towers ki be that the niki shahne to large and then ni go be baka ije lan dita. It seems NTUA is really hugging majority of the funding. Kodo peso linigi toya ni ado abelachet hayu on hit the nan linigi peso yiyo kid. Uned that peso nin the onda edit on a nabet at all. But yet we're giving them so much money. A speaker, these existing facilities, yes, they need it, but I believe just what they say to the community, that's your responsibility. I believe these infrastructures that are in place are the responsibility of NTUA and whoever owns these facilities. But you get the nan linigi to bebaka a yediki ajini, the yiki bebaka ijadia, linigi that is ahlan. So I hate to say this, but with no dollar coming, not one penny coming to my 5 chapters, what makes you think I'll support this legislation? Other broadband, kunanat, other power line that kunanat. The other thing too, if there's zero water line, if not one penny is coming to my region, but why are we allocating $6 million for bathroom addition? What's the rationale behind that? So even though a bathroom addition, then when will we be getting the water line funding? I think there needs to be a good explanation on that one. Per region, 9 million. 3 of my colleagues, they'll benefit more of the 9 million. But some of us, I represent 5 chapters. All I need to, if you divide that up, it's less than $1 million, only $800,000 per chapters. Especially some of my colleagues has about 8 chapters. Dividing that up will really decrease the amount. So, and that's the reason why I ask how much effort have whoever developed this budget had really worked closely with each of the chapters, the administrators, the CSC, the CHR, the grading official, the 3 chapter officials, the chapter coordinator, the AMS. Maybe I like to request that. How many times have the office schedule a meeting directly? Whoever authored this budget had really met with my 5 chapters. I know I've been meeting with the Division of Community Development, but I met with IHS. and I met with NTUA. But what about the office from opera funding, Dansha? So a quack is this speaker. A coco, the chapters, oh, you projects based, projects you have to use nil. A cog, ionic for the visit now to Kiel and Brigade for the 119 million big chapters projects you have to use nil for the neither. All those chapters is getting almost 119 million. In this case, less than 40 or less than 40 million. That's or 26 million, and that's only about 5 million. So what's the purpose of pushing our chapters? Now, projects you had to use. Proposals you had to use. Delegates allocation of 9 million. One project in the and this is the reason why I've said at the beginning. I said beta hosen, base of beta hosen, then the art in the chapters on the state net not based on 100. I would have thought these H18 need unlady yet. Data that based on that project you had to need but no chapters or you chapters based projects you had to use then. Yeah, and with this budget, not even one single project will probably won't be developed. Late based on nada stuff to the Kadhato Shimpeso to all nada I saw it on nada and get it out Nis Kakote. Late Quacky Nishipana need the papers underneath Lindigin last at the never tweets net, no chapters but tweets net. These are based on Lindigito projects, these are based on at the tweets net. 80 no bitch a Yale specifically for me, low mountain, broadband, cell tower. Kachin the Bohanet, some cares from the Nieta Epi, son Ego. A deadline even now, other Olia that she don't need. A colonel stock what shows or shells could not base or sing his hotos need. George is the snow could go into you a baby Hanasse. Sell your wonder baby Hanasse. Should I down could not base or lashing his hotabet Nidia on H or Ajba Seta, H the snow ones that hold just. If I'm trying to ask NTUA or Cellular One to at least establish a permanent cell tower in Low Mountain, what makes me have them think that I'm going to support them to give him more funding, but yet they won't give a cell tower to Low Mountain? And I'm sure those of you that are now getting more, I'm sure you guys are happy. I'm glad and I appreciate and I commend you for that. But what about the effort that we've done? Only it's that's the way I see it. Chapters, but had to use only it's chapters, but not Shaki. And here's your baby, so zero she does. Then what are behind us are the window rockers are the don't hit other could the chapter that the cow are the Agoshin beat our lab and the horse. Here could the sudden then give me none. They thought that the Agoshin cake could not take what trade of now take that the. But yet the Yegon hit this aunt. He chatted the Yale, but this aunt and hit the net or Yego, but this aunt then. Osha, no. Other could you entity the Ari that Ega Desano to Aja on his tire ass or base or net language of the Ingo could they crack it now it's that. So a crack is a speaker. I'm hoping that you come to my understanding of what I've been talking about. Other the cybersecurity, that's another area. CMA, that's 2020 or 2019, that's FirstNet and Linigi Koto established those emergency legislation at area. itan hot ko de kadisi de kadlego ana hot nile itanya ta ilahit ato betenista first net snow the queen the shit pa hasi queen the shit ba hansi gli out of the right of way that a co-location that a out of kodo roaming agreements that a hot do hot a se akoti that says do little that the meals ajapani nisiki the queen the shink kodo counties that but hande state that but hande ako elahit aj Niki Iliad, Yacht at Ebe Naskito, Nas over Alcat, Nash, Shish Office Yila, Shishka, and Dagin, the Air Kobe Nasa to the Ka. Sashiyan that either response answer ya not in Ge Shapen Yana Kay. Or she that Ehut Agi and Nasta do Yego, she did not that, but either Aj. The Quick, she Yego and has Yego Chase be Yashit over Hanasi. So the documentation that I sent earlier to the NTUA shows of how much I've tried to reach out to them to help by 5 chapters. It doesn't even reflect with the current budget that's listed or that's before us right now. And I'm very, very upset because my chapter had sent in $119 worth of projects, but yet I'm only getting less than $26 million. That doesn't make sense to me, Speaker, colleagues. I know I'm just one delegate. I'm sure those that have been getting more will say, well, I'm getting more, so I'll just support it. What are she starting so case? But yet, all I'm saying is that equity, no, not just because of equity, but the need, the dire need of no water, of no power line, and no cell service in each of the communities. Larger and larger based on Dinigi Bandati. I don't let that all you based on the quick Shina has asked specifically for broadband. 53 million. Can we get a listing? Can we show the community? That's all not or the quick with the shin peso because Bakata Aliago, or Hadashin Han, Deki, that's Ago, that's it, they need. So I could go on and on all day to express my disappointment, my frustration, and although on behalf of what we worked on and what I've worked on and how I've been advocating on behalf of the 5 chapters. Based on what I've seen on the budget. It's not even reflecting that. So I don't know if the president's speaking. Listening. I don't know if the I've heard my brother, Mr. Chaku, on the line, and others from the president's office and the executive branch. How much time and what more can I do? Or I needed to do of the dire need, the needs of everything else of all these infrastructures. I've been working with you. I've been sending emails. I've been sending memos. I've been visiting your office, or you've been coming to my chapters. That's it. Oh, that's oh no, zero. Hasha. Oh, could you pick out how to do it? Oh, that's it. Oh, need. So the first thing I'm asking, Speaker, And again, set aside, I did say this, the time when we referred back to Nabi from the council winter session at that, asa, the more as lean so art and it at the need of ben yen no H18 ita took the banaho G's. Had it all work session on it and had I see to at that the whole yonder other old night because there's no official action that we can be taking on this particular legislation. So what else is to Bahasi other hit Asian Satoda because housing ended if you divide that up then I saw how one dot asking the single big the door list for if I divide that up between my 5 chapters. Go NHA then the county is what done hit on NHA though what neither than hit on. We've been bugging NHA about why they're sitting on more than $300 to $400 million, but yet they haven't built homes on the Navajo Nation. So what more can we do? We've been telling them, we've been bugging them about stop establishing homes. So I just need to store NHA. When based on the oh you okay na has go kodo one the sa need after store. So I like to get more money for water. I like to get more funding for electricity. I like to get more funding for broadband and housing and the project that my chapters had submitted. So it is just as you don't have so the work session that did not the she Sanaho Jizo. But again, I want to be on record that I'm disappointed on behalf of my 5 chapters that I represent. But I guess I need to go back to the communities and start explaining that how this budget is being presented is not really by the council, but more by the executive branch. So that's the way I will express this particular situation to the 5 chapters in this community. Other shout the anti-late speaker Ashonde. Especially to the 5 chapters that I represent. Based on Dindiki, only Yahanana, Shiv Zobe, but not this Nan Dindiki. Speaker. So with that, let me go ahead and conclude my statement, but I'll probably get back online later on after most of my my colleagues have spoken. With that, Speaker, you yield the floor.
Thank you, Jay. With that, before I go back to get a response, I'm going to go for every 2 delegates. So let me go on to Honorable Vince James, and then we'll go on from there. Honorable James, good afternoon.
Can you hear me now? Good afternoon.
Oh.
Now let's speaker. Ado kodo dan sinat no seniki yat e ado da is not aiki so yat e ko. When that the whole just e quaki kodo not frost lenin hita nano so ko. Di de da ye go e ko. Di shikoje lao partners na lebat hat shahi. But what in Lenigit or you should ne Aje Shata is Nelly. To Kodo Shaban Saha Kesta and send a cautional and a need article. Honorable K. Allen Bigay. Ako what Aben hitch a hanaste. Kodo look a han do 3 water wells, Tao, Tohayicht Od. Ako Banaut Naked had Enigi. To probably had as leader. Obelaho, Tota no Lenda, Tota Neta no Lenda, the Hochinena had Lord only Lego, white cone, Indian Wells, Southwest region of the Navajo Nation. I need 2 wells in Analia in the past 2 years. But then, those individuals that live within a half a mile, several feet, so many yards from these water wells don't even have running water. But yet we decide to take the water miles and miles down. When I reviewed the listing, there's nothing that is going to any of my constituents for my chapters. There's no collaboration effort between NTUA, OEH, Division of Community Development, OEH, now for Department of Water Resource and OEH. None whatsoever. I've had several meetings with NTUA and OEH, and I had to literally get after both entities and say, hey, why aren't you working together? Hey, Department of Water Resource, Jason John, why aren't you working with OEH? All of those projects that are under OEH are not even listed on your water line projects of what you guys submitted pertaining to the updated binder that has been mentioned several times. We don't have an updated binder. All due respect, let the chapters do your portal project submit the yila. And it don't and it don't handle either. And the reason why I say that, we probably won't even see a lot of improvement from these executive departments. The reason why I say that is one fine example. Cornfields has been trying to get a backhoe. It's a cost share purchase. Cornfields chapter has submitted a portion of the funds. It's going on 2 years. Here in several weeks, it'll be over 2 years. The vendor was informed, oh yeah, we'll have the purchase order number. But then it's still at Division of Community Development, requisition number. If it's taking a small amount of purchase, in this case, a backhoe, and if we can't even get requisitions numbers, if we can't even get purchase order numbers, what makes me think is that, we're never going to move forward with a lot of these projects that have been given and that has been expedited by a lot of the executive departments. Just even small purchases like that takes a very lengthy time. I just don't have no confidence. The listing that you guys have provided, it's just something that was put together to utilize the funds. It's not something that was worked on at the local level. It's not a listing of projects of where our staff or the ARPA staff has gone and worked with our local individuals. Attend. None of the division directors been to my area. They've never been out in the outskirts of these communities. Maybe they've been to the chapter house, but beyond that, then. When is it that I'm going to see a lot of these projects for our chapters? And another fine example is south of Steamboat. The water line is just right there, maybe a football field feet away, football field size away, and they still been waiting for water for years. And there's some individuals south of Steamboat that are in wheelchair bound. You have these wheelchair bound individuals going to the windmill to get gallons of water and wheeling themselves back. That's what I mean. None of you that have been or working on this listing have been to those kind of homestead in my area. Then maybe that's why you don't see those information, those projects on this listing, how the urgency is needed. So we did our part as delegates, as chapter officials, as chapter administration staff. We did our proposal. We submitted. These are the homes that don't have running water. It's in the portal system. We've worked and went beyond and worked with NECA to say, hey, NECA, this is CHSN funds. Here is some chapter funds. Here are some UUFB funds that were given to us. Help us. And they've done that. They built these bathroom additions, but now it's built. But the next step is they're supposed to be getting water, and they're not even on this listing. Jedito, Ganado, Kisachi, Cornfield, Steamboat. All those homes where we worked together to build those bathroom additions, those are not even on the listing. So what are we going to do? Just let the bathroom additions that we worked on the past 2-3 years that have been built just sit there? And then we're just going to start back all over and say, hey, well, this is not in compliance. Well, this is not following the codes. So and then we're going to say, oh, we have to take you off the listing again. Currently, the bathroom additions that are built are just sitting there with bathroom fixtures that have been installed. And none of those are even on the listing to get water. Aten, zero, nada, aten. Where are the working groups that are supposed to be out here at the local level reviewing that? Atene, Khalid Ado Lehla. All that division directors, did they give up on us? Because it's election year and they don't know if they're going to be back? Then Haban, so cases, all of these projects that have been submitted by each of my chapters for sure. The only ones that I really respond back to me is probably Division Director Garrett Silversmith, Division Director J.T. Willie, Division Director Dr. Pro Yellerman. Text the undishi. Not so that you have the wrong phone numbers. I've been trying to text President. I've been trying to text Chief of Staff Paulson Chacos in regards to these projects regarding the listing. But then none of those top individuals, administration, then Those not nada. Those text not. They know I've been texting them. If we only have a few individuals that are actually at heart to try and get water lines to these homes, how can we get that information to you to get that on the listing? But to me, you already have that information. It's already in the portal system. NECA has the information. NECA knows which bathroom additions they built. Chapters know which chapter funds was utilized to build bathroom additions. My chapters hired contractors, local contractors within their registered boundary and got these bathroom additions built. But yet, where's those water lines? And I've mentioned this in Twin Arrows as well, is why are you not working with OEH? Why is there no collaboration with OEH to get that information from them? Kajala Rosin So, Kajala Mr. McDonald from the OEH office to know that there's all these individuals that know the information regarding water lines, those homes that need water lines. So even though we try to donate 55-gallon barrels to them, they're declining it. Even though we're taking 250-gallon barrels to them, they're declining it. And they're telling me, when we go to their homes, they're telling me, hey, I don't want that. Because I'm old, I've been waiting for water for all my life. I can't carry a 55-gallon off the vehicle. I can't carry it off the truck. I used to manage and be able to do a 5-gallon bucket. And just a 1-gallon milk carton. Finish. To allow not nendala. No housing. Water litigation no the bayada here. To la touching in up in unlego and hit lost it no the bayel hit the aid the years to benasnita. The air quaking this to benasni. There's no water line projects on any of these listings. To the actual scattered elderly homes up then. Go at echo. Yego na isnani echo. Ada doesn't hit that other if it's not bothering them to you guys to not put those projects on the listing, then say so. Then we as legislators know where you stand. Where we stand. That way we know where your priority is. Because if we darn know that if our priority was to get water to these homes, majority of our projects will be listed with water lines to these homes. Tina snihiki ben hilat kada kisti no. Kode belate ito to kopesya dol ito besya ilido ledo papan si kista. Ashin ko lay that the pepperchan and chin Saint Pechan and chin the Easter. I smell like sheep poop, and that's how I ended up in the classroom. Ashin ko ado ta this kiso. Jog ado hot abisa isha. Had the shade the hot, had the shade the hot chin. Dig it out, the ship hodo, not an snow a hot abish yat hiako. Benina a kodo hot not aben hit yes hiako. Haholapa or setole, Haholapa is netole, these water lines. Of course, Kodisha says Anigi, Ha Hoshi, Nahasa Kano Elia. OEH came to us at the chapter and told us, hey, we can't connect any more homes because the current water well has reached its capacity to pumping water to these existing homes. If we add on more homes, we're going to start losing pressure. The water line that goes up from Kilichi to Summit during the peak hours, they started losing water pressure. 2 wells earlier. Yen kote on hije we got lied to. These homes that where we were told, oh, we need to establish 2 wells and then we can get these new homes hooked up. Those are not even on the listing. That's what I mean. That was a lie to get these 2 wells in to take it elsewhere, miles away from the existing water well area. That's embarrassing. Bayahasani in Hitilia. Bayahasani. Oh. Then hit the slot. Hot abe hanas the stolish. Ni hit the snort. As long as I sit on this council, I will continue to bring up these issues of how we were lied to. So my question, is just, when is it that you guys are going to actually provide service to these homes that have bathroom additions that are ready for hookup, that have right-of-way clearance, that have gone through and above beyond doing paperwork? When are you guys going to actually help those kind of individuals? Because we as council delegates and we as chapters have done our part to provide that information, and yet it's still not on the listing. Are those going to be taken into consideration is going to be my second question. If not, please tell us. That way we know how to vote. Because just like my Nolly said, Honorable Kiel Begay, as long as my projects and these projects that are ready, homes that are ready for hookup, that have bathroom additions that are completely ready, complete right away, all of that has been completed. If those homes are not on this listing, why do you think I will support it? Do you think my suffice answer to my people that are waiting for water line, that have all the things that are ready for a water line to be hooked up? You think my response to them by saying, oh, we have updated the water line system is going to be suffice for them? No, it's not. So those are my 4 questions that I have for you guys. Put out other than that, if I don't get my 4 answers answered, then why should I vote green on it? Why should we even move forward with this project listing? It just doesn't make sense that, you know, you have more money going to areas that have already water lines that are feet away from each other, homes that are just right next to each other. But yet we have homes out here that have been waiting, that are scattered out here, that have been waiting, that are close to the water line, that can't even get running water. The NTUA behinda alwa ikashin jono na katakre inda inaho ayan inda bismillah na halo flag in kaandal o aje o skota tisto o kashin na hadi hodin na anata the yos o shin besna ha yos tole. The cat saying that send that they use the cat saying that skota tisto o na anata to ko. What aho ikahashi nakaandal ihi We give them hope by putting in state with flags and standing there, and then nothing ever comes out of it. Those states and then flags just get old and then they fall over. There again, we're giving false hope to these individuals that don't have running water. When I travel my chapter areas, there are many homes that are like that. Some that are even old that are still laying there. Some are even on their third or fourth state, and the oldest one is still laying there. The oldest flag is still laying there covered with dirt. I'll send you some pictures of those to give you that information, to give you that understanding that these individuals have been waiting for running water for the longest time. So thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vince James. Now let me go back to Mr. Apostle Chaco, if your team has any response. And then also anybody from your team, if they're available for a response for Honorable Naabik'íyáti or Honorable Vince James.
Mr. Speaker, thank you again, for the questions from my brother Naabik'íyáti and also Honorable Delegate Vince James. We did take some notes, and I do have, Mr. Speaker, members of the Nomination Council, I do have staff, the team members from NTUA, NECA, as well as Water Resources, and also Dr. Yellman, they're all on the call. So, Mr. Speaker, if I can give the floor over to NTUA to address a couple of concerns, which is broadband and upgrades on water, in addition to Council Delegate James' question with regards to collaboration efforts between NTUA, OEH, and some of the projects that he has, past some additions that have been completed and when those will be hooked up. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll go ahead and refer those specific questions to NTUA at this point.
Hey, NTUA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Navajo Nation Council. This is Rex Kuntz again. I believe Mr. Haas has also joined the call, but I will answer as best I can the water questions. As far as collaboration, the nation, along with several other participants, actively campaigned with at the national level with IHS, with the SDS needs. The basic message was that program is grossly underfunded. It gets about 15 to 20 million a year. And as we reported in previous presentations here, under the infrastructure bill, Washington did respond and has fully funded the SDS projects. And they're estimating between 128 to 135 million a year. So that's a significant increase in dollars that will be coming here to serve homes. And our recommendation in the previous presentations was to take advantage of those dollars and not to use the Navajo Nation's ARPA money to do those services because they're fully funded through SDS. We did have some quick projects that we felt that we could serve that were within half mile of the water line. Those were included. They were labeled to be determined because they did not have right-of-way yet, and we had to confirm whether they had home site leases and things like that. At the request in the last meeting, those to be determined projects were removed, and that goes into the equal distribution dollars. So those projects were on these lists, but they were removed because they were labeled as to be determined. Because they did not have the clearances, and we were still confirming home site leases and all other requirements that the nation puts upon line extensions. So, they can be put here. You'll be paying for it, but IHS money is already funded to pay for it. So that's a decision that leadership can make. As I mentioned, the low-hanging fruit, the ones that were close to line, we did put those on there. We had close to 1,500 homes on the water side. Those are now not on the list because they had the to be determined moniker and they were removed. So maybe it was just a misunderstanding, not understanding what those projects represented, but we tried to explain that. And that's why they're not there. As far as, the collaboration, like I said, we've been working with IHS, water management. We worked with outside consultants, Bureau of Reclamation, to create a global water plan to try to create a foundation so that these projects can be served and we can reach further out and take a much larger capacity of water into remote areas. But that all has to be built out. The water rights will pay for the big bulk water lines. Jason John and his group are working at intermediate water lines that will move transmission like the Loop to Delcon line and other projects like that that will move a greater quantity of water. A lot of our projects that were proposed were, as I mentioned before, bridge projects, enhancing existing groundwater. As you know, we do have declining water levels, but some wells we have identified that we could put a larger pump in there and pull more water. That's what we have on our list right now, and a few new wells in certain regions. And there are some projects that IHS has. I know we've had dialogue with Honorable Slater about his need for additional water in the Rock Point area, and there is an IHS project that's drilling the well there, so that will come online. We had that project on our list, but upon finding the progress with IHS had advanced quite a bit, we removed it so that we didn't double fund it. So those are the coordinations that we're trying to do to make sure that we're not double funding the same projects, and that we're trying to coordinate and communicate with each other. It is a lot of projects. We're talking about reservation wide, but we are working towards that. That's basically the model there, and you do have SDS money coming in large quantity for services. Now we're negotiating with IHS because of some of the restrictions that have made some of those SDS projects what was considered not feasible. One of those restrictions was they had a cost per home limit, and at the national level they've removed that cost per home limit. So if there's a few homes at a high elevation and you couldn't get to them without a booster station, that project was not considered feasible, because with the booster station and a booster tank added, the cost per home was too high, and it made that project economically infeasible. Since IHS has now removed that economic factor, those types of projects are now feasible. They're back on the to-do list, and they are fully funded and they can be built out. Some of those have feasibilities done. Some of them have preliminary designs, but they did not finalize design simply because in their model it wasn't feasible. Now it's feasible, and they have to finish finalizing those projects. We have assistances and consultants that are working on some projects to try to represent all of those different projects onto the global mapping system so that we can show them to everybody and show where those projects are and how they're interrelated. That data is not collective at this point. We can't illustrate it collectively, but we are working towards creating that so that we can represent it collectively and everybody will be able to see it. And just unfortunately at this point in time, we don't have that piece of work done yet. So we are working very hard to do that. I know in the background, I've heard also questions about failed septic systems. IHS has funded those, although that's not their priority. They have funded them. EPA has a funding stream for replacements, and we're working with them, trying to negotiate to enhance and increase the funding there. We're trying to create a model to get those replacement projects done, and there are some alternative funding streams to do that. So we are working in the background to try to address as many of these issues as we can. Right now, it's in everybody's visibility with regard to water and sanitation. So we're taking the opportunity because it's visible to try to move these solutions as far as we can. And we are working with each other to do that. And I know everybody's frustrated with the IHS model because it takes so long. We just had a collective meeting with them yesterday where we were talking about their right-of-way model and our right-of-way model, what everybody goes through, but we both collectively have to go through the nation. And we are working with the nation's GLAD department to try to find ways to streamline those processes and to try to identify the right amount of resources, manpower, and reviewers so that those processes can be more efficiently done. We've expressed before that there has to be a quicker right-of-way process. We estimate that it has to be 3 months or less to get right-of-way. Otherwise, you'll never be able to spend this money. So, we ask that everybody involved in those processing of right-of-way, think of it that way, create a timeframe target so that we try to all work towards making right-of-way as efficient as we can and still protect the interest, of archaeology, biology, and establishing a right-of-way. But it's got to be quick, it's got to be efficient, it's got to be practical. Otherwise, whether we administer money, whether the chapters administer the money, a division administers the money, if we run into those processing issues, it doesn't matter who gets the money, it's all going to get hung up in process. And we need to all work towards making an efficient process where N2A stands ready to do what we can within what you delegate to us and what you allow us to manage. So at this point, I'll turn the broadband questions over and power line questions over to the general manager, Mr. Haas.
So Haas? Huh?
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman, Mr. Damon, and other honorable delegates. Can you hear me now? Are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize. Thank you very much. I just wanted to reiterate one more thing with the water and wastewater. As we explained before, and we gave the booklet out in the original legislation packet, it does identify which projects, and many of project Delegate James and Delegate Keown projects are specifically listed under IHS. So a lot of the projects you mentioned are not in the 0257 legislation because there is IH funding to do those projects. And as Rex did mention, we've had many meetings with IHS and Navajo Nation Department of Water and others to try to figure out the best way to help everybody get those projects built, including NECA. So if you revert back to the original book we gave out, it does show you where funding sources are for the majority of the projects that you speak about. The reason that some of the folks have $0 in there is because your needs are already listed underneath those SDS projects and the IHS projects that are in the other book that are going to get moving forward using the SDS fundings. I wanted to talk about the specific request Delegate Begay talked about with Low Mountain and Jedazai, and asking why those two chapters, that chapter's two towers are not in the 0257 legislation. The reason they're not in that legislation is they were already funded as part of the defunded CARES that was refunded as part of this legislation. They're specifically listed in the updates that we've been sending out. The reason they haven't been built is because we have not received the dollars to build those projects. And we built as many projects as we could self-fund and afford. But those two projects that you mentioned are not in this legislation because they are already funded through another mechanism and are expected to be built. One of his questions he asked about was the specific project list for each of the delegates in the region and the dollar amount. I believe that was sent out this morning. Tim, I don't know if you could put it on the screen real quick. As a reference point, it was sent out with the meeting invitations as an update this morning. Tim, are you there? Tim Wolf? Okay. So this is what I think you're asking for with your very first question that you spoke of, specific. This is the individual, I guess I would refer to it as a summary for each delegate. As I mentioned before, a lot of the water wastewater projects are really funded out of the IHS SDS funding projects. And there's ample dollars to include additional projects that are currently not on the SDS list. And there's a process to do that with the chapter resolution, identifying those folks and forwarding them into IHS. There's about $150 million above the $550 million of SDS projects that have already been identified within the Navajo Nation. So there's lots of opportunities. And then attached to this email that was sent out was a specific project list, which is what question number 2 that Delegate Delegate asked about, the current listings of each one of the individual projects. It starts out with water, and if you scroll down, you can see each one of the delegates. Again, these water projects are projects that are outside of the SDS funding area normally. So these are supplemental projects to get built to benefit the communities on top of the already $550 million of water wastewater projects that get funded out of IHS. So if you want to know the specifics on those projects, if you would refer back to your original book that we sent out, it'll explain where those projects will be funded and how to, and even project numbers related to IHS to find them. If you go to the next slide, Tim, please. On this particular slide, this is a broadband slide. If you go to key on the gate is opened up, that's wonderful. Again, the reason that Low Mountain and Jedediah is not included on this list is because they're already funded through the defunded CARES Act. So we wanted to make sure that we use the funding the best of our ability. There's also in here a Nazalini new tower build with a new broadcast station. So there's actually several tower builds in your area, several fiber builds. But more importantly, he asked a general question or made a general statement saying that most of the equipment was just upgrades that we're asking for. And that's not true. There's actually only 24 broadcast stations in this proposal, and there's 22 new towers. So those 22 new towers are covering basically unserved folks and a few underserved folks. And again, there's only 2 upgrades on those towers as you kind of go through the numbers as it goes out. We did do an assessment for Mr. Begay's community that we gave back in 2021 to the community members through the process. I just wanted to point out a couple of the items that he asked about and why they weren't in there and where the other ones are. So I believe that I've answered those questions. As far as what's happened now, if you go to the electric home connections, the solar projects have been are still in there, but because there was not a project right away put forth in some of the power line projects, there's been a reduction in the electric request based on the amendment that was talked about that said where things were to be determined other than the solar systems for us to kind of take them out. So, you know, we went from a $200 million request. Tim, would you go to the bottom of the page, please? Down to a $97 million request. So there's been $103 million worth of power line projects that were identified, removed outside of this because they had not gone through the final right-of-way process. It hadn't been fully vetted out. Again, it was more than 10,000 projects that we hadn't gotten money released to get all those projects vetted out. So we were vetting out as many projects as we could, but we didn't get through the entire 10,000 projects. So when the request came about to remove the to be determined projects, a large amount of the electrical projects to the homes were removed from the project listing. And he asked a question about light up Navajo projects, power lines extensions. And the Light Up Navajo projects are a wonderful opportunity to dramatically reduce the cost because we get contributed outside labor and equipment from other people to build those projects. And it allows us to build more projects with a lot less money. Unfortunately, there is very few to no Light Up Navajo projects left in this list. And the $103,000 that we removed, most of the Light Up Navajo project support funding was removed. And just a quick number so you understand, the average power line project for a home right now without support funding is about $40,000. The SLA projects that we were getting outside help with, meaning Light Up Navajo projects, reduced those projects down to less than 27 or just above $27,000. So again, it freed up more than $13,000 to be used on other projects. But again, those have all been removed based on the to be determined list because all of those projects could not be vetted out as we went through the process. So I believe that I've addressed all the questions that Delegate Begay put forth, and I believe that I tried to address a little bit of what Delegate James put forth, but I think Mr. Coons talked mostly about it and explained that those needs were being met and looked at through the IHS program because they have the funding to do that directly out of their $550 million of SDS. So again, I would refer back to the original book that the whole team produced. It was a great joint effort. A lot of that information is still in place to be built upon. And that ends my responses to the questions. Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Speaker, this is Rex. I wanted to also address the bathroom additions.
Go ahead.
Bathroom additions and Honorable Vince James as well. There were some bathroom additions that were built. We weren't involved in those, but the question did raise up, where's the services at? NECO was involved in building those, and they were going to provide us with that list, and we were going to add them onto our water and wastewater applicant process so that we could catch those up. How they were built without that consideration at the beginning, I can't answer that. As far as the bathroom additions that are on this proposal, those estimates for bathroom additions included both a water and wastewater source along with the bathroom addition. And then we were going to coordinate closely with our solar and power line projects to make sure that they receive services. So if those power line projects under the to be determined are not funded, that has to find another way of getting bathroom additions. But the bathroom additions, the intent was to improve water. So whoever ends up administering those, they have to remember that they got to spend the money not just for the bathroom, but also for the water and wastewater portion. It was intended to be a complete project, not a portion project. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that information, Mr. Kuntz and Mr. Walthouse, Mr. Chaco, and for that overview too as well from Dr. Yellman. Mr. Chaco, does that conclude your presentation or your response at this time?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, I do want to go ahead and indicate that there was a couple of things that specifically Honorable Keelan asked of myself too as well. One of them is why is cell towers not on there, the overall broadband infrastructure as a priority, and why is there no tower specifically in there? And I think that that was maybe touched on them, but I think one of the areas of interest though that Honorable Keelan Begay is that in here there's $9.8 million, and in that $9.8 million, that's what you could spend on identifying additional resources like that to go ahead and be budgeted for that. so that you can put a cell tower there in Low Mountain. To answer your question, Honorable Kiambige, under the SDS listing, as indicated, the reason why some of these areas have zeros on them or they're not as high as other areas is because of what was readily available and what currently has right of ways. That's the reason why the basic infrastructure projects is listed here. And in your case, there's zero under wastewater and project specifics by water and wastewater. But on the SDS listing of what you're getting right now, you're actually getting a total amount of $19,153,032 from the SDS that's been approved through IHS. That's the amount of money that you're currently going to be receiving. Then your question too about cybersecurity, why is that not included? Well, actually, Honorable Kiambige, that is included for $8 million for the total nation for cybersecurity. And so I just wanted to add that on there. And then also, Honorable Kiambige, staff is working with you on that form out there in the community. And Mr. Kyron Hardy's actually the one that's setting that up, helping assist you and set that up. So I just want to let you know that the Speaker's office is working with you on getting that form out there in the community. Thank you. That, moving on down, let me go to Honorable Otto So. Floor is yours. Oh, actually, Chairman Yazzie. Sorry, Chairman, I skipped you there. Chairman Yazzie, then Honorable Otto So.
All right, Speaker, members of the council. Just want to say, first of all, my appreciation to all the presenters who are giving the reports. I know I wish we could just accommodate everyone, all needs within the Navajo Nation. But unfortunately, it's just time consuming. I know being on the council for years, we're finally seeing projects after 11 years finally being done. And I can understand the frustration. But, you know, presenters, you all have a heavy duty job. You know, you are out there trying to get things resolved, but there's just so many stumbling blocks the Navajo Nation has before us, you know, with right-of-ways, with DOJ, with everything. We can't seem to move projects, you know, forward. And I know, as I've indicated before, the previous council, Danny Simpson, Honorable Simpson, did a legislation to do it the 164 process, the SAS process, but fortunately that failed. And so we try, you know, and I just want to let Mr. Chief of Staff and Yellowman and NTUA that are listening, you know, just hang tough. You know, we've been fortunate with our projects, you know, on our 6 chapters, the, you know, simple text and phone call and you know, NTUA has always been out and about. You know, so that's just from personal experience. And I think the way we confront individuals that, you know, for our people in a way that is, you know, positive, it'll go a long ways. And so maybe we ought to just take Ms. Crotty's amendment and divide everything back up again. You know, but other than that, we have all this funding that is just waiting to be approved. But, you know, there's a lot of stumbling blocks that is in front of us. And it just seems for some reason we can't iron them out. And so, and right now, election time is here. And, you know, some of us are going to run and, you know, and, you know, it all depends on what our members want. And so we are trying to advocate for our area. So, you know, and it just takes time. And I just wanted to say, you know, hang tough. And I know I had some projects that weren't on the listing, but, you know, I text Miss Yellowman, and she said that it's on there, so we're all good with the Untitled Chapter. So anyway, I just wanted to share that, my colleagues, and if we can just work together and just try to help one another out. We got Fort Wingate High School, Mr. Haas and Mr. Coons, that needs a cell tower, and it's in the jurisdictions of Sacred Winds, and Tico, I believe, there is trying to get a tower out, and I'd like to see if there's funding that could go to Sacred Winds, so Fort Wingate Bears, the bear den down in Fort Wingate, could get their cell. And so I know Tico from Sacred Winds and the staff there said that they can do it, but it's just the funding. And I'd like to see if, NTUA as a team can reach out to Sacred Winds, Tico, and see if we can get this resolved if this legislation is approved. And so, Speaker, that's all I'm going to have to say. And I probably might have more later, but that would just be my comment for now, Speaker, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairman Yazzie, for those comments. That we'll continue on down. Honorable Otto So, floor is yours at this time.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, should Shay put me in the queue?
Speaker, this is Delegate. So, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for the recap of the legislation that was tabled. And definitely, there's still a lot of questions to the legislations from the delegate regions. When the fund management plan was passed by the council, remember, my colleagues, ones that voted in favor of it, gave the authority for the executive branch to determine the projects and to bring that legislation forward, and that's what the executive branch did. Through that legislation of the fund management plan for ARPA. And at the time, conversation was, well, let's go work with the president. Let's work with them and so forth. Hey, what's up? And you have that product here, Shananta. And that legislation, and that's what Chaco's team has brought forth to the council within the guidelines, the parameter of the fund management plan for ARPA. Alcohol. One way to go about this is looking at current law. Things like Yaligi Basahalo or projects and so forth. And I think how the 88 delegates used to appropriate money to the local level was using the 50-50 formula. And the regions got funding based off of the 50-50 distribution and the registered voters. That's still law. Honorable Karadi's proposal is, I think it's a good proposal too. To divide up all the waterline projects, all the broadband, and all these projects into 24 regions. And fund directly to the chapters. Because we as legislature should be just legislating and appropriating funds. shouldn't be getting down into the nitty gritty of the project, such as the engineering aspects. Where is this at? Where is this gonna go? And what type, things like we're ready to pick up the shovel. That portion of the responsibility in the three-branch government, executive branch, masla. Ako deep peso chidot aske. Late ego chidot ask. I'm glad that Honorable K. Allen Begay is saying, let's go back to the table and look at another formula. That's what I hear. And these dollars were based off of Navajo citizens. And maybe we appropriate these dollars based off of the population chapter region. Maybe that's good. You look at, I have one chapter, and the comment that was made that was, my delegates and colleagues, I have one chapter is going to benefit all this stuff. I have the population base. My population base is the same population base in your region. And then, even now, what ego, Bishwa, nothing, India. Those chapters that used to have multiple chapters. You have multiple chapters because of the population. So, but here so now they're living in NHA. Alcohol a what up and that all you what it all up neither. Okay. Have a Great Hills teacher that lives in Tuba City, who is from Hard Rock, Arizona. And I have housing, no. And there's no housing at school housing, no. They live in our communities. They choose to live in our communities. We don't tell them. Even these large communities are thriving like that. You look at Winter Rock. Along these funding sources, I think if the council does not agree with what the fund management plan that they passed, we need to rescind that fund management plan and get the authority back so that we can do our job. Or just go with what we passed. Let's work with the president without needing that. I remember that conversation. I was on the fence on that. Maybe it's different. There will be a different different round from the CARES funding formula. But if we can leave it the way it is, and if you want to change the funding formula, let's go back to the 50-50 formula, which is tribal law. Nation of our communities, especially the communities that have the larger population base. whether it's in infrastructure, communication, phones, broadband, so forth. I don't that some communities that have schools, these schools got money. Late how they utilizing their dollars for ARPA to try to enhance, cell towers. Cuba City received about $2 million for city boarding school for a cell tower. And I think that's where some of these BIE schools can really, really put some of their money to help with those joint venture costs. Or Navajo children enrollment, how their salaries are paid. They're their teacher or principal or bus driver. Every day, each child that gets on the bus, money to that school, whether it's a BIE school or public school. You can either work with them or decide to work against them. But how do we come to the middle to try to be cordial on a lot of these discussions? Sure, the president's administration we should be funding these funds directly to the chapters to the local level. So the local leadership work with these entities such as NTUA, NECA to try to get these bathroom additions going. Maybe we could just give it to the chapter and have the chapter give the water money to the chapters. Have the chapters work directly with NTUA and IHS, or work directly with NECA for the bathroom addition. For which home don't have a bathroom addition? Which home has a bathroom addition but don't have electricity? Or which home don't have water but has the bathroom addition and plumbing fixtures in place? Now that's another way that we could go. But be mindful, we have two responsibilities as legislatures. Legislate laws to appropriate funds. I think what proposal has been brought is something that has a plan to help in how do we try to work with them to meet in the middle to try to at least get, maybe that cell tower that KL and Big A wants, But we go back to the table, and I believe that's what IHS looks at before they fund a major water line extension. While the water line extension pay for itself, meaning for the O&M. That's the reason why they have that criteria of 4 homes per mile. O&M gets power is the same way too. Power outage happens. The O&M cost that's being charged through the NQA bill That's what covers those costs, is to fix that power outage, or maybe a broken pole or something. Ko epic ko hota. Ito oyo so this case tonda. Ito zoma so this case oyo man le khalit ala how will these projects pay for the O&M at the local level? Just like the Gallup Waterline project, the New Mexico water settlement. Yeah, we got all that money. Once that water line goes online, there's no O&M money. The 18-inch pipe, when it breaks or when the leak happens, who's going to repair it? There's no O&M costs on that pipeline. Engineers president's office. The bottom line is to try to get these monies appropriated. And one plan is to maybe take out the waterline portion. Asati. Let's appropriate it with a whole separate water, sewer, and electric package. Maybe that's different. Maybe that's the only way to take it apart. But we should only be appropriating these dollars. Oh, I don't the technical aspect. The executive branch, I don't know how many of you guys hear me, but that technical aspects belong to the executive branch. When council appropriate funds, whether it's through the comprehensive budget, then it be coming back and say we need some more money because we gave that program money. How do we hold them responsible for those? Even now, these are just ways. How do we hold them responsible for these monies that we appropriate? And CARES Act, general service. One line item that we appropriate $10 million. Not 1 cent was used. $10 million. It's a revert, and that's not a hardship. That division director did not follow through with what that $10 million was supposed to be for. And that was to sanitize chapter houses and tribal buildings for COVID. And but at the end of the day, we all agreed to what the authority that we gave to the president under the fund management plan. You go back to the tally sheet, you look at it, and you voted for it, thousands of that you agreed with it. And I think we should move forth on this and move this legislation forward because Navajo people's waiting. Glad that you guys are speaking passionate. Jayron hinan hisago. Yaki. Nilade. Nahote. There is no hardship in Winter Rock. Hardship is in those communities like Gap, She, Talan, Kinley, Crown Point, Pebble Pintado, Peru, Nahanza, didn't never change that. Not in Wonder Rock. Have to move this legislation forward and try to find middle ground to try to get this legislation forward. But with that, and key thing is the administration. In Dutch, and not as in Shigi Ado, it's able to. There's time and effort put to it. We have to get these monies out there, and we have to move this legislation forward. Even though the sliding scale, I believe that's why Honorable Karate has brought up dividing the monies into 24 regions. I hear that, and I see the sliding scale in this legislation, and I hear my colleagues in Western saying that. Not benefiting. But again, that's the president's plan. This is what the president has chose. The division directors work directly for the president, and under his leadership and under his authority. He is the final person that says these projects are going on there. So, in closing, on the fund management plan, we gave that authority to the executive branch. And I think you guys voted for it, and you just own up to it and just move it forth.
Thank you very much, Honorable Otto. So I'm going to go on down to Honorable Elmer Brigay and then go back to the panel, and then I got some follow-up words too as well. Honorable Elmer Brigay. Honorable Elmer Brigay.
Speaker, this is Delegate. Good afternoon. Members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. From President's office, and then also the Speaker, and then also from ETA. I think first of all, I'd like to looking at this listing. Okay, I have a question. I don't know who. I know that there's a couple of groups there from this legislation that was established. The Physical Recovery Fund Administration, and then with the comprised of division directors, and also from the OPVP, and then also from DOJ. I have a question that's relating to that, is that for the broadband, I know that with this listing that funds that was given to Delcon, or the whole 5 chapters that I got, it's $6 million. And there's some more funding that is given to other districts. And I want to know, my question is, what was determined that, what kind of specification or any application that was used to determine the amount? Because I've been saying this, like how Key Delegate always brings it up, is that broadband, NTA, I haven't seen, there's no feasibility study that was ever done within my 5 districts. And that was the feasibility study that was done. If it's done, we never saw it. And we never received it. And That's the way we look at it. So right now, they know that what kind of devices are they going to use? But when there was a assessment that was done by Aquila, they came out to the community. They went out to where the people live out there, and they put up mobile towers. They said that this is where it's going to be. This tower will run off this one. This is how much the signal is. And they even collaborate with the people there. And that then the device that they can use, the ports, these are really present and high quality ports that they have. And I could say that that who knows about from this ARPA office and then President's office, DOJ, who knows a lot about broadband? Nobody does. If there was like that within the Navajo Nation, I could know. Because of that, there's grants that became available for these. So I'm not sure Navajo Nation didn't even submit any grants to National Telecommunication Information Administration for that grant. None. But our chapters, 5 chapters submitted a grant for that. We had to hire a person, people, Aquila and Cuban consultant. We hired them, and they did that assessment too. And they came up with that design-built plan. So if you have that kind of a plan, how come we're just giving $6 million? That plan it says that it can reach out to the whole 5 chapter area. So it's going to go over to where it's underserved and unserved people come into in the rural and remote areas. So I don't know who made these, who's expert and determining what kind of amount they should be given to these 24 region areas. Well, nobody knows. I can tell you that nobody knows anything about broadband. If it was like that, you would have been submitting grants. And I know the NTA submitted theirs over there too. Now we have a conflict between from the ITIA office. They reported back to us that there's 2 funding proposals that were being requested from Navajo Nation, and we're one of them, and NTA is one of them. But right now, NTA is requesting to our chapter, saying that that to give them a request or to say okay for them to go into the area for Telecommunic Medical Center, giving them right away to go to hook up with the new medical centers and then the new housing there. So the community are saying that why we asked them to share a co-location with them. Now they said they can't do it. Why are they asking us again right now here? Which is not right. When are we going to be working collectively and then also try to meet the need of the recovery? People are in need of help, and somebody's just making money off of this, and somebody's trying to monopolize it. It's the whole broadband system, which I don't agree with it. That was one of the main reasons why I said that where in the Navajo Nation code that says that this funding should be give a priority given to NTA. There's none. So that's where we're frustrated with them. So right now, how I could see how would you, after you said no to a community members that are in need of help, they need communication to use the tower, they own that tower, and you said no to them. Now you're asking them to see if they can give them right away to go into this the new development there to provide fiber optics. I don't agree with that, and it doesn't rest good with me too. So that's one thing that I wanted to ask. Another one is right now we're already collaborating with the other 5 chapters regarding these fundings will be distributed among the 24 districts. So we're already planning out. We're already setting some work session with them. So we came down to that is that IXS is already working with us, and then we shared what was given in that legislation. All the projects were given to them, whether water line, the bathroom additions. We gave it to them. They said that can you help us look through it, review that? Then they said that these are already on the projects. These are already funded. These are funded for next year. These are funded for until this project is done. We can fund this one. We cannot do this. And they're more familiar with it. I think what NTA just pick up those SDS surveys and then just put it out there. So if you really look at it, it's something that I don't think it's been really reviewed by NTA. So right now, I think we're, like I said, we're already started working with the idea of giving fundings to the 24 districts. So I think all we need is, I would say that all we need is cooperation from NTA to provide more information and to help us with planning and other entities that are part of this expenditure plan. I think we all need to get together and start working on it. I think I rely on the chapters because they know where the issue is and where these things are needed. And one thing that I wanted to end it with is that I think this is, when you think about it, this is the people's money. Like we all say at the beginning, this is the people's money, and this include all the our local contractors. That's their money. So I think the chapter really rather work with the local chapters, and we just need to start planning the tribal office, the tribal departments. I encourage to have them start working with the local chapter. How can we streamline some projects, like putting all the water line in one category, then another like the bathroom addition in another category from all the chapters within my district. Or maybe that be a better way for audit purpose. It can be, we just need to have somebody from guidance from the Navajo Nation, these departments that were there. And at the end, we would like to request for funding that was given, $119 million that was given to, that was allocated for programs and departments in Navajo Nation to maybe start giving money to certified chapters so they can hire them some personnel over there so they can work on these projects, like how the nations that can be handling all the projects can be coming down to the chapter. So we need funding to hire our own personnel at the local chapters too. So we need that kind of guidance, how it can be done. So I suggest that we start just moving this whole legislation along to give their whole fundings to be utilized within the 24 districts. So I just keep all this speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Elmer Begay, for that response. Well, actually, it had requests and questions. So let me go back to the presenter, Mr. Paulson Chaco.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I believe most of the questions that were posed were regarding broadband and also water. So I still have Rex and Mr. Haas on the line, including Jason John as well. So let me go ahead and defer this to Mr. Haas and also to Rex. Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, there's Mr. Haas or Mr. Coontz.
This is Wally out here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Mr. Begay, the technology that your company Aquila is talking about deploying is 12-year-old technology. N2A deployed that technology 12 years ago. We've had multiple meetings with you, sir, to talk about the issues with your communities, to go through the processes. We've explained to you how our technology works. We've explained that the technology that we're implementing meets the IRS code requirements, which is 100 down, 100 up, which is basically the minimums that you have to have. And if you have obstacles for technology, it has to go 100 down and 20 up. It has to be buildable out in later years, which is what we've explained to you. The technology that your Aquila talks about is 25.3 technology. We've gone through these processes with you. We've explained this. We continue to have meetings to talk about the differences in the technologies as they go through. As far as you're asking about why Aquila didn't get pricing for us to co-locate or find out what the price was to co-locate on our equipment, it's because they didn't provide us the necessary equipment specifications so that we could give them a price as to what it is. Technology they want to deploy is also unlicensed technology, so that it has a high interference rate, has high latencies. It's not a quality carrier, and also there's a requirement that you have to be a carrier for at least 2 years, show operating experience for that period of time. Aquila's never operated its system, and the chapter's never operated its system, and Aquila doesn't have a business plan that explains where they would get the funding to hire the people to operate and maintain the equipment after it's installed. So we've done many meetings with your groups. Again, inside the plan that we've laid out a plan to get to 85% of your residents. We've told you that we would be looking for other grant opportunities going forward to try to raise that standard of the folks that we would be able to reach out there. So I don't know what else to tell you other than that the equipment ratio that these folks want to put up will not meet the ARPA standards. As far as the NTIA grant, N2A was asked by the president of Navajo Nation and NNTRC, and NNTRC did do the vetting and worked with N2A to do a joint proposal for the NTIA grant. We involved many other carriers. There's AT&T was involved in it. There was folks from Dene College, from Navajo Technical University, from Cellular One, and from TIER. They were all project partners in that application. There had to be a lead agency for that process, and we were designated as the lead agency because we're owned by the Navajo people. N2A Wireless was treated like a carrier, just like the rest, and did not get any inside knowledge of what the other representative and carriers have asked for through that process. I don't know where you're saying that the nation didn't do the NTIA grant, because they did do it. They just had us fill out the paperwork and be the lead agency, because you had to have one lead recipient and the rest of the recipients will be sub-grant recipients through the processes. So there was a question also raised real quick about is there additional dollars within this current proposal to meet some other needs? And because we took out all the to be determined type sites, this current version that's in front of you does not have excess dollars directly given to N2A or any of the other agencies to do anything. The dollars that were to be determined were to be distributed directly to the chapters, and then the chapters could work with the Navajo Nation Department of Justice and the Navajo Nation folks to get the projects vetted properly, ensure that they meet the standards that are required by ARPA, and then go through the funding process. I will tell you that that procedure, as it was laid out, is a complicated process. It took, as we just give an example, the defunded CARES Act projects, which I mentioned earlier, has not been completely funded, even though this was approved back in early summer. It tells you that there's a lot of things that need to get done in the process before the grant funds can get flowing to you throughout the process. And that's one of the reasons why Keala Brigade's tower in Low Mountain and Genesee is not built yet, even though it is technically funded. Once we get the dollars, we will build it. And I just want to stress to folks that, there's 110 chapters, and the Navajo Nation has limited resources, just like the chapters do. There's a funding requirement that you can only use a certain amount of the dollars to do administrative functions. So, the 2% of the $9 million would only be able to afford you about $180,000 worth of staff, salary and benefits for that 3-year period of time, or 4-year period of time. So there will be hurdles that we all need to work through as a team to get the dollars put to good use for folks. I believe that I answered the majority of the questions that were raised to N2A and gave out some additional information that I hope is useful. Thank you, folks.
Rex, anything else to add on?
I'm sure they're under the same.
Okay. Anything else from any other of the presenters that you have, Mr. Chaco?
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity again. No, we don't have anybody else to address some of the questions. I believe we answered most of them. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chaco. Could you bring the shades down over here just a little bit? Let me go back to the floor now then. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, floor is yours at this time.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues. I apologize, I muted myself. Speaker, thank you for you and your staff for hosting the work session. I think in terms of, at this point, Speaker, we also need to have, as councils and representing our districts, direct conversation with President Nez. I keep hearing, what will the president think about this project? Or this is what the president thinks. If we could facilitate a conversation with the delegates and President Nez in terms of where are areas that we can improve these documents. And the reason why I mention that is, we highlighted the areas that are zeroed out in the legislation that you're sponsoring. And the frustration is learning that some of water and wastewater projects that were ARPA eligible and were eligible to be added to this legislation were not added because there were internal executive the technical team had to then shorten the list. And so we have water projects that can be eligible but are not on that listing. And then when I read that NTUA would get about $77 million for the to be determined listing, that just didn't sit right. That we would, as a council and as the executive leadership team, would not consider projects that are needed in the community. Specifically, these lateral projects. The community of Sanasti is just on the verge of having an illegal amount of arsenic in their water. 2022, we still have communities that are suffering through contaminated sources. And that's why I sympathize with Delegate Smith and his region, because of the impact of uranium and how that went down the Rio Porco. We still have communities that have need their water to be enhanced. And to see this big zero, I cannot comprehend how this could even move out of anyone, that internal process, and think that would meet the needs of the people. And that's the expectation, is that if we're looking at this, we're looking at it through a Navajo Nation lens and seeing the projects. And if I wasn't at the time of developing this legislation invited to any of the meetings to advocate. And that's why I'm asking my council delegates and colleagues, this is the time where we advocate for our projects. And this is the time that whoever determined that there would only be a certain amount of millions of dollars in the water projects, but excluding delegates' regions is unconscionable. And that's why I think at this point, it only makes sense that delegates fully understand what's being proposed, project specific. And in speaking with the delegates, no one ever conferred with them that in fact they support the projects that are being recommended, or that there's any chapter community support for the projects that are being recommended. And so they should have the opportunity to change that. And we also should have the opportunity, Speaker and my colleagues, to look at what works best for our region. Now, when I mention equity, when I mention equal distribution, and looking at, I don't know who created this form. There's no name on it. Tim? So Tim, there was no meeting with Tim and Delegate Crotty regarding, okay, Delegate Crotty, when we tabled this, was this the intent? Because what's happening here, and if you look at the total amount, how can we support a doubling in certain districts and average for other districts? All of our districts deserve the opportunity to pull in lists that meets their needs if they want to maximize economic development, if they want to maximize their electricity projects, but it should have more of that regional, local decision making. And that's where I think too, when we haven't even talked about like the economic development projects. At one time, DED had reported that our district, District 12, had projects on there. And now to come to find out when we see this legislation or have updated meetings with them, there's no project on the list for the district. And that's what I'm hearing from my colleagues. The chapters and local communities had either been told or they think they have the projects on this listing, and it's not there. And so I think, Speaker, I appreciate the technical assistance. The consultants, they're pulling together the numbers. But what we need to remind our consultants is they are not decision makers. They do not need to package this information without engaging in the council and knowing what's best for the communities that we are elected to serve. Because what our chapters also need, Speaker, is there's $207 million that went to administrative. Where was the cut to support local governance? How do we support certified chapters who are going to be managing these programs and projects? I see the breakdown from the Navajo Fiscal Recovery Office. There is nothing in there for chapters. There's no plan or that we have seen on how they could bring in regional planners, strategic planners to help them and guide them through this process. And I also want to then raise is if there was a project or if there was, I would like to know how many bathroom additions were identified for District 12. To me, it's not exactly clear. If there's no water projects, then why we'll do bathroom additions, understanding the SDS list is coming up. And that's also very minimal for our district. But we have been able to work with NQA and see what water projects can be added. And we have found projects that always could be added and should be added. We also have worked with and they also have the same issue where they said we only had a finite amount in what we can submit, but we have more projects that we can do for your district. That's what I want to hear, and that's what I want to have the ability as all of my colleagues is to have those conversations and to see how this funding, that it's determined eligible and that it can meet their community needs. Because now being able to make those amendments and modifications, we're going to have more opportunity to expand broadband in our communities. And so I think also something that has not been addressed is in terms of this area called, government services, or I know that can get complicated, but a big project that we wanted to do was natural gas. We need to have that conversation, and I need to know if that's eligible for ARPA, because that would help so many community members get off of propane, get off of coal, get off of wood, and it's there. It's a resource, it's in our community, it's in our region, and we can package that out. And so I just want to say, Speaker, in your comment that projects were not ready, they were ready. The folks you trusted to pull together this document did not add it on the list. And that's why we have to have the delegates go in there and understand these projects and then add what's eligible and be consistent. And also, we might want more housing for our district. We might want something that's different than Western, but we want tourism, we want economic development, we want recovery, but let's give the communities and give the delegates an opportunity to do that. And in looking at the breakdown of the funding, there was a comment, and it's on this PowerPoint, that construction season is coming up, or maybe I heard it. Well, guess what? The council approved this resolution that I may forever regret my green vote in July, and these defunded CARES projects still haven't received their money. So as executive is pushing this council to move forward with projects, you've had 8 months to allocate that money out. So where is the accountability? Where is the accountability in terms of all of the people that are in front of the hardship office who are driving into Window Rock to try to get things done? There has to be an accountability because you got over nearly $200 million to increase and to make this process easier for not only the people, but for futures to come. And we're just here, that's 8 months, and the funding hasn't gone out to those funded CARES projects. So then my question is, if everyone is concerned about hurry up and let's push this along, then if it took 8 months for DCARES funds, this funding is not going to come out till next year because of our internal process. And there's no excuse because all of the executive programs now have the money to modernize their systems. They have the money to digitize their systems. They have the money to bring in capacity. They have the funding to give a pay that is a livable wage. And that's what ARPA provides. And yet Navajo Nation, we're still stuck on waiting for 8 months to get some of those projects out. And I'm concerned about the effect on the war. I'm concerned about how that's going to impact what's coming through when it comes to steel and other supplies. And so I'm also looking at then, if those are areas that we have to worry about as a council for our military families who are concerned about their relatives, then we should be beefing up what is going to be our health response. What is going to be our response when it comes to mental health? What is going to be the response, like when Bashes was low with food? Even, sending out a memo doesn't put bread and meat on someone's table. So as a nation, how are we going to respond to that? How are we going to make sure that our people are going to have the food and the supplies that they need? And I just don't see it here in this legislation. And so, colleagues, whatever support you need to get your project listing, to get the water listing, to sit down with IHS, let's do it together. Get your community the services that they need, because Window Rock does not know what Northern Agency needs. And Northern Agency sent delegates here to advocate for them. Western sent delegates here, Fort Defiance, Chinle, Eastern. And so that is why I'm saying we have to have the ability to reimagine what this list is saying. And working with executive, working with all of the consultants that have been hired will be beneficial. And each delegate should be contacted and this listing to go through. And if there's any questions, because these consultants are getting paid from Navajo Nation dollars, and that is, I think, how we can move forward. And I want to thank RDC for their leadership meetings. They are taking on and leading the charge in when it comes to right-of-way, when it comes to one-stop shop, and meeting with the certified chapters, because our certified chapters have the ability to regionalize, to have planners, just like Northwest New Mexico Council of Governance. If I was a county commissioner, I could get planning assistance, I could get data, I could get regional advice, I could get everything I would need. But we do not provide that on Navajo. And we should, because our chapters are ready to take the helm and push and move forward these projects. You have professionals, you have retirees, you have students who know the landscape of the community. And sometimes your heart, you have to have that heart piece in there. And almost the last 4 years, we haven't had strong representation for our New Mexico communities at the executive. And I know we were always told that Vice President Leiser represented New Mexico communities, But when he announced his run for the congressman of Arizona, that really sealed it, that we have really been on our own these last 3 years as New Mexico communities navigating. And so I want to thank you, Speaker, and your staff, because we have been able to negotiate on these capital improvement projects. We've been able to work with Dr. Yellowman and her team in the TIF. But if we could do more regional planning, we can move these projects, and our communities that are in Arizona can do the same thing too. I have 2 chapters in Arizona, and it's a challenge when to see that they're not getting the same kind of support, but no application through the council, we could help them. So thank you, Speaker, but I'd like to know then how we could help our chapters with this regional planning, or if that's going to be coming from the executive's, what was it, $180 million. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Crowdy, for that information, and we'll get your response here, team members. But before we get a response, let me go to one more delegate, and then we'll go on from there. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Shananda. Thank you, Speaker Damon and 24th Navajo Nation Council, and those that are listening on the work session here. Naabik'íyáti tala, pate yaha do shishad, konde yaha di the naidi kid bisalagi yaha last so studish ah. Di the quite not so nakate so the benda basic infrastructure with equal distribution of a kagi. These are non-SDS projects. Non-SDS projects. There you have Kobakagi, Stradnis, Latin, the Milias, and they might hold a bando. Of course, United Kirashi, Nidish Kedida, Aba, Lady, the Kinkedo, say Todo. My total we are later, Bahashangi Hashitado Bita Sutton Sond Aida Yar later IHS a call Ebi Yar Holola a call not being the meal so Honela Bendo Nation Day my total say total Tasando can tell Ewata this so called Digi equal distribution that the Nenigi Aida non-SDS projects after the call. The embedded IHS funding face the Yalpa dictionary, a Bikisky call Bakodanos and Didishan and I not social this so a half partition did. So there is a embedded toward a Navajo Station extension V04A had had a meal. Honey not but Jabal Yado Bendo, this house Bendo, the Stida. I don't know how to later. Twin Chogi Septic Lagoon, this niggy, a Tadley Zatinda wash Latinda one, I keep the Milias Honeyla. Lady IHS SDS projects that Agi Coco. Shanand Chess Nidi Kitida House Bendo, the Stida. John Lady SDS. Call Lady IHS Arco no to be got the you case and the call I got yard cushion Jabada Liado, Yal I Beda Holo, of course, Shinanda, and Oslinigi, Dishes Yate, of course, D.A. how put out Bohonit Sala, get the Tana put out a Yal Pain Dotso. A condition I did kid Shinanda and Oslinigi, a strand of what STS project, non STS, the Shinigi, a could Jabadia, 222 million. Konle na kushi na kina khaido about other DI projects. You see that we won't probably use it all. Konle the chapters that no. A shorter bunch that case watering points na hada say they nan just did ada out not push j cut the p out nande which says what did that egila on it and bin yegi ha you should lead the whole a bin yeah. A shorter than on Dao, but also legi a bito and did a call did the cost 222 million in place 5 agencies a without a they we are told costo they to closo lipa I don't know yes yeah it's not for human consumption 8 about this case what I have done and a call I want share behind this so because the tado share lunch and that did now, court Trasado, but not out. There is a chapter about this. Nato, Hala ha, Divo that Egi, Tito, Nasto, this leader, then Yegi Bend, the Chateau, Ben out, do not kill leader, Shinanda, Hela, Hotawi, this little speaker. Here.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Smith. With that, let me go back to Mr. Paulson Chaco. You and the team members there have a response for Madam Chair Naabik'íyáti or response to Honorable Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I believe Honorable Delegate Crotty had several comments with respect to this legislation, and I'm not sure if I captured any specific questions, but however, I do have team members that are on the call. I'll ask Dr. Yellman, who's going to address some of the comments that were made by Ms. Delegate Crotty. In addition, I believe Delegate Smith also had a specific question: is when is the SDS listing going to, or the funding and for the SDS listing going to start? When is IHS plan on implementing the funding that they receive? And I do believe we have Rachel from IHS that's on the call. And also, again, we do have NTUA team members available along with Jason John. So, Mr. Speaker, let me go ahead and give the floor to Dr. Yeoman to answer some of the concerns raised by Delegate Crotty. Mr. Speaker.
Oh, Dr. Yellman, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Thank you, Chief of Staff Chaco. Untitled Delegate Crotty, thank you for your comments and your questions. There were several questions and comments made. I'll start with the support for chapters and divisions, and some of the 10% that was allocated under 41-21. So during the proposed conversations from August to November, the executive branch had made 4 expenditure or proposed expenditures. During that time, there was expenditure bill number 2 that was allocating $220 million to the chapters at $2 million each. There were some projects in there that were identified from the DCD portal that would need support. So that being said, DCD, we did submit during the initial 10% allocation to the executive branch for 2 budgets. One is we requested for an amount at $10,683,627,000 to help support DCD's capacity, and in that budget are personnel and contractual services, and very limited on others such as supplies and mainly just supplies. The second budget that you may be more so inquiring was a second budget for just chapter support. The second budget was $7,761,517. The expenses going to personnel and contractual services. So those were the 2. And just a quick update on that. In those total personnel expenditures, we were requesting for a total of 56 positions. It is our desire to have support at the chapter level and at DCD. Inside of those 56 positions are accountants. We requested for an attorney to assist with construction inspectors, contract compliance officers, information technicians, office specialists, planners and estimators, program and project specialists, project managers, and 2 public information officers to assist with relaying information and communicating progress and monitoring. Of the 56 positions, we have been working with the ARPA office and DPM, so we appreciate their support. And of the 56 positions, 34 have been classified, 17 are still being finalized for classification. 1 position is pending, and 4 are being redesigned at DCD based on what we now see on some of the distributions. In the event that, again, expenditure bill 2 was closed out, so to speak, or off the table after hardship, but with these proposed distribution methods coming back around and circling back to support at the chapters, we want technical assistance and planning. The other question was the regional planning, and what we see in the New Mexico area, Arizona, and Utah area. I do appreciate the support of our recent task force committee meetings. I've shared to the recent New Mexico State Task Force some of the progress and challenges that we have regarding capital outlay. And again, the New Mexico chapters are very progressive and aggressive. They've been annually working with their state representatives and state senators in requesting for and lobbying for capital outlay funds. We want to honor and support those relationships, but we do need the internal capacities here at the nation. Some of those refer to our relationships with DFA on reporting. Others relate to consistency on all 110 chapters advocating and having a mechanism to go to their state or even their Navajo Nation delegations and to their state. So each state, respectfully speaking, is different in how the chapters annually prepare for that. Our goal is to have some form of consistency in the future, but that also ties back to how we have project management process in preparing for those annual requests. So that ultimately is our goal. The New Mexico chapters are very fortunate that they have a platform or access to working with IAD and the TIF board. And the TIF board is getting ready to review their current policies and procedures. And we plan to work closely with the New Mexico chapters on that. And so that needs to be supplemental to such a large nation, the Navajo Nation. The TIF process needs to be supplemental and supportive to the nation's project management process, which is also in need of revamping. And so DCD, we appreciate the support from RDC as we're getting ready to go before RDC and to review our plan of operation. But Madam Chair Crotty, so I do hope that answers the support question that we're anticipating and working closely with on DPM. And Speaker and Mr. Chaco, those are some of my comments to Delegate Crotty's concerns. And she did ask for a bathroom additions list just for District 12. So we're working on that right now. We can have that sent over. And there's been a lot of collaboration with the Speaker's office and our ARPA core team, and not to mention both televised and non-televised or shared on social media. When we have our ARPA core team meetings, we work closely with the Speaker's office. We report back then to the President's office. The President has expressed his concern all the way down to the chapter level on these projects. And then we've traveled to quite a few communities, and we traveled to Chinle, we've traveled to Crown Point, we've traveled to quite a few, Shanto, Naabik'íyáti, Twin Arrows, to meet with chapter officials and chapter delegations. And not only just to hear those projects, but to see firsthand some of the conditions, some of the roads. And then we come back and we try to strategize. There's no doubt that there's a lot of coordination that needs to happen between IHS, the SDS listings, and to fill the gap between the bathroom additions being built and the responsibilities and role that IHS plays along with NTUA in ensuring that those bathrooms are in service and in use so that our community members are not waiting. So there's a tremendous amount of coordination that is required. We've been meeting with IHS. We appreciate their response or responsiveness. And this is a historic time that IHS has been fully funded. So now that those previous projects that had been on IHS, then the chapters took on and said, well, we've been on that list for 10 years or more. They've switched those listings to the nation. And now that we have the chapters, SDS listings at the chapter level, we're able to reconnect with IHS to really see what is IHS's capacity to respond to those project management needs. And we've been meeting with Director Rosalind So, on these project management timelines, and we appreciate their coordination. But those are very detailed conversations that NTUA does have with IHS. And so there is some frustration as to how to really get it moving. And so Speaker and Chief, I hope those answer those questions. Madam Chair Crotty will get the bathroom listing from District 12 to you. I did share the information about the support to chapters. There was a work session last week with RDC on the certified chapters. A lot was revealed. There's so many strengths to the certified chapters. There's a lot of acknowledgement, not just from DCD, but from all other divisions from the executive branch, to wholeheartedly support the efforts of what it means to be a certified chapter. And in the event that these funds become available, there needs to be a direct link to certified chapters. So that has been happening, and there's been more movement in the year 3 stages of the citizen. Once we got the agreement finalized, more certified chapters have been taken on that agreement contract with citizen dollars. So we support that. We do see that those certified chapters are moving, but I'll go ahead and comment there. Thank you, Speaker Chapa, Madam Chair Crotty. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other response, Mr. Chaka?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe there are still some other questions, and Mr. Tom Patero, the director of the FRF office, is on the call as well. He wants to elaborate a little bit more on some of the questions that were posed, and I believe we still do have NQA and I just on the line. So, Mr. Speaker, we can have Tom go over some of the questions that were posed.
Patero, the floor is yours.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, a couple of things have come up that I would like to provide information on. As far as what is going on with the funding, there were several comments made about it. I did email council a copy of the latest budget information as far as approved ARPA and then FRF expenditures plans. There are 3 reports. The first one is the one that's labeled budget summary, which is the administrative regulatory cost support cost budget, which totals $130,526,747. When I got assigned to the FRF office on November 1st, 2021, my first assignment was we need to hire for these administrative, the positions that are underneath the FRF support regulatory fund budget. So our first priority, when I first came on the job, I was the only one here, an office of 1. We did get a president assigned, Tamara Johnson, from the president's office to us. No Delegate from economic development was kind enough to help us. And we had 1 individual from general services. So basically, we didn't have a fully functional office, yet that team got together and generated all of the budgets needed to set up the administrative regulatory support budgets. So that was our first priority. We had to work out a process with OMB to say this is how the budgets will be formulated or set up. One of the things that we had to do is we had to modify the format that normally goes in yearly cycles. So the intent was that programs wouldn't have to, the ones that are funded for administrative regulatory support wouldn't have to go back. So we had to create special forms to set up the budgets. So all of the budgets that were submitted also had to be redone because council approved a 3% salary adjustment. When the proposed administrative regulatory support budgets were done, they used the old pay scale. So we had to go on ahead and make modifications to all of them and cover them for the full 5 years. What this resulted in was some programs didn't have enough money to fund all of the 5 years, so we had to work with each individual program to get all of those ones set up. Once those were done, then we had to submit those to OMB, then OMB had to upload them. The turnaround time for OMB, once we submitted a budget, was about a week at the longest. In some instances, they were set up in 2 days or even as fast as the next day, depending on the workload that was there. So our priority was to get those ones set up because it involved hiring individuals. So that took a whole process. While we had to set up the budgets first, we also coordinated with the Department of Personnel Management to create a process to establish over 200 positions. Dr. Yellowman indicated that she's working on hers. Everybody that had to have funded positions underneath the regulatory administrative support budgets had to go through that process. So the last budget that was uploaded is OMB. So if you look at that report that was dated at 2/28, that's the 130,526,747. All those were set up, and that took much of November and December. We did get the OMB budget a week ago, and then that was set up so that all of those ones are now done. While we were doing those, we also started looking at the process of setting up the CARES defunded project, and that's where Mr. Haas is talking about when he says that these are still not being done. What I can report to you, Mr. Speaker, and members of the Naabik'íyáti committee is all of those CARES defunded budgets are set up. But when we looked at NTUA's agreement, the way their budgets were set up, what they were doing was they were capitalizing the infrastructure that's inside of those sub-agreements. So we had to work with OMB because that didn't look right. We had to go back and work with NTUA to modify their budgets so that it wouldn't be capitalized. They can't capitalize. If the account are set up as capitalized under the Navajo Nation, then they would belong to the Navajo Nation. In this case, since they would belong to NTUA, we had to use a whole different account number. So we had to return all of those budgets back to NTUA, and then they modified it. In the meantime, NTUA was working with the Department of Justice to come up with a distribution formula that was agreeable to both Controller Begay, DOJ, and NTUA. All of that negotiations were finalized and those agreements were ready to go. However, we could not start the SAS review process until the budgets were set up. So while they were working on those ones, we went and worked with NTUA, which started around the second week of the first or second week of January, because November and December was mainly spent trying to get the administrative regulatory support budgets out. So when we went into January, we started transitioning to setting up the CARES defunded project ones. So all of those ones were then set up. And I'm happy to report that all of them now have those ones set up. So all of the CARES budgets that are approved are completed, and that's $131,493,433. All of those budgets are now set up. So what we then did is once the accounts were all set up, then we went back to NTUA. One of the things that they forwarded, and Brandon Bitui from their office has been working with us and coordinating and getting it through. Then our office, because part of our plan of operation indicates that we would support programs, get SAS through the SAS review process. We've been coordinating with that, and within 2 weeks, we completed all of the process. 6 of the 8 contracts that NTUA is working on is completed. We're ready to transmit. We got them back yesterday. We are going to be transmitting those to Finance Controller's Office underneath their contract administration section, and all of those should be set up. We are doing the cover letters for them as we speak. We're trying to multitask here, get those over to them. So 6 of the 8 are completed and ready to go. 1 is sitting at Office of the President for review, and then once that review is completed, it'll come back to us, and then we'll route it over to OMB. 1 is still sitting at DOJ. Once that's completed, we'll take it over to Office of the President and Vice President, and we'll get those ones. All of the NTUA CARES defunded contracts will be completed within that time. All of the other ones, again, $131,493,433 of the CARES defunded are all now completed. The next one that is in the budget report that I sent you is the hardship assistance, which is $557 million, which was set up. As of the 28th, $93,596 of checks have been cut by Office of the Controller. That information was also shared with all of council within the last few days, and that report is ongoing. Part of what the FRF office is committed to when I took this position is we will make those budgets available on the 1st and 15th, and we've been able to do that. All of the information going back to the beginning of January are posted on the FRF website for the public to be aware of what's going on. So those are the things that we have been working on. We are starting as of 4 weeks ago, we had 2 staff. As of 3 weeks ago, we had 5 staff, 3 staff. As of this past Monday, we now have 5 staff that are full-time on. We have set up now our management team and are now going to start working with all of the FRF-funded programs to try to coordinate with them to hire. The one thing that's getting difficult is that because of the pay that the Navajo Nation is getting, all of the people that have the real technical expertise to go into these positions, like accountants, like engineers, all of that stuff, the pay is so low on the Navajo Nation that we're not getting very many people applying for it. So it's difficult to be competitive. Specialized fields like engineers, accountants, everybody is looking for those now because everybody's trying to spend those monies. So something needs to be done to try to make Navajo more competitive with all of them. So when you take the money that came from the administrative regulatory support, the CARES defunded, and the hardship, all of that totals $819,020,180. So that's where the FRF office has been coordinating all of these things to set all of those up. Again, we will now shift into working to get the positions hired for and doing the best we can with the available resources that are available. The next one that our office is going to be undertaking is coordinating with Office of the Controller to make sure that those accounts are properly set up for them to make those journal entries so that the ARPA funds for the UUFB and the citizen that were ARPA eligible can be completed, and those can then hit the expended column saying that they've been paid out. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Patero. With that, is there any further comments from your team, Mr. Chaco?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the Navajo Nation Council, as you can see, these one part of the whole puzzle that we are working on, including Tom's FRF office working and setting up the budget. So I'm glad Tom covered those. So I believe we covered most of the questions, Mr. Speaker. So give the floor back to you.
Excuse me, but this is Rex Paulson. Would you allow me to respond to some of the water portions of the 2 delegates' questions?
Sorry, Speaker. Rex, I believe, wants to elaborate a little bit more on the water project.
Wait, Rex.
Thank you. Jason John and his team, Dr. Yellowman and I did meet with Delegate Crotty on some of her projects, and we do agree that the extensions off 491 are very important projects. They're viable projects. The concern there is that BOR's plan was to complete the water plant and flow water by 2025. They've now extended it to 2029, which means you wouldn't have water flowing for almost 7 years. And it's not good to have a dry line in the ground for that long. Your gaskets will dry out. When you activate it, you just end up with a lot of leaks, repairs. Our suggestion to her was
probably from YouTube, yeah.
Get those lines cleared and design, as Jason and his team offered to get all the clearances done, to get the lines designed and get them prepared for construction. And then at that time, seek available funding to do the construction. So there's a proposal that they put together that breaks down those costs, and that may come before you all at a later time. But that's the solution to that. So we are trying to work with everybody to accommodate the needs in the one-on-one meetings. And we have met with her also in her chapters. We did explain the SDS process and the system and encourage them to request feasibility studies or to confirm that they're on SDS list already. So we have met with different delegates that have reached out and asked us to present to their chapters. So we've been able to do that. Anytime we're asked to do that, we've been doing that. With regard to Honorable Smith's comments regarding SDS, I do see Dave McDonald on the call now, so he might be able to explain a little bit more there. My understanding is that they have not locally received word of when the money will hit Navajo, but it is an approved dollar in the infrastructure bill, but they had not received their notice as to when that money will get here. So we are working with them on creating avenues and putting the mechanics together to move dollars towards projects that we're trying to accomplish as far as individual services, and we're working closely with them. As far as non-SDS projects, I understand watering points was one of the questions. We do have some watering points. If you look closely at the detail, there are some watering points in our proposal for the cutter lateral, and that's because that line has a huge amount of capacity. There's going to be several watering points put on there. They will be the large flow watering points because they will not be restricted just to drinking water. They can be used for livestock. They can be used for construction. Just because there is a huge amount of water that will be in that is in that pipeline. So at that point, we won't have to be so conservative, and there'll be multiple uses that will be allowed with those watering points. We do have plans for watering points when 491 gets completed, as well as in Western Navajo. And we do realize those are way down the road yet, but we do have thoughts and ideas about how to do that. We have a few other watering points that we have planned in different locations. We work with some outside sources. We do have other sources of dollars that can be targeted for smaller projects as they become feasible and doable. We can get projects like that funded, and we can get those installed as the system grows and the capacity begins to be built out through our foundational projects. We will follow back up with the smaller scale projects and the smaller funding sources. So we do have methods to add those at the appropriate time as our system grows and we get those capacity projects completed. Then we can move more water. Then we can put in those types of watering stations and watering points. So we are working towards that. We're not setting it aside. We're not ignoring it. We are working through there, and we have sat down with Delegate Smith as well on several things, and there's been a lot of good dialogue there. So, Honorable Smith, we are looking out for you, and I did hear what you say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go back to the floor. I do have Chairman Nez and then Honorable Vice Chair Slater in the queue at this time. Chairman Nez, floor is yours at this time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker Damon, honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Yet, there's an adoration I order. Be Kro, Peso, Washington, then Hitchin Holia. Lai Peso, Hitchin Holia, Choido, Instigate, Neha, what are the Stosa? Taking Egoed, Lai, Hitchin Holia, Lashy chapters, but Lai 10 zeros and then. Maya Kodo, Honorable Crowley, 0. Honorable Slater, Nalado, 0. Edmund Yazzie, 0. Honorable Yellow Hair, Chin Ados Silla, Honorable Alan the Gay, Honorable Paul the Gay. Oh, did I go a by Katanesh Saint? Hala peso la or ye hona la ga je hon iko Do she ba sa hun shorted on this. On that lago. At then go she nido shot at all less. O she says that he got of. Pero, yes, she all less. Nte, hot aba, yes, kitchen and hot and sunshine. So, did have shaky broadband again, then zero because I need broadband at East Toscana, at least 3 areas. I need broadband at Newcomb chapters with my neighbors. Honorable Karate, but chapters, Karashamayeza. We needed one in Upper Fruitland area. And the hot here. Kala Chinquida, Oho Amarillo. Ako, Sata, Nevada, Secret Window, but Netcisco. At Denver. On the East Hunk, Echo, Let the best change the case for the Nene and the cargo Nesaco. Could I use an abbot? Never in. A shell towers that does Argo Ebes, Echo Harchindo, Kedet and Later. Alan Harchinea, Ninastico. Nina, Annie hit us on Lesto, Ishi Benan State or Lisco. A cotty broadband, Gay, and the hot ear. Conscious has Argo, Coshis, Abasa, this place out there, 0, but Kake. What in the wastewater had negation are conde. The radar should the national bajo buyer. 0 bananas and the location the neda, TARJ store. Push it had out sittons and quite and then the patterns and the nate are she. Push ya evening lettons and we don't really think about it because some of us have running water. We have electricity. So yoban today case that is nothing hidden there. But you know ige opati need opati hidden there. Baby now ige do yo needs and the wastewater had no such septic tanks as that is lasa. Certified chapters, but let us see, clear RDC. Then in and either net chapters ne base on it, Hoda set and he didn't. Aholia got at a base, and some shares up chapters, but Hoda Lia got this. So Lego shade at Hotnas and the Lisa Hodat. Yat Evan, she takes Yat Ehon, so that case on the But better husband lay out a hushy, a shade and little hushy, and little hushy pastanaz, and a gibbage and has eggy handicap. Single parents, but better husband, hushy bitch, and how eggy out hotnas, and a little spare husband. Mikhail Ben kissing the Hannessa. I about a Hanitson. I must push best pass, I'm not cynical, neither near Arabisnaz, and Heranda. I shouldn't hit it, no. No, can't. They can't again, they can't deal with. Then his nature. A question deal with an and a give it echo. Best ego deal, let's do it right here. As Rashi san his yard at Etado, name the side on his yard, and the niche best, eh? So you pesos got 48 million. All that Rick Nez, Chairman Nez, what the bid less it ought need all this. I say consent best ish. See this a hone hidden there I see which end has taken. Oh equity the nego best ego ask for his ego nadi nego so big a hard to go up on that, huh? Let's step back and look at this plan. Perhaps we can come up with a better plan. And then we work the plan. You plan your work, and then you work that plan. Shitanen, Leniki asked, Shitanen, 110 chapters, Shitanen, that Navajo Nation, the great Navajo Nation. Alai asked, Bestego, Shitanen, Panchi Keso Bakadi, Wasla. How do we help our people, all of our people throughout the Navajo Nation, respectfully? Joban Sakesko. Ela AJ Ahwajit the best for Hassan, I don't need sooner. It Ada Eti Kodo, Beshoki, John the Nil is 0 Tabakagi. Let's put some numbers in those zeros. I wouldn't want to have a 0, but I have one under broadband. Walla in TOA Shihiyana Gashashan. Broadband Epidus no conholds this. These Tosakada resolution Chehe Landa Seto Korabachin Hodal Ehola. Ora the shredded this, Ora the dede this Chigahara. Go at Ehoraban Sahakis. Next at the Hashi Kegot Eden that and he did say. I wrote it, Snit at the Indians and that. The Ahota, and it's the Hosheta Hota, oh, Joe just kill a out there. Oh, I Shaban, this cation, and I not Seneki. Higher day, John the Nail, or work session, date Neho, Naabik'íyáti, hot ending his Edna. Let's go back to Twin Arrows and sit down and say, hey, let's redo this. Chapters that not let's go back to the chapters and see what they think. Submit it al doesn't Falasto. Because she had about this cation and I know Seneki. I don't get yet Eki did a Halet Shigiaro. She didn't never hon it at Doniki. I agree with you. I feel for you because your people are my people. Oh, you hit a net at the top at them. Oh, you hit a net at the St. Kishbet then. Nature this station and I'm not saying we are the lawmakers. Ashi behet on it il netigen hin hasella. Nehera on hasella. Snanta. Nehera on Naabik'íyáti tipenya. A kishna nishkot and nail hashetsella. Honorable Daniel. Anin. It's nishted at the Ojo Kitladil, the stost at a deal net. Alright, ego Joban Sakesto, ne, best egon Latin hit a never chair. I said la patience chair Holia give a hints and should a nest of a shin that Tobet and a gay art. Once to go out about this and I not seen over has jigit, doing I just kitta. I have a shin negative and not a snitty 0 and 100 delegate. Just like Helen even the Schnesto. So here she's not and I don't again get the whole lot of it. Thank you.
Speaker.
Sherry, did you put my name down? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Yes, I did, Honorable Eugene. So with that, moving on down, Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And
want to cut straight to the chase and explain a concept that I think might be attractive to my colleagues on how we can make this legislation move forward in a way that provides parity or equity for all of our districts. So we were forwarded a breakdown that says base infrastructure with equal distribution summary. And it has water and wastewater project specific, broadband project specific, home electric connection project specific, bathroom additions equal distribution, housing equal distribution, and delegate region equal distribution. I think there is a way, and I ask that you just follow me through this, where we can reach that sort of equity in providing the fiscal recovery fund opportunity for our delegate regions. I'm certainly one of those delegates who wishes he had not a big shiny zero under water and wastewater project specific, but we did have in the sort of TBD listing that's been explained commitments to put in wells and other infrastructure. So I think that when you remove that TBD, it opens up the opportunity for some sort of equity among the different districts. Under the bathroom, housing, and delegate region equal distributions, if you add all of that up, you get $20,224,706. You can then add that to the water and wastewater, broadband, and home electric, and you get that total on the far right. That is essentially all of the funding that will potentially be allocated by delegate region or could be assigned to a specific chapter within a delegate region. If you take out the nationwide projects at the bottom where you see public safety, cybersecurity, rural addressing, economic development, and health, and you just count the delegate specific allocations, you get $895,010. Now the mean of that, so that is 895 million divided by 24, is $37,291,667. From there, you could calculate the difference between what the average delegate should receive and what the existing allocations are right now. So for example, in Delegate Crotty, she would receive under this allocation $27,563,569, which means there's a difference between the 37 million and the 27 million of $9,728,098. In my region, it's about 10.5 million, and so on and so forth. So in some districts, we are under the mean, we're under the average, and in other districts, we're above the average. Now, in order to make this proposal work, where you would reallocate this difference between the mean and the existing allocations, you'd have to make deductions from the delegate regions that are above the average, that are above the mean. So an example here would be, say, Delegate Freeland's district, which right now is $12 million above the average. You would deduct 12 million from the equal delegate distributions, and that delegate region would be left with $8 million instead of the 20 million. Overall, they're still going to get to that $37 million threshold through a combination of project-specific allocations and equal distribution. I think that we should combine the bathroom, housing, and delegate region distributions into one sort of flexible category. And then we can use the NTUA listings, the DCD proposals, anywhere else where there are, and potentially, from chapters themselves that have already worked on project plans or things like that. We can use all of these as delegates and as delegate regions to populate those sort of general equal distribution funding project areas. So in essence, you're creating some equity, or I should say equality, among the allocations that will go out to the 24 members of this council. And there's, as I think Delegate Crotty mentioned, there should be an opportunity for those delegates who have assignments under the specific listings to revisit that. And in order to do that, I would just highly recommend that we as legislators rely on the vetting that's taken place. We need to have a nationwide focus on this legislation. A couple Saturdays ago, I participated in the RDC leadership meeting with the Navajo Housing Authority, and they spoke to issues that they have in development with existing utility capacity. And when we have new school construction, we have new NHA facility construction, we have new economic development projects, we're constantly trying to play catch up with our Navajo nationwide capacity system or our growth center systems. And so if I were a delegate who represented a Chinle or a Shiprock or a Tuba City, I'd be salivating at the opportunity to get a wastewater treatment plant, to get those capacity projects, which will reduce the cost of doing business, which will reduce the cost of constructing new housings for our people, new economic development, new schools for our people. When we piecemeal this together, as we are doing presently and have done historically, it doesn't yield the sort of a more efficient development that we ought to be pursuing when we're presented with the fiscal opportunity. That is, we have the funds to actually do this. We've always had to calculate in these cumbersome utility connections for these sorts of developments because we've never had the funding to pay for it at the outset. So I think we need to have a balance here between those impacts to the capacity and to the regional growth centers. Because if you understand the NTUA system or any utility system, it's in the denser environments where it's cheaper to operate that essentially subsidize those who live in more rural areas. We're going to have a lot more systems coming online with the completion of these SDS projects. So in my mind, we need to be strategic in how we combine both reaching those in the rural areas, which I think we could do through this more generalized or open per delegate region allocation, with some immediate investments in the capacity systems that are identified under the project-specific listings. We want to have our cake and eat it too, but there just simply is not enough funding to make that possible. So this is my proposal to try and thread that needle so that we can have that balanced approach. And I hope that the last piece of this is bringing in the allocations under the defunded CARES Act that were funded in, I think it was CJY 4121, and then the allocations that were made for, or I should say the reimbursements that are made for the UUFB and for CISN. Once those are broken down by delegate region, we'll have an accurate understanding of what the proposed and existing allocations are to each delegate region. From there, we'll probably have a more accurate mean and grand total to each delegate, and we can work on the reallocations from there. So colleagues, I think it's really seductive and easy to identify problems. We all know the issues that are here on the nation, and we can stomp our feet and identify all sorts of just reasons why X should be included in one consideration and why one agency needs to be responsive to this or that. But we need to come with solutions and ideas about how to move this process forward. We've lost a construction season through no fault of this council for those projects that we allocated, which were consensus projects this past summer. And I think it was really important for Delegate Crotty to highlight that important fact, that we shouldn't be held to the standard of trying to rush this process when there are serious considerations about equality and about the impact to the development of the nation. So I'm happy to answer any questions offline or online with any of my colleagues on this proposal, and I will work on producing it in a legislative format, either as an amendment or a standalone legislation. But I think this will provide the best equity and the best immediate investment in order to build our nation up. Thank you, Speaker. I'll yield my time back to the floor.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, let me go back to the floor. Actually, let me go back to Mr. Chaco. Chaco, any response at this time?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe there was some questions that were posed in regards to from Delegate Nez, and also a proposal from Delegate Flavor with regards to the discussion that we're having. And I believe there's some specific questions on broadband from Chairman Nez, and I'll give that over to Rex and his team to answer. I do want to address a comment that Mr. Nez had with regards to a meeting or a work session. Again, Mr. Speaker, we've had several work sessions and meetings at this point. And I do believe, Mr. Speaker, if that's another work session that we need to go and prepare for, then we certainly would have our team members consisting of IHS, BIA, NECA, NTUA division at that meeting, just to briefly address that comment, Mr. Speaker. And so what I'll do is I'll give the floor over to the team, which would be NTUA, Rex, and Wally, if he's still on the call. Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, this is Wally. I have to apologize. I had to step out while Delegate Nez asked his question, and I do not know the questions outstanding regarding broadband. There were several of my other team members that are on the call. I would respectively, again, apologize to Chairman Nez. I apologize that I had to step out of the room for a moment. Felina or Bush or Neil, were one of you folks able to get Delegate Nez's, Chairman Nez's questions, and are you able to answer them? Again, I was unable to hear his questions.
Mr. Haas, this is Belina.
Elena, this is Speaker. Go ahead. Just state your name for the record.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker, Navajo Nation Council. My name is Belina Sosi. I'm the General Manager for NTUA Wireless. In terms of Delegate Nez's statement, I did not really hear a question other than suggestions to go back to the drawing board and have more work sessions and address the projects or council delegates who have $0 listed for their projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other response, Mr. Chaco?
Mr. Speaker, I believe that concludes our remarks or actually our answers to those questions, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That, colleagues, let me go back there to the floor. Do have Honorable Eugene So, then Honorable Jimmy Yellhair. Honorable Eugene So, floor is yours.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
What did I ask years ago?
Oh.
This is a short comment. My understanding of the situation here. I was thinking what matters is not the quantity of the government, but the quality. If you Now, years ago now, I guess, we produced a CJY 41-21, announced that seal to the president, executive. And he made it into law and put it toward the division directors. And now, with their proposal, with projects, they have this legislation 0257-21. With that proposed, with the needs of the people, some of the LGA certified chapters have worked closely with the CDC director, Yellowman, in the agency. So some of those got numbers on them. Each chapter, how much they need for what they need. So that's number one. And then now the legislation 257, that one is before us, without without any discussion. We should have just went forward to move it onto the floor and start with any things that we don't agree upon to work on this legislation to make amends how we want it. Besides what the division want, directors. That's where I feel we should be at, working on the 0257-21 instead of work session. Because work session setup has already been done during the time before the CJY 41-21, and when the president signed it, forwarded it to division director. All those has been already done. So now we're just doing the same old thing, but not doing our job. That this we should be discussing on the floor. 0257-21. That's how I understand our government. That's the legislation that we should be. If something that we need from our government, our chapter, we make amends. Like me, I would make amends to whatever my chapter wants that was put down with the LGA certified chapter and Dr. Yellowman, what they want. That's about $40-something million. That's what I would request. And then others to the legislative districts and also to the chapters. The money that's left, it's not so good. What they need. I don't initiate issue. Kudora don't his army, don't his ada, Eliaki, initiate based on his holiday, then not illness. Kotago go a shikodonis 0257-21. So we're going to say something for our chapters projects. We need to put that on the board and put that within the legislation and push it for them. And then subtract the monies among the council delegates and the chapters. All we need, then we know what we want there at our chapters. I know we need a lot of housing just for in Chinle area. Me and my LD has been trying to look for all the houses that are not or something mission that needs to be patched up. And there's a lot we haven't finished yet. So those should be what we should be doing for the money that's going to be allocated to us. Like 50-50 or the same amount. So that's all we need, it seems like. And then we know as council delegate, we're doing something for our chapter down there at the lower level. And now we're just going on and on while time flies. And the money for anything we're going to buy is just going up. There's a lot of inflation going on. And if we keep on this up, maybe a 2x4, 8 feet 2x4 might cost almost $100. So we need to start putting our ducks together in line and start pushing this out of the way. And so the Navajo Nation, the chapter should be starting their projects. Abahazen go kon hitas so but Abahazen go behasi city pumps and chapters just go at 0257-21 and let's go at it with our amendments how we want it. That's all I think we need to do That's how I understand being a lawmaker. Thank you, Speaker Shiche.
Thank you very much, Honorable Eugene. So with that, we're back to the floor. Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. Floor is yours.
Hello, yeah, good afternoon. Here now, Naabik'íyáti Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, 24 Navajo Nation Council. We're doing this work sessions pertains to basic infrastructure with equal distributions. Let me make it to the point. The peso equal distribution, water and wastewater project specific. The mini mill water line project, yeah, this so I saw that figures. It was at 33 million, but at least $3 or $8 million up in that. So you person hey nearly 88 sharato. Oh hey that water lamp oh it up it's up being hard job, but $3 million shadow. On a hot a credit hot ROT Kwajiki Delegate Region Equal Distribution Sigi. These share 5 chapters and hit over that 5, 7, 8 equity delegate region $9,808,039. You divide by 5 slago. So I hit one his chapter gigo $1,961,607.80. What are they done? What are they done about ROT housing equal distribution at Niniki? Ada, the renovation that they like questions to Dr. Yellman. Housing equal distribution. A $4,166,667. 8 thoughts ago, like one there. $833,333.40 only. A quaggy, a slago. Back in addition, 6,250,000 divided by 5. That makes for 5 chapters or each one 1,250,000. Of course, oh, I get up a project without a coho. The city could all get a yasla. South Harbor that I hear that Black Mesa Forest Lake, Whippoorwill. We need a cell tower. 80,000 on your source. Because now, soy, I just want that. She on number 21 was $1 on the bottom 4. Lay 21, the other based on that. So, the eBay. Paid out $1 on the bottom 4. Other. Could tell you, because all your ends that this is based on quality that we need out there. And that has equivalent that on the water, you did that. Besides the water and wastewater project, at least 3 or 5 million. Out of the share it, being that on the Shigi Obe, Pishiat, got up on the share, tossing up the Hadanot. I'll be a session and it'll share pesos should have launched it. I got $25,102,097. So today I had no position on a later the gym around a whole year lay people in the cat in the Black Mesa. One day you have such a 1 day this term water, hauling water. We had enough done, but I cut on a and a half take out the conte need to with it. We're not going to be young or the die with our no get us tea. And then the Kayata 20 of the gain that he totally cut at the key. Even in a mini mill water line project, Korod Nishika, not just let me see a report out of chapter 4 sleep chapter. They really enforced it to get this project. The summer, I say it on me. Go. Atan Kailan Haitoli, equal to Navajo Nation project, department to do or youth all. Nan is on nothing, Nasio us. Into Edo, Edo is to you. IHS is to Udan his nan, Kushinaha, that an Canada it was done, no that they done. Aro Kuzo nappy is not nappy. I should have Kai construction, road construction, Edo, Nikado Johnson yet. Yeah, Gropes Bandit in the Bonnet Johnson. Yeah, he does on Nilgi. Thank you very much. Best of that, then let's move on with these projects now. I'm going to yeah, speaker, those not 24 councilmen. I don't know. That's enough. I don't should know. Hi, had that on shot control. I'm going to talk over Hanson. Thank you, yeah, speaker. Ocean Adi Kitway, that's so based on bedroom addition, housing, equal distribution, delegate region, equal distributions. Eras are on not as thought so. Now, can we move this money and elsewhere like water? What I Ero Tego's all hardship assistance that's pay non-nature. Thank you. Speaker, as another one nation last night.
Thank you, Honorable Yellow Hair. With that, let me go back to Mr. Chaco for response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe there were two delegates that were on the call. They were on the call that had questions. One is Delegate So, and the other one is Delegate Yellow Hair. I believe there's been some when you look at the base infrastructure with equal distribution summary, some of the zero we're only talking about in this case is the ARPA dollars. We're talking about the $1.07 billion that we're talking. That's ARPA money we're discussing here. Not included in this list is the UUSB, the CISN, the defunded CARES, and the SDS IHS funded list. We as the collective team, consisting of IHS, BIA, NECA, NTUA, division. This list that you see, the three that you see, water, wastewater, broadband, home electric connection projects. We took into consideration those dollars that are coming to the chapters. We took into consideration those dollars that are coming to the region. So when you look at the zeros, there are other funding sources that are contributing to this, and we couldn't use additional ARPA money for that because they're already on a different funding project list. So the zero doesn't mean they're not getting any money. They're getting money from a different source. So if we could clarify that, Mr. Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council, what I wanted to do, Mr. Speaker, is maybe what I wanted to do is have Mr. Jason John and also IHS to talk about Council Delegate Yellow Hair's Mini Meals Water Project. And we want to talk about a little bit more about what is in Council Delegate Yellow Hair's region for SDS and other water projects that are in there. If we could, Mr. Speaker, maybe we could, I'll go ahead and provide an opportunity for Jason and also IHS to expound on that. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. John. Mr. Jason John.
He's a not a Phoenix to be the position in the water rights education, so he's not available.
Mr. Speaker, I believe Jason is on the road now. But maybe if we have Rex or possibly IHS who might be on the call to address the mini mules and see if that's on the SDS listing, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, as I can see, Honorable Jimmy Yellow here, there was an email sent. When was this sent out? When was this sent out? The
141.
at 1:41, Miss Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. What you're talking about mini mules is not in 0257-21, but it is funded under the SDS listing.
It actually sent out earlier this morning for 141.
I don't know if anybody from IHS is on the line to explain that furtherly. Further.
Mr. Speaker, this is Wally. If IHS can't answer, I can. So,
Mr. Speaker, David McDonald here with IHS. I can answer any questions regarding if you can hear me. I hope you can hear me okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. I've been on the call for a little over an hour, so I didn't catch it from the very beginning, but to Delegate Yellowhair's specific questions about many mules and SDS, there are many phases of the many mules projects. Phase 1 and 2 are fully funded. Phase 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 are not funded yet, and those phases that are not funded are in SDS. They're in the SDS list. And as Mr. Chaco has explained, the IHS will be receiving funding under the infrastructure legislation, that was recently passed in November, that will fund all of the SDS projects over the next 5 years. At least that's what the intent is for, with that $3.5 billion under that legislation. So yes, the phases that don't have funding yet are to be funded by IHS in the next 5 years. Exactly when they're going to be funded, which years, we don't know yet. We don't even know how much money that we're going to receive this year. We're still waiting, but the funding is intended to fund all the projects on SDS, all the water and sewer projects that are on SDS. So I hope that answers that question. Let me know.
That Chief of Staff, Mr. Chaco.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Again, I'll have Walter address this a little bit more as well. But again, to reiterate the listing that you see, which is the base infrastructure with equal distribution summary. When you see a 0, it's basically not funded from ARPA, but it's funded from another resource. In this case, Council Delegate Yellowhair, his is 0 because there are funding that is made available for the Mini Mules water project. We don't want to put money into this category because it's going to conflict with IHS's funding. So we left SDS separate so that IHS can deal with that on a separate level. So that's why you have zero there. Okay, Mr. Speaker, if I can give the floor over to Mr. Haas to explain a little bit further. Thank you, Speaker.
Mr. Haas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Yellow here, in the original packet we had given you, your area has 36 projects identified, which are eligible, most of them through the SDS process. There's actually 13 of those projects that are already funded or already on the SDS as evaluated projects. And the funding for those projects is a little bit more than $84 million. The Many Mules water line project has, as it was mentioned earlier, has several different funding and several different phases. And there's over $60 million on the SDS list of the 84 that I mentioned that already has been moved along further in the process and has IHS numbers attached to them through the process. I hope that helps. As I said, on the list it shows 36 projects, 13 are already advanced far enough to have project dollars specified for them, and the others are eligible. They just need to go through the process to determine the right amount of funding level needed and what year they could be funded in. And there is some chapter paperwork and other things that need to be assembled together. Again, the number right now is $84,376,000. And it's a similar, maybe not the same dollar amount, but it's similar for all the delegates. Every delegate has water dollars on the SDS list that was provided in the previous booklet. That's just a supplemental to hopefully provide you additional information. I don't have anything else to add, sir.
Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Chaco.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the clarification from Indian Health Service and also from NTUA Walter. As indicated, Mr. Speaker and members of the council, we all have been collaborating together on providing this list from this ARPA list. Again, we provided in the booklet all the other sources of funds that each delegate received from UUSB, from Citizen, from the defunded CARES, and in addition from the SDS listing. And this, what we're describing here, is only for the ARPA allocation. Some have zeros in it because, like indicated from IHS, there's $84 million from the SDS list for Jimmy Yellowhair. And we couldn't add any of the ARPA dollars for him because he has 84 million, and we can't add additional money, which is going to conflict with the dollars from the SDS list. Mr. Speaker, hope that clarifies the list and also clarifies some of the concerns.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chaco, and thank you to the team members for trying to clarify. I think before I go back to the floor, because it seems like I'm going back to individuals who have spoken already, and I just want to reiterate where we're at this point. If you're just joining us or been on the line, thank you very much for being in this discussion on the Naabik'íyáti Committee work session. We're discussing legislation 0257-21, which is roughly discussing a little over $1,298,867 that has been identified clearly in the original legislation. Everything from water, power, broadband, housing, home electrification, and bathroom additions, and then ultimately hardship that was included. Through the process, there has been numerous different individual legislations that have actually not numerous, but I think 2 legislations to move forth on specific projects. One is the original legislation that created the dollars, that actually gave dollars to the defunded CARES projects, and also reimbursed the UUFB and CSN, and also gave some dollars directly for operating of the FRF funding. Second was getting a legislation that was specifically for the Navajo Nation's second go round of hardship. And that was something that was a total amount of $557 million. And I think we're Navajo people across the United States are getting that for getting that relief, starting to get those relief payments. But what I'm hearing now from a lot of the colleagues is that there's still some concern about what equal distribution means. So what we'll do is team members will collaborate together again. Mr. Chaco, your team, well, I think most importantly is just maybe set up some columns to let delegates, my colleagues, know what other kind of funding that is based with, that is outside of the base infrastructure of 0257-21, which includes those SDS projects, which includes dollars that were given outside of the FRF office that were directly given to the nation for additional resources, whether that be additional resources that went to third-party entities or that went directly to the nation's divisions. I think that's something that overall clarity, maybe one master sheet just to show where these dollars are at, because I think that's the confusion. That's one of the biggest confusions that we see here today, is that that's not part of the discussion and trying to identify that in there. So in that, I think that would give more of an overview, a master chart of all the funds that have been given to the nation, and actually, and that can be broken down specifically too, whether it be through the Navajo Nation's mother government or those resources that are broken down individually through projects like the SDS listing. From that point, what we can do is come back, and if there is a formal recommendation to move back into understanding and getting everybody back on the table, including I hear the president wants to be our colleagues asking the president to be involved. If we need to do that and have that discussion back at Twin Arrows one more time before the 60 days expires, so we can definitely bring this legislation back to the council. I think that's something that can be done relatively immediately. Second thing is that we're coming back now to go. Honorable Jimmy O'Hare, can you mute your phone? With that going on down, I think there are some additional resources on some other options that could be available, and at that time frame, one of the equal options is that, you know, each delegate be given the same amount. It doesn't matter if it's from the base infrastructure or from the delegate equal distribution that was TBD'd to be determined on the listing. And colleagues, if that's the route that is recommended, there would be only about $37 million that would be going to each individual delegate. That's everything, $37 million across the board. But mind you, that is going to take some time again to get that going, to get that through the process. If we remember, colleagues, back in the 20, those that were there in the 23rd Council, it took us a little over 5.5 months to get a $100 million legislation collectively together that was divvied up to only $4.1 million in order for that legislation to come to forbearance and actually get across the finish line. The second thing is that a recommendation was also recommended to move all the delegate region funding back down and have it more of a flexible option, not including the additions to the bathroom additions and not including the housing, because there's, as indicated, there might be individuals, communities that might want more housing or might want more bathroom additions or might need less bathroom addition money and might need more housing funds. And if that's the route, it would be, if we collapse all those three line items together, it would be roughly about $20.2 million that would be given to each delegate region. Again, as indicated, that was on the table before, colleagues, but the president at that time indicated that he was against that, and he didn't actually use the line item veto, but I know that he was against that provision. That's the reason why, as a negotiation process, I think that I try to negotiate as the best of my ability to make sure that the representation from the council's position is moving forward. And that's the reason why we got to the 9.8 million that the president has agreed to at this time for any kind of movable or any kind of project specifically that the chapter would like to present back to and be funded through these FRF fundings. Last but not least, there has been a suggestion by Honorable Slater. I think what we can do is give him some time and have him prepare that recommendation for an amendment, as that was something that was viable, and then something that Madam Chair Amber Crotty too as well, working together with council to try to identify a specific amendment. As at this time, there's no specific amendments. As indicated, the only amendment that we could see here is bringing back this collaborative effort, not only from the team members on the executive side, but from the council side, making sure that statement of equal distribution was recognized. And that's the reason why that out of the $485 million that was identified specifically in different projects, 4 different to be determined projects, has now been collapsed into 3 areas, and that's bathroom additions, housing, and delegate region. But again, there is further discussion to say, what about having another option and collapsing all those 3 and having that brought up to 20.2 million? That's a recognition that I can, or process that I can go and still have with the president again, and a couple of other recommendations that you have brought forth, not only this morning, but moving into this afternoon, colleagues. So that's where it stands at this point. I think the responsibility too is just to make sure that if there's anything, amendments that you're looking at right now, specifically, colleagues, to say that you want to make sure that this is in there, you have to remember, colleagues, that there's a process in place, and that process was in place, adopted by this council and passed, signed into law by the president, and that's to have each individual projects reviewed by the Department of Justice, so that those projects are recognized and gone forth and moved together to say that they are acceptable or they are within the guidelines of the Treasury. And I know that there's still reviews that are going on right now and moving down that avenue. But again, colleagues, I ask you to continue that if you're still looking to see if there's anything moving in that direction, that you still work together. And this team here at the Speaker's office is still here readily to help you all to make sure that is done, as there's been numerous requests for us to help assist, and the staff members are able to do that. So again, colleagues, that's where it stands right now. I just want to make sure if there's any further discussion at this point, that we do come back together in advocating on a collective balance, to know that this is something that's not just going to be decided by the council, but I have to say again, that at the end of the day, the president does have the line item veto authority in order for us to go ahead and move forward on this legislation. That's the reason why it's my best ability at the time to not have that at the end of the day. And that's why I'm here, to try to represent the council and try to negotiate the best possibility. And at this time, this was one option that we had at the table. And listening to everyone here, I think more importantly, the discussion can go forward. As there's items that are not identified in here, and everybody's worried about zeros on here, when actually there's other particular funding that's not been identified specifically on the summary chart but are proven to be funded and elsewhere through other sources of funds, whether that be through not only the FRF dollars, but the non-FRF dollars that were provided by the ARPA's federal legislation. So again, thank you, colleagues. With that recap, I do have next on the queue, Honorable Keon Begay.
Speaker, can you put me in the queue box, Freeland? Thanks.
Did you get Daniel So? Sorry, colleagues, I still have, I did not get that, Chairman. Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours. Hold on, Honorable Keon Begay.
Okay, I lost it, Silla. And members of Naabik'íyáti committee. All the ones that spoke are gone from the chambers. Just me and Speaker and Brother Eugene. So just like the old days. Oh, this we're all kind of worn out.
And Keon Begay.
Quite plateau. At least, and I guess the one thing that I see, and I'm not ready to go forward. One, CJY 4191 or 21. There was a line item 207,000 for administrative and regulatory. Then we funded 1.8 million. And so the administration basically has over $2 million to get these projects together. But what I'm seeing is electric lines to homes. The other is we're given 3 spreadsheets made available this morning. And we're still kind of piece it together or take it apart, or we're asking questions on it. Number one, electric lines to homes. 8 chapters that I represent are not listed, and they're served by 2 entities, Continental Electric Co-op, Jemez Mountains Electric Co-op. And in that respect, I'm kind of doing what I view community development should be doing. And it all rests on the ability of the ASC. The ASC for the South chapter is very capable. One for the North, communications really lacking. The other aspect is some of the chapters don't have a CSC and or do not have an AMS. So in that aspect, some of them basically said, we need help. But that technical assistant isn't coming around. So the main thing that everything revolves around is a home site lease. And the aspect that if a home site lease is within 1,500 feet, then a service line agreement will suffice and really don't need a right-of-way clearance. So, and I'm getting requests from chapters, hey, we got more people applying.
Some have bought mobile homes, they've got utility poles, but they're not on any list. Right there at Pueblo Pintado, I think I have 7 homes already, and we haven't really met to address it. So on March 22nd, I'm convening a meeting with the chapters that are served by Jemez Mountain Electric. That would be Councilors Ojo Encino, Torreon Star Lake, Pueblo Pintado, and White Horse Lake. The east part of White Horse Lake, Rincon Marcus area, is served by Jemez Mountain Electric. And yet to be determined date for the south chapters, Baca, Little Water, Casimiro Lake, and again, White Horse Lake, because the west portion is served by Continental Divide Electric Co-op. So in that aspect, we're also going to meet with the Eastern Navajo Agency Superintendent as well as the Realty Specialist. And there is the part that's really made it difficult is certain members passed away, and part of the shareholder interests are held by the folks that passed away. And probate courts take anywhere from a year to 3 years to be held to determine heirs. And so I've basically trying to get Superintendent Lester Sosi to sign on behalf of the shareholders, allotment shareholders, to allow for the home site leases to proceed. So those are some things that I'm again. That's the new duty that seems that every delegate is doing, convening these service providers, these technical folks, to get home site leases, and then to also get some cost estimates on those electrical hookups. The same with the water line extensions, the ones that are short within, again, 1,500 feet of a main water line. So those are some aspects that, as a delegate, it's incumbent on us to get water and electricity to our constituents. And for me to just sit there and let community development to convene, they put a dead limit. And some of the chapters they submitted, but again, it's like water flowing down an arroyo. As time passes, more and more water flows. And so in that aspect, that's what I'm in the process of doing. The other aspect is I have one chapter that basically says I'm only submitting one project. Why just one? Well, CSN projects haven't even been started or funded. Their funding's there, but the project hasn't started. So I have no belief that these projects you're wanting us to submit for, I don't see it happening. We don't see it happening. So some of the chapters have no faith in the system that is in place. And I think the folks on the call have to realize that's a reality. Some of the projects that were funded in 2016 by Citizen, they're not complete, they're not initiated. So how do we move forward? And so, like I said, I'm not ready to vote on it. I still have many more requests that we need to catalog. And so that's the part. The one issue I really have with broadband is the NHA fiber distribution and hookup to the NHA subdivision. I really feel like NHA ought to be taking on that cost rather than taking it from this ARPA fund. And if we take out those amounts, then that would make more money available for the chapter housing, bathroom addition, house wiring, power line extensions, those aspects. And so, and what really threw me for a loop is, you know, the work session at Twin Arrows, we had a day-long session where NTUA tried to justify to us why they should get the money. And now with this, what was presented this morning, then it's a little bit different. And so I guess that's the part that I really need to have time to review. Back to NHA fiber distribution. Are we supplementing or supplanting an enterprise? The same way I think that the wireless cellular one wireless that goes to NTUA, is the nation supplementing or supplanting? NTUA is an enterprise of the Navajo Nation. They took on that responsibility, and they ought to use their line of credit. I think it was in the $1 billion. They ought to be using that rather than looking at, they're competing with the individual families that are still having to haul water, that are still having to go get propane or kerosene or gasoline. Kerosene to light up their little homes, gasoline to power their generators. So that aspect, what we're trying to do is get these critical water and electric services to our people. And it shouldn't have to flow through an enterprise. We should just be able to fund the chapters and do those aspects. So those are my concerns. And then the other is when we do the equal distribution, bathroom additions, the septic tanks and the drain fields, we need a good cost estimate for each home. That way, when we have an individual that qualifies. And if we're doing the equal distribution, then we got to have that technical assistance to be able to say, okay, it'll cost you this much. It'll cost this project, this particular applicant, this much. We deduct it from that grand total amount of equal distribution. Those are the aspects I see that this is a work in progress. And I'm really looking forward to Honorable Carl Slater's amendment in the area of, this seems to be a fabulous idea. Then we have to see it in actual writing. And right now I'm open to that rather than what was presented, because it's many people have made criticism of the items that are in that particular 3 spreadsheets that that were presented just this morning. And so for me, I'm still evaluating. And I'm not really asking any questions. I'm making a statement. And going forward, these aspects will be addressed. Thank you, Speaker. And since I've made my statement and comments, I'll go take care of the day-to-day business and leave you by yourself in the council chambers. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Daniel. So for the record, Honorable Keelan Begay is here in the chambers too as well. With that,
Speaker Delegate Freeland, can you put me in the queue box, please? Thank you.
okay, thank you. With that, this is the lineup. I have Honorable Freeland, then Chairman Hinyo, and then going back to individuals second time around. Honorable Freeland.
Nagushi, Ahila, Chairman Damon, other colleagues on Naabik'íyáti committee, good afternoon. Just listening to the discussion since this morning, and it seems like we're kind of hitting a stalemate again. And, you know, we don't have any real direction as of yet. You know, it's a little apprehensive at this time. You know, for myself, I have eight chapters, and I think I've heard the term numerous times from my colleagues about equal distribution. And, you know, it's so hard to really say or really promote equal distribution when you have 8 chapters. And when you've been out there, when you see the living conditions of our people, when you see for yourself as a delegate, the dilapidated homes, when you see our people having to haul water, when you hear of families going through multiple generators, and these are in very remote rural areas, these are not in populated areas. It's a different life. It's challenging, but yet the people remain humble. They remain strong. They remain hopeful. And this is our one opportunity to change lives forever. And I want to do as much as I can to help our people in every form or fashion. And I can say that honestly, because I've been out there since March of 2019, since this pandemic started. 2020, excuse me. And I've visited elders, I've visited veterans, I've visited families at the height of the pandemic. I've seen these living conditions for myself. And as a delegate, you want to do everything that you can to help those situations. And for me, this is the one chance to forever change lives. Our people are counting on us. Our people are waiting right now. And I'm for one waiting myself. We need help. We need help in Eastern Agency. You know, I was thinking earlier, where was all the equity talk all these past years for Eastern Agency? We're at an inequity out here. We're at a disadvantage already. Eastern Agency has always been the stepchild. And I say that, you know, because we are. 31 chapters we have out here. And, you know, I wish we could have said this earlier. I wish I could have mentioned this earlier, but in all the past years, where was the equity for Eastern Agency ever mentioned? I have 8 chapters. I like all of us, we love our people dearly. We want to do everything we can to help them. You know, and I have a lot in my mind. I have a lot that I've seen since this pandemic. When you visit homes, it's really heartbreaking. It's really heartbreaking when elders, veterans don't have running water. I told the story already of Mr. Frank Henry at White Rock, a Korea War veteran, waiting for water. There's many more Frank Henrys out there. Elderly, veteran, yet he was still humble, happy. And, you know, I as a delegate want to do as much as I can to help Mr. Henry and the many other veterans and elders right now that don't have running water. And, you know, I think this is the opportune time to do that. And, you know, I just want to mention that, Shanata. You know, what Honorable Carl Slater mentioned as his proposal, yes, that's a good idea, but that's going to take away 12 million from my area. 12 million less of water. The majority of my funding focuses on water. And that's going to take away 12 million of water from my area. I don't know if I would be good with that. You know, and it's hard. It's really hard when you see it for yourself, or when you experience it for yourself, living conditions of our people. And then you throw the added piece on it, land status, makes it even more complex. You know, and I just wanted to mention that about equity, because Eastern Agency, where was all the equity in the past? Where was all the equity, you know, for our people out here? We matter just as much as everyone else does. We matter. We have some great people out here. And, you know, I'll still always speak up. My colleagues as well from Eastern Agency will always speak for our people. It's because we're always at a disadvantage. I just wanted to put that into perspective, Shanata, you know, and put things for myself, listening to my colleagues. I know everyone has a plan, everyone has ideas, and everyone has, you know, of areas to take care of. As a delegate, I've been to the majority of the Navajo Nation I've seen as well. you know, and I'm humble about my visits and talking to different people out there. But I have to stand for my area as well, just as much as my colleagues are. I have to stand up for my 8 chapters as much as my colleagues do. Life is not easy out here. Life is not easy. And if we can make a change, a simple change, life enhancement. I think it was Dr. Yellerman say critical need. That's the term that the state of New Mexico always uses, critical need, identifying critical need. If we can bring water, if we can bring electricity, even bathrooms, just those 3 components to our people that don't have that luxury right now. Imagine how much lives we will forever change if we focused on those 3. And, you know, the idea of coming back together at another work session, you know, I would suggest maybe all of us get into a room with all the agencies, all the informants, everyone that's going to be there to provide information. That way we're all understanding information all at once. We need to understand this all comprehensively across the board, Shanata. You know, understanding the SDS list, understanding the NTUA list, understanding, you know, even what's in the legislation itself. I had a chance to meet with my chapters recently, and we gave them a pretty good idea of what this legislation was about. We didn't talk about the SDS, we didn't talk about the NTUA lists, but, you know, for myself, knowing that if projects that our chapters submitted through the chapter portal are not listed in this legislation, they could be either listed in the IHS list, SDS list, or they could be listed in the, as well as in the NTUA list as well. I saw that electricity component. I think my Honorable Che from Torian, he mentioned the NTUA component as well. I know there's going to be working with Continental Divide and Jemez Mountain on that part. So I did see the breakdown on that, of that partnership again between NTUA, Jemez Mountain, as well as Continental Divide. Socorro, City of Farmington. We have all these different utility providers out here. And then, you know, water's different it's us through NTUA. But I just wanted to mention that much. That I want to encourage all of you, my colleagues. We have a huge opportunity right now, a huge opportunity to forever change lives, to forever impact lives. You know, and I will do my best to advocate. I will do my best to educate. I will do my best to promote as much as I can. The likes of Mr. Henry, the likes of Stella Valdez in Lake Valley, and all of our veterans that so deservingly need water. My chapter vice president at Lake Valley, he's raising his grandsons. He lost his son. He's raising his little grandsons and he doesn't have running water. There's so many stories out there of people that really need our help at this time. So I just want us to take that into consideration, Shanata. The many stories, the many people that are looking at us right now, the opportunities that await us, our people, for our people. And I always say, this is a great experience, yes, but we have to remind ourselves who the beneficiaries are. The beneficiaries are Navajo people. So, Edia Speaker, I just wanted to say that much, kind of put things back into perspective for myself, and, you know, plead with my colleagues. Let's move forward, work together, help us, help Eastern Agency. We need help. We're far behind the trust side. We're far behind Big Navajo. And I really am going to ask for your help, Shanata. Please help us. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland. Let me go on down to Honorable Chairman Nino.
Thanks to the Speaker Damon, Chair of Naabik'íyáti Committee, those of the 24th Nomination Council, the claim each on the legislation expenditure plan. The Office of the President, Mr. Chaco, thank you for providing us information and NTUA. One thing is community development also. Neota, what I've heard so far, and our main priority should be looking at water wells, digging for new water or expanding our current water systems. Because on the national stage, that's what we were always talking about. That Navajo has no water at all. So even before CARES Act, and when CARES money came in, I don't know if we ever dug a single well or not with that money. And on the ticket with ARPA. So that should be our priority right now is water first. But water is sustainable. And then it lasts several generations if we do right. And so that's where I'm looking at, that we should be looking at the water development. Not just for human consumption though. We need to be mindful that we do have animals that we have to consider also. Our livestock, our sheep, cattle, horses, even our wildlife though, they need to drink water too. Our birds and so forth. So that's where I stand when it comes to this ARPA, is that water should be a priority. Then at the same time, when we passed legislation last year accepting the ARPA funds and setting up for the process for the expenditure plan and the necessary ARPA office and so forth. Also set out the process for distributing the funds through a Budget and Finance Committee resolution, which is the application process and the review process and so forth. So ADE and TUA follow that process, and you have a lot of applications that you see as part of 257-21. So since then, I've been working with my 3 chapters, Alamo, Rima, and Tojule. Have them work on the application as a chapter entity for their own projects within the community, such as propane delivery, electricity, utility assistance, and so forth. And Rima Chapter 6 School Board had submitted 4 applications to Division of Community Development back in November, and they delivered it personally to the office assistant there. And we never heard back from community development. I've been inquiring about it. Even DOJ has responded back saying they haven't seen anything. So therefore, my question to the Division of Community Development is, where are the applications from the Raymond Navajo School Board, which is a water development for a new water system for the campus and surrounding communities, and broadband project, wastewater project, and electricity project. Although Alamo is in the process of building a new clinic, expanding their clinic at a different site for the community people there. But without the new water development within the area, they really can't do anything. So the Alamo School Board through the chapter submitted an ARPA application to develop their water system, dig a new well, and expand the water system, fresh water for underserved parts of that community there. And again, it's submitted to community development. Although it disappears. It's like the doors closed and the lights went out, and where is the status of the application? Just No response. So I don't know if they've been given orders from the president's office to stand down on reviewing, or I'm just in the dark right now. I'm getting frustrated with the whole process right now. That's why when the idea of the equal distribution to the 24 delegate regions of the remaining ARPA funds, which is a little over $50 million, I thought about it. More I thought about where the status of the applications that were submitted and no response. So I just figured, okay, this is what I support then. I'll support this idea here. Maybe that way we can get some water development moving. These are shovel-ready projects, in the communities I represent, and they're ready to go. But again, without the assistance of Navajo Nation, they feel like they're left out, and they argue that all the time. Every time I see them, they say, "We're the forgotten people out here." Now I know what they mean by it. So these are applications from Rama and one application from Alamo. So I just let's figure it out.
Thank you very much, Chairman Henio. With that, colleagues, let me go back to Mr. Chaco. You and your team members, I don't know if you have a response at this time. Mr. Chaco? Chief?
Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry. Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I did take some notes from the delegates. Some of them were comments, and I believe the team that are on the call took some of those notes and questions. I did, and I'll have Walter address some of those broadband questions, and then we'll have Dr. Yeoman address some of the questions from Delegate Henio, and then I do have Mr. Tom Patero that's on the call too, and other team members if they wish to speak on some of these issues, Mr. Speaker. So I'll just go ahead and give the floor to the team and to respond back accordingly. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this is Wally. Did you want me to go first?
Good.
Okay. I just wanted to Delegate Sol brought up a really good point, and Delegate Freeman was also talking regarding our previous proposals. There was funding inside our proposals for Continental Divide and for Jemez Mountain and for City of Farmington and APS and others outside of N2H territories to provide electricity to homes. In the CARES Act, we were able to do over 50 homes in partnership with those groups, and we've already done over 20 homes in partnership with the defunded CARES. When the decision was made to remove the to be determined homes, the money that was in the electric area for the outside utilities was removed from the N2A electric proposal. And the reason for that was we did not have firm proposals from all those communities. So there is a dynamic difference in what is in front of you today as opposed to what we had previously. The money was put back to the chapters from all the to be determined items so that the chapters could determine the best way to utilize those funds. So while N2A wouldn't have the funds to be responsible for working directly with those utility to help those folks get services, that would fall back under this proposal. It would fall back on the chapters to make those determinations on what projects they wanted to go forward with, and then work out the contract details and everything to move forward with those utilities. That was just an unfortunate side product of that. Also, you had mentioned about fiber lines to NHA homes, and you're asking about seeing if there was possibility to get funding from NHA for those type of projects. We will revisit that with NHA. We had preliminary conversations, and the way they got their dollars allocated to them, originally there didn't seem to be a clear path where their ARPA dollars could be used to address those Native American or those members' homes. So that's why they originally were put into this funding request through the process. And you know, as far as the ARPA legislation in itself, you know, it focuses on water, wastewater, and broadband, and we got electricity involved because we needed to have electricity to deliver water to homes and deal with the wastewater and also get them broadband to the houses. So that's how that became available for ARPA funding through the process. So I just wanted to really point out that there is a dynamic difference in how funds would be allocated to those electricity providers and eastern agencies. We would have to go directly back through the funds that were reallocated from the to be determined projects back to the chapter projects. And I think that's really important. Only thing I wanted to mention about Delegate Haino, there was 3 wells done with the CARES Act dollars. Most of the other wells and things that we were looking at we're really going to be using IHS. There are some wells that were being looked at by the Navajo Nation's Department of Water for Jason John in direct regard to the animals, livestock. But in this proposal, I believe some of those have been pulled out because they were also to be determined type of funds that are getting reallocated to other areas. So I just wanted to make sure that those points were presented so folks would have a better, fuller picture. I didn't have any other comments to add. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address those questions.
Thank you very much, Ross. With that, Mr. Chaco, does that conclude your response?
Mr. Speaker, I believe there was a concern from Delegate Eno with regard to several proposals that were submitted to Division of Community Development. And those proposals were project ready. I believe Dr. Yellman is still on the call. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Great. Dr. Yellman?
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Chief of Staff. Naabik'íyáti, Chair Haino, thank you for your questions and your comments. And to members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, good afternoon. Speaker, Chair Haino did provide the Division of Community Development with proposals for Appendix A for the Rama Navajo School Board. Those projects were 3.6 million for the water project. Oh, I'm sorry, 3.6 million for the electrical project for the Rama School Board. Another one was 11 million. 11.1 million for another project related to the school. There's another project here that was submitted for 5.1 million, again for Navajo Rama School Board. and another project here for 13.6 million. We did receive those projects and we did submit them to DOJ. And just for clarification, Speaker, I did travel out to REMA several times. We have been collaborating with BIA as well. Both Mr. Mahoja and the previous director and Superintendent Sosi, along with Ms. Curley. These are the dates that we've gone out there and we've worked with Chair Henyo's chapters. June 9th of 2021, June 25th, August 6th, September 7th, October 15th, October 21st, November 9th, December 7th, December 14th. Ultimately, we also did an additional electrical assessment with NTUA. We provided that complete update along with these DOJ updates to Chair Henyo on January 31st. After that January 31st meeting, we prepared the budget forms for a second request for the REMA School Board 3.6 million to go before NABI. That was developed February 15th. Chair Henyo has been provided this information and we anticipate, and there was also an invitation from BIA to Chair Henyo regarding this budget request for further collaboration and coordination. So Chair Henyo and Speaker Damon, I just want to add that and provide that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That, Shaka, does that conclude your response though?
Mr. Speaker, that will conclude my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go on down to our Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Question privilege, Speaker, this is Pena. Question privilege, Pena.
Thank you, Chairman. We're in a work session setting. What's your question? What's your question?
The Alamo question wasn't answered. Thank you. I'm sorry, Speaker.
Oh, okay. Paulson or Dr. Yellowman, maybe a question on Alamo before I turn it over to Vice Chair Walker.
I'll defer that to Dr. Yellowman, Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Yellowman.
Thank you. I'm here. Could Chair Henyo just repeat the question on Alamo?
Chairman Henyo.
Alamo School Board has submitted an application through ARPA for water development. I believe it was 12 million. What's the status of that application? It was submitted to your office, and there's a receipt that was given out to verify that it was actually delivered. So therefore, asking what's the status of that application? Has it been reviewed, or is it still sitting in file 13?
Okay, thank you. Chair Henyo, I'll follow up with DOJ. We did submit those applications. So if you could give me a minute, I'll follow up and also respond through an email as well. Speaker, I'll get with Mr. Rodas on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. We do have Vice Chair Walker. Vice Chair Walker, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Speaker, though, Chairman of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, and then colleagues of the 24th Council Naabik'íyáti Committee members, those that are at the council chambers and those that are online. The presenters and the respondents to the discussion here, some of the questions and comments. Chief of Staff Chaco, yourself, and the other individuals that have teamed up today to present information to council, to the Naabik'íyáti Committee. NTUA, IHS, and the Division of Community Development. Needed in here to colleagues describing the challenges, everyday challenges, challenges that have been there chronically for, on a daily basis, going back years and years. The colleagues and leaders that are on the call, the Western Agency, if I can take your attention down to the western part of the Navajo Nation, called the area known as former Bennett Freeze area. 9 chapters already. As we talk about development or the lack of development, lack of infrastructure, let's also put into the discussion for, to provoke your thoughts, although to get your support, obviously, is my point also. Get your support. 40 years of statutory freeze on development. No development for 40 years. Former Bennett freeze, when it was Bennett freeze, that's what it was, a statutory freeze because of a court case. So not that there were no money or no funding, no resources, or no one that wanted to develop theirs because of that court case. So I would think that now we need to rehabilitate the full 9 chapters of Quaggy. So that's our challenges out here in Western Agency. 4 of the chapters that I represent are within that former Bennett Freeze area. So the Navajo Hopi Land Commission, the legislative body, we had our meeting this morning and again received reports on conditions, received testimony from our constituents from those areas. Still fresh on my mind, my colleagues that are on that commission. As we talk about infrastructure development and the ARPA funding that we now have in our possession, I see the kaito was Johada in Sade Kisla, Shananda. Edo, the Haba, Isha. I appreciate the leaders coming from Eastern Agency advocating for, the communities out in Eastern Agency. The many challenges they listed, they described, Sida akuta the show additional ko kaba akuta needs a job and city case of shing but ashing even yeta di neko naka job but only and then he did that or tin naka ahns and all this not on Nika doja so that he did no at echo of that quite sad the has solution and although let's also put into the equation here the terrain. So out in the areas that I represent, the rocky area, mountain areas, canyons, with the Canyon Diablo, yeah, got that. Donde is you at Canyon Diablo is east of Twin Arrows Casino, that beautiful area. It's very, very rocky though. A teen though, vaya shwada. I don't know. What that not close or leti to show on that side the John hit neko. Fish the cheat not to jump on that side the John hit neko. I could out carefully none on the way to the page go. Great mountain, I don't know. Cat, swing his army. The Nahan Playego. What the that's that nana. Ko di Canyon Diablo ba shake it out not the hot ko yego nandahan pla di peso ishin hanel e ajigo bansa kis ajob do ni ajla shuido in ka ninde hazo di biket hobgena closet a khanil del trada khanil del da zun da biga to hota e ni Bansi kitchen and what are you subject to adi sad peyadil ki kahanit nigi what are you ado Canyon Diablo the residents, the good people that reside in that area, you know, they sit on that coconut aquifer, one of the most pristine water, high grade, high quality water is that aquifer. It's like 800, 1,200 feet down. But none of the people that live there enjoy it. With that, just because of the rocky terrain and the frustrations that you hear from the citizens there, the residents. Sometimes they tend to say things strongly, saying that water development, water infrastructure development, taking our water to other parts of the Navajo Nation, we don't support that because we need to be served first to that. No, out of frustration. So, but now we have the resource, we have ARPA funding. I'm really glad to hear IHS being the recipient of ARPA funds on its own, and we'll actually apply that on Navajo Nation. So Dishin, we will have a different storyline a few years from now, a better one. Speaker, colleagues, a lot of things are possible. As I listen to the presentations and the amount of funding that we now have, it's not going to take care of everything, but there are a lot of things that are possible. So I look at this with optimism. Ado Speaker, just a recommendation again, based on the Q&A this morning up to now, I would say similar to the when we were looking at and discussing the CARES Act money, you know, you had staff assigned to agencies, assigned to help delegates, you know, kind of sift through some of the planning, some of the funding, and you know, give them a good understanding and good information on what will come to their regions or their chapters. I would recommend that that be considered again here, supporting leadership So I want to make my comments like that. Appreciate the discussion here. My colleagues on the council, your thoughts, your intentions, your devotion, dedication to the work, serving the people. That's really appreciated. Yes, we speak from our legislative districts, and I think all of us really care about everyone, the whole nation, all 110 chapters, all agencies, including people off the nation that reside, that choose to live off the Navajo Nation, but yet our people. So, Speaker, I'm going to give it back to you. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vice Chair Walker. With that, let me go ahead and go back to Mr. Chaco. Any comments, question, or response?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You again have team members on the call, so if there are team members, if there are any responses back, Mr. Speaker, I'll give the floor back to Wally, Rex, Dr. Yellowman, also Tom, for any clarification. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Well, this is just coming from myself, Vice Chair Walker. Taking that information into consideration, we'll definitely add that on, and those guidance. Actually, I'll probably reach out to you to get some further information, and then we'll go ahead and add that onto the specifics of it onto the next agenda too as well. But specifically in some of those areas where you're talking about, I think I don't know if there's been any work through DCD or through the chapters at this time that maybe Dr. Yellowman might have some more insight on. But if there's anybody on the Chief Paulson side.
Speaker, we do have Dr. Yellowman that's on the call. Maybe she can clarify a little bit and expound about including some of this in the meeting. Mr. Speaker, Yellowman.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Could you repeat your question again?
Thank you very much. With that, Vice Chair Walker.
Yes. Speaker, yes.
Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Okay, well, I didn't ask a specific question, just comments and statements that I provide here to leadership and everyone on the call, but mention specifically some of the areas that I represent and the challenges that exist here, like the terrain, rocky areas, canyons. Those are difficult areas when you're constructing water lines, power lines, and roads. Those are huge challenges. Deshnoye e obahasi e nakabedakni. And then, of course, the former Bennett Freeze area, 9 chapter. We have nothing to point to because there's been no development for the past 40 plus years. Just my comment was to understand and recognize that there's extreme hardship on top of hardship and on top of pandemic. But I guess just your understanding, your empathy, your compassion is what a leader usually asks for, and that's what I'm voicing here this afternoon. Out of the need to give guidance to leaders, the council members, support and guidance coming from administration, coming from Speaker Ito to understand the projects and the funding and all that, because we spent a lot of time this morning just going through that and not understanding some of those things, like where we saw zeros, zero budget, zero amount. We took a lot of time questioning that. I guess that could have been, that information could have been provided rather easily, I would think. No, yet, just my comments. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Again, we can work to, I think that's what we're working on specifically, Vice Chair Walker, on some of the guidance that you've indicated and some of the things that we probably need to do on some master sheet so that we know where everything is coming from. At that, I don't know if there's anything else, Dr. Yellowman.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate Walker. Certainly we can work to improve both the presentation type. Our goal was to exhaust all types of projects. And if you recall early on, both the Speaker's office and the ARPA core team, we had compiled, it was a growing list. It started out at around 10,000 projects. And at the time it was around 18 billion in need. Shortly after, a lot of the chapters, all the chapters, 110 chapters went to work. They started identifying needs-based projects. As it was mentioned earlier, these critical infrastructure needs and these projects that will have a high impact. And the chapter started to develop those. Our goal was to create a full index or a library, if you will, of the nation's project listing. And so that when we come to moments like this, we are not surprised by new projects or a project that has not been fully identified as a needs-based or a critical with high impact project, so that we can properly move those projects to an identified funding source. That's what we did recently with the 2-page water listing. And you really have to spend time looking at that 2-page water listing because it's region specific. I was able to spend some time with, for example, Delegate Paul Begay's area. And his project listing, the 2-page water summary, is very different from what you might find in Eastern Agency. His project identified elements of the Western Pipeline project versus a project you might see maybe in Delegate Charlene So's area in Anna. So these are region specific as well. And our goal was to consolidate all of the known projects based on both what the chapters have been working on and regional projects as well. So we will continue to work with the members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, the Speaker's Office, and providing this comprehensive listing. There have been comments made about some of the history and the growth or the progress of previous projects. But we also keep in mind that, and we also ask also that there's some understanding to what many of our staff have gone through. We've had staff as well be frontline workers as well, and we ask for that understanding. There were many times in the last 2 years, DCD and many other divisions had to put our regular daily operations aside and assist with burials, assist with food distribution, mass distribution, and we're still doing that. We're working with NDOH right now, HCOC, and distributing 1 million masks. So we're still fighting the COVID, and we are thankful when we see numbers go down. But we're not excused. So I just want to share that we're still working both mitigating COVID and trying to return to our best ability to our plan of operation and to these projects. We also advocate that a lot of the projects that were identified or under CIHSN we appreciate that during the pandemic, there was a legislation to extend those CIHSN, and we've been able to work on those bathroom additions and some of those projects during the pandemic, especially those projects that would assist in mitigating COVID. So we had to do some adjusting and shifting as well. We appreciate that NECA worked during COVID along with NTUA on these critical projects that were priority in mitigating COVID. So we did have to do some shifting and adjusting. A lot of the delegates have opportunity and utilize those opportunities to come and communicate with us. And vice versa, we do our best to go out to the chapters and to the delegates to have presentations or to make clarifications. So there's no exemption. We are struggling with some vacancies that has been brought up, but that's across the board. We're doing our best to recruit quality staff in all aspects of the Navajo Nation. So we also do seek support in those areas. So Speaker, to Delegate Walker's point, we will continue to collaborate, get to the point where we are presenting these projects in a way that the leadership can directly identify how these projects represent their community, and we can move forward on these ARPA funds. And the benefits are to look at these projects that demonstrate completion. And that's our goal. That's what we're trying to present. So I'll go ahead and end there, and I hope I was able to speak to Delegate Walker's concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yellowman. That close it out. Mr. Chaco.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you then. That, colleagues, I'm going to go back to the floor, and again, there are some good recommendations that we have had. So we'll add those in, and I will definitely get back with Mr. Chaco on this, him and his team. And it looks like there's going to be a further recognized work session prior to, actually immediately, in order for us to stay in compliance with our 60-day notion in order for the legislation 0257-21 to come back to the Navajo Nation Council. So with that, I do have Honorable Keon Begay in the queue. Honorable Keon Begay, then Honorable Vince James, Madam Chair Karate, and Honorable Yellowhair, who have all spoken, but we're going back around now. So Honorable Keon Begay, floor is yours at this time. Good evening, Shay.
Said he's going over that one. That's all that is.
Okay, seems like Honorable Keon Begay is unavailable. So let me go on to Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
Here, National Speaker, other members of the council, Shanat Arnothini, Bishbans Anniklini, Adoshet Fahasi, so is not Anki audience yet, Ihnana, a concept the Ashana for Jijle. A call Kodo Nadish Kido de Hiki, ya the OEH IHS Aj has Anigi, there a quaggy. Has anigid or hayud a project numbers da hullo. Adonta each project varies. A call fundings are requested based off those projects, based off the project numbers. And so for years, even when I was a chapter president, I've requested to receive some kind of documentation, that assurance of what projects have been awarded. And up to this far, we have not received, or I have not received, any of the assurance letter from IHS or from OEH office, the regional offices. And that's what I would like to request for all of the delegates regarding the water projects that they have listed. And the reason why I'm saying this is because, and requesting for this listing award letters of which projects have been funded, is because when I was meeting with NTUA and OEH IHS, we were meeting on my chapters as waterline bathroom additions. What was informed was that OEH IHS was asking for funding because they never received any CARES fund towards these projects. And then at the same time, there's no funding under ARPA, but the nation has received funding, but the IHS did not. And so when it comes down to it, what kind of assurance do we have? What kind of documentation do we have to tell us that these projects numbers have been funded? So let's say if a project is being given a number, project A1, what I'm told is these individuals under A1 are bathroom addition completed. Now that has been done either by NECA, by DCD, or by the chapter. And now we have to submit for another proposal to request for funding. And that's going to take another 3, 4, 5 years to know if this project A1 is going to be funded. And that's just coming from OEH IHS. So of that reason, I'm asking, why do we not have any of award letters or assurance letters of which projects have been funded that were already proposed to the federal government, and they've been funded, but funds have been sitting there for the past 4, 5, 6 years because NECA is behind on their projects of building. They don't have enough workers. And so now you guys provided us this listing saying that, oh, under IHS, you have this much money. Under this IHS, you have funding for this project, this much money for the project. But one, it does not indicate which project number, because some of these projects, like I've said, have been waiting for beyond 5 years. And some of those funds, the way I see it, the way this whole spreadsheet that's been forwarded to us is actually including funds that we've been waiting for the past 4 or 5 years. And that's how we have a high number from OEH IHS. So to me, by utilizing those proposals and those funds, I guess in this case, I could relate to like annual general funds. Why are we utilizing that? And at this point in time saying that, oh, those projects have already been funded. But in reality, these projects have been waiting for quite some time. And like I've mentioned earlier today, my chapters around Steamboat, around cornfields, Ganado, Kitlichi, and Jedito. There's no, and the reason why I'm asking for these award letters is it would tell us when the projects were funded. And if the projects were funded through the regular process before this whole funding that we received, and they've been waiting for 5 years, they should be a priority under ARPA to get the job done. But when you do the comparison and say, oh, we need to upgrade on this water line and so forth, how did that become a priority over homes and Navajo families that have been waiting beyond 5 years and that have submitted several different mini applications year by year to OEH IHS? And so I wanted to ask that question when Mr. McDonald was on the line. And that's where I'm trying to understand my colleagues when they say, you know, this is an opportunity for us. We see these improvements happening, but to me, yes, I see the improvement happening, and this is a one-time opportunity, but we're not addressing the main issue of those families that have been waiting for years and that had bathroom additions that were built many years ago and that are currently built or are in the process of getting built as well. Why are those kind of projects not a priority to get it done? And a lot of the projects that are indicated under IHS OEH, they know how long those projects have been waiting. And there's no assurance again of some kind of notification from OEH and IHS indicating, you know, this project has been on the list for 7, 8, 9, 10 years, 20 years. But we get this good notation, good information to either hush us up as delegates and just hurry up and vote on this legislation, to tell us, oh, OEH has this project funded already. But in reality, how long ago has it been funded? And it's not moving forward because contractors are behind. They're behind schedule and they haven't completed that project. So there's a lot of funds that are sitting there in that fashion. And I just assume, for me, when I look at my listing, it's just like, okay, here's the big money portion to show you, to give us that vote for green to move forward. But in reality, these people have been waiting for so long. Some of the individuals have given up by NTUA, by OEH, by IHS. They've given up and they bought their own supplies. They bought their own contractor somehow by pawning their stuff, by selling their livestock, whatever it is, because they're tired of resubmitting the application over and over. And so that is why I'm asking, what assurance grant letter do we have from OEH to tell us and to give us information of which have been funded? And if it does indicate funds from the actual proposal, the regular. So he called those not in his thousand, because when you really look at his project listing, there's so many, and that's the part that's really bothering for me, because it's like, well, if there's this big in all this time, and if this big number includes projects that were funded 3, 4, 5, 10, 15 years ago, then that should tell us as leaders that, how do we have that expectation that what we have on this legislation is going to actually get done. And so that is the reason why I would like to request for assurance recommendation, recommending to receive that letter from OEH IHS to tell us which project numbers are funded and how long have they been funded. And I know they have a database. I know they have a system where they can just do a few clicks on the screen, and then they could print these information for us. And so I would like to request that, because I've been told, you as a delegate, have you been complaining about water coming from your community, Ganado? And I'm not complaining about the water, and about is how much to get these additional wells. We individuals from Chiswick, we different from any of my other Navajo relatives throughout the Navajo Nation. How are we different to not have running water, but in reality bypass all of these homes and take water miles and miles down into other different regions? And so that's the reason why I'm asking, where is that information from IHS to tell us which projects have been funded and how long ago were they funded? It would be nice to get OEH IHS on the line to respond. And I know several of my questions that I had, two of my questions that I had this morning, I don't think Chief of Staff Paulson Chaco is going to answer it. I don't think it's going to happen. I tried through texting, I tried through emails, nothing from Paulson Chaco and President Nez, nothing. So it's really difficult for me to go back to the communities and to say, hey, this is where it's at. They come to me delegate, am I on the project? They come to me and say, are you sure that my water line project is on the listing, and I continue to try and be individuals working on these projects. In reality, numbers and what areas, how many individuals, the actual detail we don't have for me to go back and tell them, hey, you are on the project, you are part of this project. And for me just to go back and say, well, the main water line, they're going to have an upgrade here and so forth. And that would also help us as delegates to determine, well, if you're not going to serve a certain area, why can't you increase the pipe and the pressure wherever the water line ends? That way we don't have people that are hauling water sit and wait to fill up a 500-gallon tank, 1,000-gallon tank for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Waiting in line makes it 4 hours. So we don't have those kind of individuals waiting in the cold, in the heat, in the wind, in the rain, in the snow. And that's the reason why I'm asking which of my chapters, which area are actually going to be served. Because if I have, let's say, south of Jedito is not going to be served, then how can I work with NTUA, IHS, OEH to at least have a watering point with an increased pipe with a faster pressure to where my constituents are not waiting for a long time to fill up their big gallons of water tanks. None of that kind of information is part of this move forward on being optimistic for me to say, hey, how about let's go this route? There's no way for me to go back to my people and tell them, well, here's the listing. This is what we got. And the same question is going to be there again. Am I part of the project? Is this in my area? And so if we can get that information from OEH, IHS, that would be very, very helpful for us to move forward. And with that, I will from there, I would end up believing the comments that are being made by Mr. Walter Hott from NTUA and say, hey, this water line project is funded under IHS. Right now, I don't believe it. Right now, the comments that are being made that, oh, you're under this project by just providing us a big number of how much fund is coming to us with no detail of where these water line projects are actually at, in which area, which geographical area it's at, doesn't suffice for me. And I don't think it would really suffice for any of my colleagues, nor will it suffice for my constituents in my area. And so to have the actual detailed information would be very, very helpful for it to correspond and for it to match with the big numbers that we're given to say, hey, if we show them this big numbers to the delegates, they'll vote green and then we'll get it over with. But for me, it don't stand that way. For me, I really need to know, because for me, I'm the middle person and I get criticized and I get beat up at the local level by harsh words, by being informed that I'm a liar as a leader. And I've been taking it. I have nothing against those individuals. I understand their frustration. And I know that I'll continue to move forward in that fashion by taking on the beat. I mean, even now with the 3 water wells, with those individuals that signed off to get those new water wells, that went around with me to get the signatures, that called me and said, hey, can you contact this individual so we can get a signature? Can you explain for me? And they still don't have running waters. Those individuals are not even looking at me anymore because they have not received water. And so it's a big, big lie that we did to these individuals, to those families that live around that area. Some of them I had to advocate with their kids or their grandkids and tell them, this is how it is. We're losing pressure and they can't tap on any more new homes. But if we get this, then you'll end up getting water because we won't lose pressure. And so I had to explain that to some of the kids and to the grandkids so they could re-explain it for me to the permit holders. And yet to this day, water just went or is bypassing them again. So if we can get that information, instead of just being verbal about it, instead of just giving the information verbally, can I have the documents of which area is actually being funded and which project is actually being funded? That way I can relay a lot of these messages back to my constituents. And that gives me an idea on where I need to move forward, on which area I need to advocate on, and which area I need to move forward on advocating on which project needs to happen. And so we don't even have that information of those homes that are, those individuals that are told, oh, you're the only home that's sitting out there, so the cost is too much to serve that one home. So when we're just going to give you a cistern system. We don't even have that information. Who is that? And so it's really complicated for me because, like I said, a lot of the water is coming from Ganado, and these wells are in Ganado. And my colleagues, if wells were coming from your chapter and from your area, you'll understand my frustration and what I'm trying to say here. But if you don't have wells coming from your area or your chapter, maybe it's just like, okay. But for me, I'm really trying to advocate to get running water, which area it is actually going to be served, and which areas actually going to have construction going on. That's the information that I need, and then that assurance from IHS of which funds, which projects are actually funded, that were funded through the regular process, not under the ARPA funds. So with that, I will conclude here again, and then most likely I'll have another follow-up once I hear a response from NTUA, OEH, IHS, hopefully now for Department of Water Resource, but I don't think I'll get a response from Mr. Chief of Staff Paulson Chaco or President Nez. So with that, I'll end my comment here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vince James. That, let me go back on down. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, it's been a long day. I apologize. I'm recovering from marching and yelling for justice for our missing and murdered families like Kianta on Saturday. So my voice is recovering. Thank you, Speaker, and for all of the questions. I want to hone in, Speaker. I've really been listening, being open, hearing from my colleagues, hearing the response from the presenters. And an issue that I think we have to discuss as leadership is this change in terms of how we make decisions on council, and what I believe is an imbalance of power. You mentioned, Speaker, and you may have not even caught it, but I caught it. You said, colleagues, these projects will be approved by council, but it will go across the street to the president, and the people have given him the line item veto authority. And I understand that. But I also believe in that line item veto authority, the president has the responsibility to communicate with impacted communities when he redlines those approved appropriations that the council approves. There is no evidence that the president or his executive staff go back to the impacted communities and explain or enter into a conversation in terms of why the president is line item vetoing those appropriations. Most recently, it was with the Sawmill chapter. I'm not aware. I'm not sure if they reached out and had a conversation with the leadership, with the delegate. I'm not aware. But I do know I did see the line item veto and I read the memo. I'm also have had proposals for water, the very water projects that we're being asked to approve today were part of a legislation that were line item vetoed by President Nez. And at no time were the communities notified or engaged in the conversation in terms of why the president made that decision. And when we talk about roads, there was a line item veto when it came to the council approving funding for each region in an equitable manner for dirt road repair. Now, the reason why I bring this up, Speaker, is because of this imbalance of power. There needs to be advocacy from the council to allow the chapters to have an authority to check that line item veto. The chapters themselves, like how Title 26 mentions, if we're going to amend Title 26, the chapters then have to approve any of those amendments by over 51%. I believe the chapters should have some authority or the authority to override a line item veto. I understand the people at the time and with the court's decision that the council could not override. I respect that. But I also now see where the impacted communities, their voice is silenced. And it's this council, and that's why the decision people are saying, why do you keep talking about this? Why are you having another work session? We're having another work session because we're advocating for our districts. We're advocating for our people because their projects and projects that will directly improve their quality of life are not being brought forward through this executive team. And the chapters are under the impression their projects are embedded in this legislation. And that is not the case. And so I wanted to raise that, Speaker, because I think as a delegate, I want to be absolutely clear. Not for the council to consider or hear from the president in terms of overriding, just like the override veto, where at Naabik'íyáti we can talk about it, and the president comes and has a conversation on why the veto took place, what are some recommendations to move forward, but that has not been the case with the last line item vetoes. There has been no coming together and trying to figure out how to make these projects work for our people. And so that's why we're sitting on millions and billions of dollars, because it cannot just simply be a one-sided conversation. The line item veto card has been overplayed. And I think if the chapters are going to be directly impacted from the line item vetoes, they then should have a say. And Speaker, I wanted to ask our legislative council, because I would like to request that legislation. What would that legislation look like to allow chapters, the 110 chapters, by resolution, be able to take a position on whether they want to override line item vetoes that impact their communities and other communities. So that's my question to Legislative Council as we wind down from this work session. I'm building up my proposals. I have the amendments. Colleagues, continue to get your projects, and we'll need the help. And I appreciate the coordination with Division of Community Development, with NTUA, with NECA, and I hope to meet with NHA and our medical providers, because I have an obligation to represent the people and the communities that have elected me to this position. And executive has that obligation to the regions, the 110 chapters that elected him to that position. And they should not be left out. And they should feel that they've had some value in the conversation. They should feel that their work matters. And that's what I wanted to say, because I would like to invite the president to a call. Please call me. My government issued phone, 928-286-7968. Let's schedule a call. If it's Northern Agency delegates, if it's all of the council. But President, we invited you here to Sonosti. The chapter officials came. Your division officials, they came. And you promised those officials that their proposals would be vetted. And that was last summer. And I just, from this conversation, need to see the action from the executive team to implement those projects that were presented to the president and his team. And for this funding, if eligible, to be able to provide that support to the communities that met with president. So I'd like to request a follow-up meeting if there's any questions or concerns with the proposals, if there's any modifications that are needed. But that's what I would want to hear from this conversation, Speaker. And not to say, well, what does the president say? I don't know what the president says, and that's why I'm asking for the meeting, because he would then have to go back to that community and tell them why he didn't support it. And that takes a lot of guts. But we need courageous leadership at this time and accountability, because these chapters are depending on us as leadership. And I agree, there's a frustration in terms of how many work sessions we need. But we can't vote for a legislation that doesn't meet the needs of our regions. And I don't really foresee, when this was developed, how anyone would think it would get passed without bringing together all of the proposals that have been submitted. So that's what I wanted to say at the end of this day. And I'm still moving forward with the amendment. I appreciate my colleagues and our staff. Gosh, our staff is really looking out for all of the chapters, all of the communities. And we haven't even touched on the part of how our nonprofits can help us. And that's what I would like to know, Speaker, if maybe you could help. Is there any opportunity here for nonprofits to do the work that our government simply cannot do? We simply do not have the capacity. We heard from Mr. Platero, we don't have the salary, which can be changed by executive. We don't have the process that's streamlined. And so who can we bring in? And I always say the Net Development Corporation at one time, I remember I read a grant. They received federal funding to help, I think, the country of Romania digitize and upgrade their government system. And I thought to myself, what is the irony of a Navajo enterprise, thankfully getting these contracts, but helping another country digitize and modernize their system while we're here living in a triplicate world? And so I think there's a lot to be done. And my expectation, and maybe it was set too high, was $190 million. We would have seen some improvement, some efficiency, some way where we wouldn't be stuck. For example, Cove Senior Center House and Project. That Navajo business owner has been waiting 18 months, and we're on a whole nother loop now with a budget unit number and have to redo a whole system of things. And that has consequences. And what we're seeing now, our projects are not moving forward. And that has consequences in our community. It has consequences in terms of the opportunity for ARPA. And I think if we could just work together more and not fight internally about what projects should be funded. And that's why we always should go to equity, because it's these internal where I don't want to dig in the ground and try to pick apart a project because I need money for one of my outstanding projects. I now see in this discussion how that could hurt the council, how it could hurt the communities, and our people deserve better. And we've seen how the state's been able to allocate funding in a pretty equitable way, and that's what we should reflect on in our community. So thank you, Speaker, and my colleagues. I'm done.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That, colleagues, let me go back to Mr. Paulson Chaco, if there's any response, and I'll close out with the end of that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I do want to speak a little bit to some of the questions and remarks from Council Delegate James. And I do have, I believe Dave is still on the call, maybe to answer a little bit more on some of those questions. Mr. Speaker, as you're aware, in many of our work session in council, is that council basically recommended and directed that we provide the council with all of the non-FRS fund projects and to compile all of that, which we did and which we presented, I believe, twice at Monero. In addition, we also provided dollars for all of the other water projects like Citizen, the defunded CARES, and the SDS listing. So at the direction of council, that's what we did. In addition, council recommended that we should not be duplicating dollars, in this case, FRS funds and other funds such as the SDS, IHS funding. So that was the direction from council to do, which we did. Based on that, that's how you see the document that is before you, where you see some of those zeros, because those are already identified in other funding sources, which again was the direction of the council. Now, to specifically address Delegate Vince James, I believe Honorable Delegate James has the binder that was provided to the council. And his question basically is, what is the project listing from the SDS projects from IHS? So the document, the binder that you have, Mr. James, clearly identifies what those projects are. Under tab 3 in that binder, which you have, we have a document that's labeled Indian Health Service Sanitation Deficiency System SDS List, fiscal year 2022. This document that I'm referring to is a letter that we received from Rosalind So to the president,
indicating that they had been funded or have been funded for these projects. And those, I believe, were also given out to the delegates. In summary, for your region, Delegate James, when you take a look at page 1 of 10 under tab 3, under the number of projects that has been identified as 8, the total amount for those projects is $30,333,991. And to further break it down in that booklet under the same tab 3, which you have the binder, you'll go to the tab and you will have projects that are identified under that tab. You have the Ganado 2021 scattered, number of homes 30, project cost $1,480,000. Second is the Ganado system waterline extension in the amount of $12,793,000. Ganado North Sewer, $2,189,000. Then you have Jedito Goldwater Loop Phase 1, $5,891,000. Then you also have Ganado Jedito Goldwater Loop Phase 2, $1,591,000. Go to Kinsa-Cheat Waterline Extension for $2,180,000. Steamboat Canyon Phase 2 Waterline, $2,401,000. Then finally, Steamboat Canyon Phase 1 in the amount of $1.8 million. That has been identified in the booklet that you have. In addition, we made a copy. We have a simplified chart. It has the pie charts on there. That pie chart also has what your area is receiving, which is all of the 0257 with the amount of 3.83 million. And then again on the current IHS listing amounting to 18 million. So we do have that in the binder that you received from Untitled. So if you don't have that binder to share with the chapters, we are more than willing to share this information with the chapters again. So that information was provided several weeks ago or several months ago with the binder that you had. In response to your question of non-responding to you in a text, and I received text from you regarding the Ganado fire truck, which was referred to Dr. Yellowman, which we took care of, and purchase order, I understand, was done for that Ganado fire truck that you had requested in your text to me. Also, you had requested information separately in another text to me on the with Gishi regarding a social services building that we responded. I forwarded that to the with Gishi. Their staff is currently researching who owns that building, and they will be getting back with you on that request. In addition, you asked in another text on the cornfield backhoe. I believe that was on February 25th. I responded, and we responded through Dr. Yellowman to take care of that situation. I believe she got back with you on the status of the Ganado or the
cornfield backhoe. So those are the texts that I received from you, Senator. So I believe we responded back in that fashion. What I will do now is, if Dave is on the line, if I miss anything, Dave, maybe you can expound a little more on Council Delegate James's question. Thank you. Speaker, turn to Dave from IHS.
Yes, thank you. I'm still here. Yeah, David McDonald with IHS speaking. I hear a lot of frustration on the part of Delegate James, and it's understandable. It is complicated, but you know, it seems to be a mixing of different things here. So IHS, we operate with basically two different lists. We have a list of funded projects, ones that we have money in those projects that are in some phase of getting it to construction. You know, there's a lot of work that needs to be done to get right-of-ways and ARC clearances and all those things that have to be done before you can actually put a pipe in the ground. So there's a big list of projects that are funded. And I heard Delegate James talking about how long it takes, and they've been waiting for years. And unfortunately, you know, that is true. You know, it is true in many cases that there are delays, but those projects are funded. We have money in those projects. They're going to get built. And you know, sometimes bathroom additions gets in the mix. The project, we don't want to build the water line until the plumbing can be installed, and sometimes there's homes that don't have bathroom additions. So anyway, that's a whole another issue. And then there's the unfunded projects, and that's the SDS list, those projects that don't have the money. And we have this big list of SDS projects, and Mr. Chaco just went through the ones that are in your chapters, over $30 million worth of projects. And it's not ARPA legislation. It's Indian Health Service. Well, it's part of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which is a totally different you know, bill that got passed in November. And that had in that legislation $3.5 billion to go to IHS, to go to this construction program to address all the projects in SDS. So, you know, over the next 5 years. So yes, Congress wanted us to fund all the projects that are in SDS over the next 5 years. So it's a big task. It's, you know, these projects are theoretically funded, but, you know, we don't have the money in hand yet. You may not believe us when we say we're going to fund them, but that's the intent of Congress, is they're giving us all this money, and it's to fund these projects. So these 8 or so projects for $30.3 million on the SDS list will be funded over the next 5 years. You know, some of them they're different phases. Ganado, Steamboat Canyon, or I'm sorry, Genito Goldwater Loop Phase 1 is a project that we're still doing the planning on. We don't have any of the construction money on any of these, but you know, Phase 1 has to be built before Phase 2. So they will be funded over the next 5 years. And that's all we can say. You may or may not believe that will happen, but the money will come, and Congress is going to expect us to fund these projects. So I don't know, you know, I think we can give you more information if you need it. I know our district engineer, Pete Littlehat, has met with you many times to discuss projects and delays and things like that, but we can, we can certainly meet more and give you better information if you need it. So that's all I have. If you have any questions, let me know. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any other comments from the team?
This is Wally.
Paulson?
I was going to give the floor to Walter. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you. The only thing, thank you very much. Only two things I'd like to just kind of add to the process. It's not for lack of manpower. That NECA has that is through the right-of-way process, and also which this recently has been resolved, and a lot of these projects will be able to move forward, and it's going to be coming upon all of us to reassess the way we do things and to get together as a community to find better ways of getting things done and help each other get these things done so we're all successful and can meet the needs of the people and all of our groups. Dr. Yellen's group, NECA, myself, the council delegates, the right-of-way department, general land department, the president's office, everybody has to get together to take advantage of this opportunity because it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for folks. Fortunately, the IHS money doesn't have a deadline like the ARPA money does. So that's some of the differences that are going forward. And the only thing I wanted to address is you had asked a question, why can't our watering points be enlarged to be able to handle filling up 500 gallon and 1,000 gallon tanks quickly? The reason for that, and we've explained this multiple times, is the well capacity itself is not great enough to be able to do that. We will drain the well cavity and we'll end up damaging the infrastructure if we fill up the tanks too much too quickly. Through the process, just because the well cavity isn't large enough and the storage isn't large enough to feed all the communities and everything that's on those pipelines. So there's more capacity that needs to get built into the system that will allow us to relieve a lot of these pressures and be able to help take care of the people's needs quicker. I just wanted to add those 2 points and thank you for your time.
Thank you. There's no other comments or questions. Let me go back to the floor. We do have Honorable Yellow Hair.
Speaker Kalen, put me back in the queue.
Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair.
Oh, yeah, Speaker. I just want to follow up with the IHS. They mentioned $84 million there to part of the money will be used for mini mill water line project. I would like to have that copy with me, print a copy to me or send it to you, Mr. Damon. Email it. I need that copy with that money. I was concerned about zero money that was put under a column, water and wastewater project. That's nothing there. There's zero in there. So there's other water that we need up there too in relocating office in the NPL land over there. We need water for windmills. That's what we needed. We had some experience this past summer and there was no water and windmills and it didn't help very much. We just need to
drill more, maybe into the ground. We need more water for the livestock up there. I had all IHS bring this information. It's about $84 million. And also, that's what I really needed, because I'm working with Mini Mill Waterline Project. Also, I'm working with the Navajo Nation General County, with the county manager to get this project who all the contribute the money. I did request for that one. Probably later and sooner, I will meeting with the Blood Misery Review Board. I'd like to mention that we need audit report on this one here. Let's put everything true up front to what all facts and evidence that's going on with the Mini Mill Waterline Project. They said there's money there, and the IHS said we give it the money. But I don't see money from IHS having given money to the Mini Mill. But these audit, once the audit is done, I'd like to furnish it to request through a Blood Misery Review Board. So this information has to be mentioned because the community in Black Mesa dealing with this waterline project. There's a lot of delay from IHS. I think delays just cause problems. I don't know why they can't handle it. They say let's give to somebody else entities. Let them handle for us. I think there's too much excuse from IHS. So that's really frustrating from my people that's concerned about it. This is going on for the past 30 or 40 years now. There's no water up there. People haul water. So that's my concern. Stand out IHS $84 million. I'd like to put it, give this to the people up there in Black Mesa area, Peabody area. They need water. I know they mentioned phase 1, 2, 3. These will need to report it in the report for the people. I'm going to make them, give them a copy. What's going on? What's the status? But they say they mentioned phase 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Put it on the record and so give them the information. Well, thank you. Yeah, Hospital. So far, I kind of like this report, equal distributions, and kind of unlock it, this worksheet. And here, Hospital, the speaker, the 24 Navajo Nation Council. I don't know, it's not only online. Yeah, though I want to say thanks to NTUA, be part of it. Dr. Yellowman, thank you. Janelle, doing your best to get this upper fund to be put it back in up front so the money can be used for those in critical needs. Just bring everything up to date and get some work done. I want to hospital speaker go back on mute now. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable O'Hare. That let me go on to Honorable Keelan.
The main area that I want to make you're asking for a recommendation. I want to continue to vouch for the chapters to be involved in the nearest, as soon as possible. All the entities, the budget being developed, that our chapters also be scheduled for a work session in a way where they'll provide their input. Chapters or projects submitted chapters submitted a lot of projects in the amount of $1 billion. But yet the current project is being driven by the entities, and it's more gearing towards capturing customers by the end of the project. They're just going to turn around and start charging our Navajo people so much in terms of water and broadband. oh you other electricity do ako I been na ko we need our chapters to be involved in what specific projects that they would like for us to push on behalf of the community that they represent and that we represent. And it's very obvious that the committees, I mean, they say that we met with them, not necessarily. It's probably just a one person or a few officials. But the need of the people is greater out there. That's one request I want to make, Speaker. Have a similar session by agency again, especially in terms of project, which projects the chapter wants to push and to be included. Because the 5 chapters that I represent, a lot of them submitted funding for broadband, cell tower, water line, power line. Submitted is not reflecting the current budget. The broadband funding, and again, I'm sure there will be a pushback by the administration because I know there is something and there's a reason why they're not really saying anything for NTUA to administer the broadband fund. I mean, that's what we're making so hard for our chapters. Chapters, you can't administer your own funds. We have to do it. So why are we allowing NTUA to administer so much funding where they'll be utilized for their own projects? I mean, why can't we allow other national carriers to be at the table for the broadband projects as well? And that's one area, and I'd like to, for DOJ, Department of Justice, and Legislative Council to really make a position for me to make a stand to say that why is an entity receiving so much funding and they'll be administering the funding for the purpose of telecommunication. And I believe that NTUA needs to focus on power line. They need to focus on power line. Speaker, I mean, that's one area I like for a response from DOJ and Legislative Council. And I'm hoping you, the council or the speaker, can take me seriously on all of my questions or requests. And I believe, and to some extent, it's probably that's the situation that this has already been determined, and now we're just saying that, well, let's go through the process, and then we'll say that we've already gone it through the public and made it known, and now let's just go ahead and approve it. And that's the situation. That's the reason why we're not getting specific responses from the administration. Look at the deal hot, I don't need a cotton with the deal hot, I don't need a Naslini and mini farms. What the chapters have submitted that, and a lot of them are not on the listing. I don't need IHS Kodohanato, Khalid at Kwaki, Odi at Odi, the Khalid out of the Satope, so Bandaste at the Ade, Khalid at the Wet, Asto Aj, a Colonel Stock Kwaki Radaway, and your face on Zinigi Bandano. Niki sheet, a stop on that, a cocoa, Kodoye, go sit this accident in the show. And I appreciate Quados's brother. I mean, he's saying that he's appreciated that he's getting close to 40 million, comparing to my chapter submitting $119 million worth of projects, but yet I'm only getting 26 million for my chapters. So I don't see how this particular budget was actually developed. Again, at the end of the day, a lot of these is just capturing and the Navajo people, especially in broadband, that they won't have no choice but to pay. However, that they're going to start hiking cell phone services, the price down the road. Oh, Kodosho, hey, all you have is a choice wireless, NTUA wireless. You don't have a choice but to start paying $100. I won't be surprised if they'll start paying at $200 down the road, because all we have is choice wireless on the Navajo Nation. So that's another reason why I like and requesting that other carriers such as Sacred Wind or Cellular One or AT&T or T-Mobile to be at the table to say that I'm sure they're willing to help as well. They're willing to help. Some of these companies are willing to help. But it's just a matter that we're not opening the door for them. Speaker, I need your help to bring these people at the table. And I've said this already twice or three times before, but then nothing is being followed up, or none of these meetings are being scheduled. What can they offer? What can they offer? I'm sure they can offer more to help our Navajo people. So, Speaker, because you are in the position to lead the council to address our recommendation, our issues, and our concern on behalf of the chapters that we represent. So, intentionally unmuting their phone, but nonetheless, like I said, as one of my colleagues, as long as I'm in this position, I'll be advocating for my 5 chapters and the rest of the Navajo Nation. So I think that's where our enterprise and our administration really needs to understand that we specifically represent certain chapters, and that's what we're here to advocate on behalf of them. So again, Speaker, that's the 3 main areas that I'm asking for your support at the next meeting before we go back deliberating on this particular legislation. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So, I'd like round 2 opportunity.
Thank you very much. That, let me go on to Honorable Daniels. Honorable Daniels.
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So wants round 2 comment.
Yes, Chairman, I put you in the queue. Honorable
Chair,
Daniels going twice.
Yes, this is Daniel.
Yes. What's yours?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker. Article 24th Council Naabik'íyáti Committee members Adonana Kudo Ikitahuil Netwanana Kudo Adoleba Bansi Kiesgit Akudo E Hatahit Ritonana Eota Ikudo Naabik'íyáti Adonana Kudo legislation 0257-21. Palit edol nela jota iba papa in all day na hello in kodo. Okay, no matter what we do, we should not anigi. Zuda khashita iliade. delegate so sa need at all. Say the horizon at all. I don't know non alia. Not the horizon or not the horizon at all. No matter what we do, what it all is, I don't know what work session be mean. And when non alia. Fanati need all the stick at each like or in front of so that's our years here. Best man has unmade clinic. So that's our see case. I have seen a dig house, no a it's yesterday. I don't have seen on it is that not waste on the race be to how to Bohonel Argo. Your to how to Bohonel Argo was to how to Bohonel or yesterday. I dig Hakon Halo. She chapters no yana has it issue. But I the snacko the dash out there yield key. I don't know ash out there other one fee case go. I don't go on a great I see me what I could do. I get on hit at this a cocoa. Base all get over to home. It's really all get it. Well, ya is take all get. The old home is case all get better. Is say that Khalid the Kehako nice. So what I Naabik'íyáti. A co at the snapper to hop at three all get. So about Virginia or so ya na shoda. I don't about Virginia I na Eshakudo. But could on a great at Fullerton. They had a see without that this morning. A bag of Shane Ecuador, yard echo. It is nation from Ibam, this case could up. I couldn't great this morning when I was at the chambers. Not for that and a shingo. I shall up at the Honets, Diego. Of course, the sisters have on the Honets land, but because in a other delegates region, I see. Nas Bosnas, Nasda Nogon, Benada Isha. So that the Kashita Ilia, or they Bohanet, work session and an Iliad. Oh, what at Oyanadis, Titolis. Oh, Nanate, and not what Ash. Late in the hot Ado led out over the start ego and the has been later. Hoya that it. Basically, cheap at the year. Ho, but the year. I don't let. Yeah, that means only gain a great sending in that it a horse. Father, passing so a choice ego a horse. I could that he get up at the year. Could eat and the is in Holland, a not free man Holland, a co. So basically, eat. One button and his horses. Oh, then this work session reminds me of the carnival, Italy carnival. Going to say, there's a kind of like a adolescent tidal wave of cows. Maybe not just the Canada. It's not the Honnet is another the lowest. Was it over not the house? He's out of Sajuhanat, not at the lowest, because he had non it. Or also what about this case was that the Halit Bayat et al Halita Nebayat is neither got to from this case got a co any what that did delegates got to the see got Naabik'íyáti committee members at the see and that Ikiyata see a cautious as the Niki integrated narrated the Nebanasha. Yeah, go now take all the other. A cock or the dash to way, she's there now. Those don't net either. The dash for every chapter, 110 chapters, and the husty. Those shut door taco, easy band the husty or less, basically she. To that event has a keen the band husty. So, though I should say now it is to net either. A coconut, a former beneficiaries area. NPL da trai ajuto neta hajo pa inzen kasi da kwina kheche en biztin do ba asagi en asagi en not or hot out the well zis arunana na gaitam tabin to sky manama valley akwia the neke hat eniki the ye got en esle chi bet den trobe den and it's been over 40 years. 1957 at the park was withdrawn. Park was established. Aroha was Aruch en or Eda Baban Veske Arunana Nagada Pai Mesa to the Nekat Enigita Edo en Na sort of on Hikete Yaki at one Hiketa Raki a conta well this. Navajo Canyon go at the Nekat Enigita and so. So what that Egoban Veske. Oye, that by the base got it eat us the she aren't not for this nation, not then out for this for it has Naabik'íyáti today that equal distribution, but Kaki, 8 she has Naabik'íyáti, it actually became the dozen not for this nation that echo. I don't know could all legislation for the out at the Northwest now, there's the bonnet out at the Naabik'íyáti, she so bigger. So could I thought not for they don't know how it I just thought. I don't know it or as it or just can or Gislana has a separate legislation, a standalone legislation that not that. Oh yes, when it was though it or at least and has a no. According to you at the Nisa one the Kriko just along the radar. I request conduct the benefit how you by this case. A grand that just handle it. Who is now by the what and Halanaco. But Eda E. Hinan should Ecuador, but could all the side by Yana deal here, other side by Yana deal here. Could all yes, Tigo. Sometimes we repeat ourselves. Sometimes we repeat ourselves. Hard at the side by native. So, you quite this. I started yet down. Is because the dusky. I don't know man at all. I don't know. Just the watch more than as kid. Or it urban as kid. Late it the net here, honey. A bastion in a snadida. Or chance it out with it. Oh, yeah, that's here on lady. The net here, the whole NATO lesson for a band. First kids walked up. Hajman has joked on it. The Hashi. Ben the that or not at these. So it is about non horse can't I don't know. I guess not unnecessary. I don't know. Not what the. Oh, yes, I'm not the kid or you're not. So we are just short. I think what I don't either. Don't need that. I don't know. The best on nest or either when I get on the floor. So, what I can understand is best on his ne. 8 of in either nana. So out nanis. It go as a council delegate go so that best ones and it's long so that in nanis. At go so anybody has stayed on the go Mr. Chair, yeah, go into has go the Lahan a big equities, Nishiki 8 or a in Swako, a co yet Oxfordshire. Yeah, that after the class, Anjanina and Harloy. Yeah, so not Canada, how these never are not. One, I'll tell you, you should be Ecuador. So it is Ecuador, Mr. Chair, at all by Bana Oscar. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Herman Daniels. That will go back on to Chairman Daniel. So, Chairman.
Yeah, sila, auto, Naabik'íyáti committee members, auto legislative staff, and staff from the executive branch, and those on the call. Sato, oyo, buotin sila, broadband, they had no. One of the main things that I've been talking about is Starlink. And I keep, I don't know how many times I've relayed this story that the Cuba Independent School System got a grant from New Mexico PED, and they used it to buy subscription for approximately 450 homes, including students from Orion Star Lake, Ojo Encino, and a counselor. Guess what? Monday at those students got the uplink, and the Starlink is in place. 170 megabytes per second. Naabik'íyáti. It's like one guy said, when I'm on the ground, got no connectivity. But when I get up to 5,000 feet, 10,000 feet, I got all kinds of connectivity. Because this system, they're installed at 254 homes right now. So there's about 180 more homes to get hooked up. And Khalid Adi Koja. So it does the nail, nada. Fiber optics is already outdated. Khalid, we're really saying fiber optics, broadband, cell towers. Cell tower only has a bubble around it or so far. That's the part that I keep emphasizing. The other part on the listing, it says there's going to be a cell tower at Whitehorse Lake, but my understanding is there's already a cell tower established there, and there's going to be one at Rincon Marcus. My question is, what funding was used to do that when it's still listed on the spreadsheet that was distributed just this morning? A quaggy, that aspect, broadband initiative, how effective is it going to be? I think it's just going to be as limited as a cell tower. People will still have to drive up on a hill, Verizon Hill. But the whole, that's the new landmarks around chapters that I represent. The other is there's a young lady from the Cuba schools that wrote to Senator Lujan when he was a representative. I got no water, got no electricity. I want to go to a prestigious university. How can you help me? And there was a specific request. Alamos Ridge is between Ojo Encino and Counselor. 29 homes. It's not part of this list. Late. Did it get rejected? And those projects that were rejected, there's no response to the chapters to say, we're sorry, but this didn't meet our criteria, whatever the criteria was to fund these other projects. Hey, Digi, the communication back to the chapters. They all had a deadline. Community development. Then they submitted, but what they submitted, some of them didn't even make this list. Was their communication back to the chapters? So, dear tribal leader, as the quote unquote, a lot of the letters from the federal government come to us. Dear chapter leader, this is why we didn't put you on the list for 0257. That communication isn't occurring. Where is it? A branch leader is holding the work session. What about the executive branch leader? Akwagi sato hajodo le hajo hikna anisto hat ninigi I see bel yado le ako oda esa bahanana si ashi oh that so and so he's always like this nishin de kunde. I vote on behalf of the 8 chapters I represent still counts. That's the way the system works. Ko kwagi sato hajo do le. Mche di pispasan ni kliniki le when has under sato about anything. So yesterday with the meeting with Tony Dearman, school board members, says of all our student population, there's 5 homes that don't have electricity. Hey, that's what the one I'm talking about. We got from the council delegate. I got to meet with. How do we get that home site lease so that we can get that electricity to them? So, and then that's the way I'm viewing it right now. It has to be a working relationship. Administratively, the divisions gone back to the individual requests from the chapters. What election and I speaker also ibanana si klagoshi baditse. So what is it? On how to kill. Nothing lago bahint. For me, nothing means transparency in front of everybody. That's what it means. In my interpretation. On how to discussion, a give and take. So, without a Bahanana speech, and I Ado Satilla speaker, chair of Naabik'íyáti. Thank you for allowing me to speak another time on this particular work session. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman Daniel. So Any team members have any response? Can you hear me? Because my internet says it's unstable.
I can hear you.
Can you hear
Mr.
me?
Speaker,
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yes.
the Speaker Paulson here.
Yes.
We still do have some of the team members on the call. I believe there was a specific question regarding broadband on the cell tower at Whitehorse Lake and also at Recon Marcus. I'll have Wally address that. Then, and I believe Honorable Delegate Daniels made some comments, and I'm sure we'll have Dr. Yellman or one of the team members address his concerns, Mr. Speaker. So let me turn it over to you all. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, this is Wally. I did the tower sites that Delegate or Chairman So is speaking about. I don't have direct familiarity with the site that he's speaking about, asking about whether it's been built or not, or if there's two different sites. A lot of times we will name sites in a region, and a lot of times the community will need more than one site. But if Valina Sosi's on the call, Valina, if you're still on the call, if you could answer Delegate So's question, Chairman So's question, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, Mr. Haas, this is Valina. So in regards to the tower in Whitehorse, we are planning on building a tower in Whitehorse. Now, I can't answer who's, I'm looking for the information, but I can answer that we do have the Whitehorse Tower as part of a proposal, and I'm not sure who the other tower owner is, and that's what I'm researching. So to my knowledge, NTUA Wireless and NTUA will be building a tower if the funding is approved.
And the other tower in that region probably is most likely a Sacred Wind tower. We provide different services than Sacred Wind does, and just as we provide different services and some duplicate services with Cellular One type services. The one young lady that you're talking about with Senator Lujan, I actually believe she has running water in her house. I believe we did some research. She lives with her grandfather. It is true that we don't cover that region currently with broadband services. That region currently resides in where Sacred Wind has the service territory, and we don't have current infrastructure to be able to get to that area. Senator Millan has brought this to my attention more than once. We have attempted to get other grant dollars from other programs, but unfortunately, those programs, we weren't awarded the grants to be able to try to build out those towers in those regions through the processes. We did have meetings with the community about Whitehorse Tower, and and I believe you were actually on the meetings when we did have the phone calls. So I do remember those processes and did get community input on that. As far as giving feedback on towers that weren't inside the proposal, as I mentioned before, there's about 24 new towers for NTUA to meet all the coverage needs that is being requested in towers where they're not located today. NTUA would have to build another 150 towers. There's not enough money in the proposal to be able to build all the towers and to operate those towers. So as we went through the process, we tried to put towers in different areas so that we shared the towers with folks. You've heard Delegate Elmer Begay talk about he had multiple towers in his area that he wanted. Well, We put forth 6 of those towers out of the 8. So we tried to spread it out to get as much coverage as we could. We are still seeking other grant opportunities going forward to be able to meet the gap or meet the, I should say, the areas that are still missing through the process. And we will continue to try to do that with other grant opportunities and hopefully with other infrastructure plans in the future. The other thing I did want to mention before is there is a national carrier already on the Navajo Nation. It's AT&T. They put up FirstNet. They're co-located on 72 of NTOA's towers. So there is a national carrier here already. They're also going to be co-located on a bunch of towers with Cellular One. I believe they already have 90 sites in operation. And as time goes on, there will be other national carriers located throughout the Navajo Nation. So the Navajo people are going to get true choice, not just choice wireless, but they're going to get choice in carriers over time as things develop out. And that will allow other providers to provide these services and keep the marketplace competitive. It's very intriguing that Starlink is working. That's fantastic. But I also believe that the Starlink price is going to be about $500 a month when they get to full operation. That's what their marketing is talking about right now, which is unaffordable for most Navajo folks. It's unaffordable for most folks in general. So we've tried to answer the questions that were put forth. We're all trying to do our very best to utilize these funds to help the Navajo people to the best of our ability. I'll turn the time back over to Speaker and Paulson.
Thank you. Any other further responses?
Speaker, that'll conclude our responses. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor then. Do have Honorable Elmer Begay in the queue. Honorable Elmer Begay. What about Elmer Begay going twice? Elmer Begay going 3 times. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. Again, if you're joining us today, we were discussing legislation 0257-21, and it was recommended on a referral back to Naabik'íyáti committee to go ahead and review options for methods of equal distribution, and in that amendments to qualify for what equal distribution. I guess that's one specific question that still is lingering out there. And I think with that further explanation and us going back together, meeting with the team, we can help clarify that further. I know that in that qualification too as well. I will go back, Madam Chair, and I'm sure Karate, I know that the concern about going back for complete equal distribution in that is a question, and I did indicate earlier that I'd meet with the president and finalize a push more for that as well. But I know that there is some recommendations. I know that Office Legislative Council has already started to work together with some of my colleagues for amendments on this legislation. in order for us to go ahead and move forward and come back together. It seems like there will be a bigger work session. Hopefully everybody can attend that one in person, and it seems like we'll probably have to have that back at either a larger location, something like Twin Arrows. I know we do have sometimes some technical difficulties over there, but I think that's something we can figure out with an advanced team. Send them out there to go ahead and try to figure that out in order for us to communicate this initiatives on a broader scale. Again, if there is no other comments or questions, Mr. Chaco, I know that on this side we have recommendations, and I think that your team was gathering that information too as well. And what we'll probably do is put together a overall view of a recommended agenda for a compromise leadership meeting together, and at this time also invite the president so that we know his specific positions on some of these initiatives that some of my colleagues have been asking of, and seeing if some of these recommendations that they're coming out with directly from the communication of the chapters and from the community members that can go ahead and be implemented and identified within this legislation. So again, Paulson, I don't know if you have anything to add on right now on that. It seems like there might not be any other colleagues who want to speak, but maybe some closing remarks to try to identify what we need to do. When is the 60 days on this? It was on the 20th. April.
Speaker, I believe it's on the 21st
of April 21st. Okay.
of this month.
Oh, of this month, April of this month, yes. Okay, so we'll go ahead and make sure that we have this. Paulson, maybe we can work together. I'll have Chief get out some, Chief Masiazi get out some dates, working together with Twin Arrows to try to identify an immediate work session. Chief Paulson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and also members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and all the list audience and all of the enterprises and all the team members that are on the call. First of all, I want to thank all the team members consisting of NECA, of NTUA, IHS, BIA, all the technical members that are on this team, all the project managers and engineers that have put a lot of effort and work into development of this plan. Mr. Speaker, maybe again, a work session, if allowable, we will be at that work session with all the team members to answer any and all questions that come up, technical questions coming up from the delegates. So we'll be available for that. But I would highly encourage, Mr. Speaker, delegates are engaged in these discussions so that they will know exactly what projects are in the list that we provide and any direction that we need to move forward with. In our previous discussion and work sessions, there have been some directives from the committee, in which we as team members have addressed and put in these listings that we have. So any additional comments would be highly beneficial in coming to a compromise, and most certainly I will let the president know that if he could for his attendance as well, and all of the executive branch staff. So Speaker, I welcome the work session as well. So we look forward to we'll work on the agenda and also with your staff moving this work session forward, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you again, and thank you, Paulson, for you and your team, and thank you for being there. The team members for being on the line today and getting that information, and then also to the staff here at the chambers as well. Thank you very much for being a part of this discussion. Colleagues, at this time, I think there's a set plan in place to hear some more reasoning, if not some recommended changes, but also identifying some other solutions that'll be having to come back in place, and also hearing of the bigger picture of leadership issues that need to be maintained, and trying to identify what the specific role is on what we need to do in order for us to clarify in appropriating these funds to as well. So again, thank you very much, colleagues, for being on the discussion today and for being a part of the work session. It seems like I thank everyone, again, colleagues, for all your input. Sometimes we know this might be frustrating, but this is the reason why we're having this input, is to make sure that we're listening. At least I'm trying to listen as the best possibility in order for us to collectively have an avenue forward. In listening to every one of your presentations that is specific to not only your elected positions, but also the people that you represent here on the council too as well. So again, thank you everyone for putting in that input, again, identifying not only key projects, but also identifying commitment in order for us to push together a package that's definitely going to get the approval for us to go ahead and have this done here shortly, hopefully within the next couple of weeks. If not, we have to get this done as soon as possible in order for us to get everything together, in order for that to be a comprehensive goal, and making sure that we can go ahead and move forward to help our Navajo people again. So yeah, everybody on the line today, and thank you very much for being a part of this discussion. Have a good evening, everyone. We're officially adjourned at 6:39 p.m.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, everyone.
I still had lost, Priscilla. Colleagues, thank you for staying on the call.